The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps.
Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies.
And solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
and increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
"2025 is expected to be another record year for renewable energy, with the highest ever annual increase in capacities, outpacing fossil fuels in meeting new energy demand. But there is much left to be done. Current national plans and targets fall short of the growth required to triple renewable energy capacity by the end of the decade. The greatest untapped potential for the energy transition lies in emerging markets. However, systemic barriers remain, such as limited access to financing, bottlenecks in infrastructure, and unequal participation in global energy governance. These challenges are not insurmountable. They are invitations for collective action. The Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue is the perfect platform to build bridges and find answers to the predominant questions of the energy transition. From the improvement of financing mechanisms over hydrogen and supply chains to workforce scarcity, finding collaborative solutions is essential to drive sustainable growth as the foundation of worldwide prosperity and economic stability. Let us continue the tradition to reunite global changemakers from all areas to connect, exchange, and inspire bold actions for a just and sustainable future. Welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't yet have a seat, would you kindly take one so that we can begin with the opening of the conference? Thank you very much. I'm Melinda Crane, and it is a very great pleasure to welcome you to the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue on behalf of the federal government of Germany and our civil society co-organizers, the German Renewable Energy Federation, BEE, the German Solar Association, BSW, Eclarion, and the German Energy Agency, DENA. The BETD, as you just heard in the film, is now in its 11th edition. That means we are entering our second decade. And I'm sure you'll agree that our mission is more urgent than ever. UN climate scientists recently said that it will take a quantum leap in ambition if we are serious about fulfilling the 1.5 target that we signed up to 10 years ago in Paris. Accelerating the global Energiewende clearly is crucial to that effort, and it can deliver good jobs and sustainable growth in the process. This conference, once again, brings together all of the stakeholders who can make that happen, from government, international organizations, civil society, and business to science. To move fast, we can and must learn from one another, and that is the aim of this conference. Just a few housekeeping reminders before we begin. In case you don't have a seat, we do also have streaming over in the Europa Saal, so you can watch there if you like. Also, for our audience here in the Weltsaal, we have additional translation headsets if you would like one. They are in the back of the room. We don't want you to miss a single word of what we say here today. We're introducing two new features that make it even easier for you to take part in the event. You can customize the original sound for yourself via live voice by connecting your own headphones to our audio. You can follow the live subtitles in 7 different languages, and both of these features are available with QR codes that you will see now on the big screens. So please, dear audience, take out your phone and scan the codes so that you can use these new features that we have. And while you have those phones out, I would suggest that we very quickly test the participation platform that we will be using to sample the wisdom of the crowd to get your input, ladies and gentlemen. So please go online to the BETD Slido website. Again, you should now be seeing the barcode for that, the QR code for that, on the big screens. And here is our Slido test question. What are you looking forward to at BETD? It's a word cloud. Could be the coffee, could be the great food at lunch, but it also could be the many insightful discussions that we expect to have. So let us know what you think. Some of you are already typing in. We'll let that develop for a while and then take a look. For the moment, I would also like to thank all of our partners and sponsors for supporting the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue and for the important work that they do throughout the year to make this happen. They include the Smarter E Europe, Siemens Energy, Inoda, Enertrag, Energy Pool, EN2X, Goldbeck Solar, Optigrün. And I'd also like to thank our media partners. That's Clean Energy Wire, the PV Magazine Group, Euronews, and Tagesspiegel Background. Many thanks to everyone for supporting us. Now let's take a very quick look at the Slido result. It's grown a lot. And in the very middle, networking, not a big surprise. And certainly from past conferences, I can say it does seem to be a very vital interaction that everybody enjoys here. So that's great. And clearly, lots of other wonderful points as well. I'm seeing the exchange with great minds, collaboration, ecosystem, new ideas, sun. I don't know if you mean that in terms of solar energy or the sun that is actually shining in Berlin. Somewhat unusual, but either way, it's great. Learning and networking, important energy transition decisions, energy revolution, connecting with other delegations, battery storage, the beer tonight. Okay, good. Thank you so much, everybody, for taking part in that. And dear audience, Slido is not the only way that you can participate in our discussions here. If you hear something of interest, something insightful, please share it with the world using our hashtag BETD25. And finally, a very quick word on what's in store and our format for these 2 days. We're doing things a little bit differently this year. Due to an important vote this morning in Germany's parliament, the Bundestag, our hosts, Germany's Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs, Annalena Baerbock, and the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Robert Habeck, will join us later on in the day. They will be with us this afternoon. Our morning program features plenaries here in the Weltsaal, as well as pitch sessions and dialogue hubs over in the Europasaal. And you can also follow the dialogue hubs virtually here in this room. If you'd like to hear them without distraction, we do have headphones available. And of course, you can use your own headphones with that live voice feature that I mentioned earlier. During our breaks, you'll find refreshments outside in the corridor on this side of the hall. And before we begin, I would like to mention our evening reception apropos networking pleasures. It is always a highlight of the conference. It will take place starting at 7 p.m. this evening at the Westhafen, and it is open to all BETD participants. We will have shuttles leaving here from the Foreign Office starting at 6 p.m. So that's what's in store. And now, let's get started with an opening panel focused on fast-tracking Africa's economic growth with renewable energy.
To achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and respond to the 2030 targets set by the global stocktake, emerging and developing nations will require significant boosts in renewable energy investments. Mobilizing investments in those countries presents a unique blend of challenges and opportunities. In this session, we will discuss best practices for guiding green investments.
Welcome to our speakers, and as I said, we will be focusing here on fast-tracking Africa's energy transition. And sub-Saharan Africa, as I think many in the room surely know, does hold enormous potential for harnessing renewables, including no less than 60% of the world's best solar resources. And in a region where 600 million people still lack power, renewables offer a crucial path to expanding access to clean, decentralized energy, and therefore, of course, also to growth. Yet, despite its potential, Africa is home only to a very small fraction so far of installed renewable capacity, and it attracts just 3% of global energy investment. By far the largest share of burgeoning financial flows go to developed countries. In the course of the next hour, we're going to be exploring with our esteemed panel how countries eager to accelerate the energy transition can join forces with financial institutions and international partners to unleash additional financing. We're going to explore both challenges and success stories and ask how innovative financial products and policies can spur project development and expand the pipeline of bankable options for investors. Our panel brings together esteemed political leaders and development partners, all of whom are working to fast-track the energy transition. It is my pleasure to introduce them, beginning here with His Excellency Alex Kamau Wachira. He's Principal Secretary in Kenya's State Department for Energy. Wonderful to have you with us. And I'll just jump over to Dr. Kandel Yunkela. He is chair of Sierra Leone's Presidential Initiative on Climate Change, Renewable Energy, and Food Security. He formerly served as United Nations Under-Secretary General and Special Representative of the Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All. And he has headed the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. It's wonderful to have you with us. Welcome. It is a great pleasure also to welcome Dr. Rebecca Mazaro-Mula. She heads the Green Hydrogen Just Energy Transition Project Management Office under the auspices of the South African Just Energy Transition Investment Plan that was signed at COP26. And the Hydrogen Project Management Office is being established as South Africa's single point of contact and coordination for public and private green hydrogen initiatives. Welcome to you. And we're very honored to have with us Mechthild Wörsdorfer. She is Deputy Director General to the European Commission's Director General for Energy, with responsibility for coordinating international partnerships in the context of the European Green Deal. And she previously served as Director of the International Energy Agency in Paris. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we launch the discussion, we would like to get your opinion, dear excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So please take out your mobile devices and go to our Slido website. And here's our Slido question for you. And this one is a word cloud. So just type in the phrase or words that best answer this question, which is, Sub-Saharan Africa holds enormous potential for harnessing solar and wind energy, yet advancements in installing turbines and panels have been slow. What are the main barriers? And we're going to come back to this result in just a moment. So let's now take a look essentially at the same issue. I'd like to ask all of you to share your experiences in practice and tell us what you see as the main obstacles holding back acceleration of renewables development in your country or region, or in the practice of your organization, and what solutions you believe show promise in practice. And I'll start with Principal Secretary Wachira, if I may. And in fact, Kenya has made very significant strides in increasing electrification rates and renewable energy adoption, and you're striving for 100% clean energy by 2030. What are the challenges you've experienced, and in your view, what are the policy measures that you're finding most effective to reach this ambitious goal?
Thank you very much for that very good question. Let me start by saying, yes, that Kenya, we have an ambitious target of reaching 100% connectivity, first of all, by the year 2030. And that has been pronounced from the top level, that is His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto. Secondly, we have Vision 2030. That we are talking of having 100% clean energy by, again, the year 2030. And also, other than the clean energy, we're also talking about clean cooking. So there are two things here that we are talking about. Now, to make this achievable, there are several things that Kenya has done, and they are meant to ensure that we reach this target. Number one, we have been able to unbundle the electricity system in Kenya. If you were there in the 80s, for example, we only had one utility company that was doing generation, transmission, distribution, and rural electrification. Today, as we speak, we have about 7 utility companies. We have a generation, and in generation, we do have about 67% of our power coming from the main generator, which is government owned, and also 33% privatized. Secondly, we do have IPPs that are able to to generate 33% of our power. What have we done to ensure that we take care of the interests of the IPPs? Number one, we enacted the Energy Act 2019. The Energy Act 2019 looks at having a cost-reflective tariff, because for any investor to come in, that investor needs to be assured that they are going to recover their investment. So we have, to ensure that we have that cost utility tariff, then we have an independent regulator who is tasked in ensuring that they do look at the interests of the investor, but ensure that the interests of the investor do not override the interests of the consumer. And so therefore, it's a tough balancing act, because the regulator is supposed to be independent and take care of the interests of those two. So the Energy Act 2019 created a cost-reflective tariff. We have now a very good independent regulator. Other than that, to ensure that we have, because Kenya has 47 devolved units, for those devolved units to speak with the national government, we have what we call the Integrated National Energy Plan, and we map that with what we call the Least Cost Power Development Plan. The Least Cost Power Development Plan is a plan that we have between today and 20 years. It's a 20-year generation and transmission master plan that models and says, looks at the energy needs of the country and what do we need to bring on board to ensure that we continuously meet the energy needs of the country and ensure that we have security of supply. So we have ensured that we bring on board private capital by ensuring that we look at their tariff. And to couple with that, we are looking, because we still have a challenge. At the moment, we are around 76% electrified. That is access to electricity. We have rolled serious plans at a cost of about $465 million this year and next year to take care of last mile connectivity. And I want to thank the funders who have been able to help us: African Development Bank, World Bank, JICA, European Investment Bank, AFD. They have come in handy to help us in accelerate the last mile program. But we still have a challenge in 2 areas. One, the off-grid areas, which requires a lot of massive investment to take the grid to where they are, where people are in the sparsely populated areas, realizing that Kenya has about 72% of its land size that is on arid and semi-arid areas. So we need more investment in that area. And now we also need more investment in PPP projects in terms of PPP projects, so that we can do more transmission lines to ensure that we strengthen the grid, not to mention the capacity building. Because we need to bring more, increase the capacity that we have. Yes, we have good personnel, we have a good labor force, but we still need to enrich that labor force with capacity building.
Thank you very much. I started waving at you a bit about the international partners, because I want to come back to exactly that issue a little bit later on. But as I understand you, looking at the challenges, you have essentially the challenge of balancing considerations of access and affordability on the one hand, and attractions to private investors on the other, and a delicate balancing act there. And again, we will pick up on that as well. Dr. Jumkela, Sierra Leone also faces major energy access challenges, particularly in rural areas, a similar issue to what we've just heard about from Principal Secretary Wachira. What are you doing to unleash capital in Sierra Leone to help address those?
Well, first of all, we've launched our Just Energy Transition Plan in November last year. And we collaborated with a number of international agencies, International Renewable Energy Agency, Sustainable Energy for All, World Bank, and others to develop that plan. It's a 10-year plan. We want to add 1 gigawatt of power over the next 10 years. Our mining sector alone, that is expanding rapidly, needs at least another 500 megawatts in the next 6 years. So there is demand, but we have a plan about how do we achieve that demand, including both bulk power production and also decentralized energy. So first having a plan, so everybody knows where we want to go. We're in conversations now on the tariff formula. We also want to establish a clear tariff that will allow this cost-reflective tariff, but also help government make a decision if we're going to do decentralized energy solutions, what levels of subsidies will be necessary. So a plan, a clear tariff formula. In addition, we have a very good IPP policy. We've been able to attract a number of independent power producers. We have several of them now doing solar projects, selling to the government, Planet Solar, Serengeti, a number of them are established. We have all our mini-grid operators are all private. But we've also attracted bulk power production. The latest deal we closed last year was $420 million for a gas-powered plant for about 104 megawatts, supported by the DFC in the United States. So our IPP policy is very transparent, very clear, and companies are responding to that. Looking at the Just Energy Transition Plan, as I said, we want to add 1 gigawatt over 10 years. So what are we trying to do in the next 3? First of all, in the next 12 months, we want to add 80 megawatts of solar. Yeah, the World Bank is doing 40 megawatts, and IFC through Scatec, the Norwegian group, is doing another 40 megawatts. We want to add that immediately. In the medium term, 2 to 3 years, we have other companies that are taking a look at our hydropower potential and our solar. Infinity Power is looking at possibly 80 megawatts on the banks of one of our rivers. We also have 65 megawatts being looked at now by Africa 50 and a private developer. So we have short-term, immediate 12 months, another 3-year set of projects we want to bring alive. The good news is our country was blessed with a lot of water. I say to my Norwegian friends, God gave them wind, God gave us water and sun. We want to develop our hydro potential. For us, that's the best alternative we have. You can get that at 5 cents a kilowatt hour. And for our country, we're not as rich as our Kenyan neighbors, but we need to have tariffs that will allow more social inclusion. Yeah, so we want to lower those tariffs. Our tariffs are like 21, 22 cents. It's very, very high. So this is why now we're doing 2 things. One, we have a major decentralized energy platform. We want to do 500 more mini-grids over the next 3 years, 3 to 6 years. And for that, we're very pleased that the European Union is launching a program very soon in 2 months to do about 60 of those. We've also qualified for the World Bank DARIS initiative, Decentralized Access to Renewable Energy Solutions, where we'll add probably another 150 mini-grids in the rural areas. But the tariff is a problem. Mm-hmm. Our mini-grid tariffs now are like 60 US cents. So the poor pay more than the rich people in the cities. How do we deal with that? And so with this new EU program together with GIZ, we're going to do a lot of capacity building. We're going to launch a results-based financing tendering process now to bring in more private sector mini-grid operators. We're hoping that competition will lower the tariffs for the rural people. So a number of initiatives going forward. We've revised our mini-grid regulations. Those are going to Parliament now, incentivizing more duty-free for all solar technologies coming in. That's an incentive we're introducing. I tried this year to waive the GST tax, but that did not pass. But next year, we're going back to fight for that. So we're trying to incentivize as much as possible private sector operators to come in, especially for the decentralized energy solutions. But our hydro potential, we've done all the feasibility studies for about 4 major dam locations. These are all runoff rivers, very limited environmental impact. But biggest obstacle, guarantees. So that's why we're interested in the new German Green Guarantee Scheme. A number of private sector are interested. The Kenyans hosted an investment forum for several of our countries just last year. But a number of the private sector guys who came there said, we like your feasibility studies, we want to come in, the policy is there, but we need guarantees.
And we're going to come back to that point again when we do a deep dive on international partnerships and how they can help. Let me go over to South Africa now, Dr. Mazarumula. South Africa is positioning itself as a key player in green hydrogen development. So tell us a little bit about the challenges that you face in doing so and what you're doing to overcome those relatively high risk premia that I mentioned at the outset of the panel.
No, thanks so much for that question. You know, when it comes to producing hydrogen, either creating derivatives like ammonia and green steel, it goes down to cost. And I think if you look at the levelized cost of hydrogen, hopefully not to get too technical, you know, there are certain inputs in that. One of that is the cost of your renewables, which, like I said, we do very well. We have great renewables, solar and wind. You have the cost of electrolyzer, which is coming down with economies of scale. But the cost of capital is really a huge barrier. And this is just not for South Africa, but for most countries on the African continent. We're looking at double digits when it comes to the cost of capital. The way we're looking at that is, first of all, reduce project execution risk, you know, having skills in the country so that at least your workforce doesn't bring up the cost. But really, you know, I just started my new job at the IDC 7 weeks ago. You know, I worked on the government side. But really, when it comes down to practical solutions, if you don't get the right type of financing. So it's not a total amount of financing, but the type of financing you receive that's important. So really, you know, we're starting out with grant funding for feasibility, pre-feasibility studies, because you don't know, you can have a pipeline of projects, but about 15 to 20% of those projects may only be viable, and you need to figure that out with grant funding. But then once you get that total pipeline down to the 10, 20%, then is when it comes to concessional financing that comes forward, and then that concessional financing will make sure that the levelized cost of your hydrogen is lower than if you started with, you know, full financing. But then also it means that your development finance institutions have to have people who are qualified, who understand the sector, who understand, you know, how to partner with international DFIs and so forth, or multilateral development banks to get these huge projects on the ground. I mean, there's just the total cost of the projects is sometimes in the billions of dollars. And really, you're not going to get that with just money with DFIs on the African continent. You need international DFIs. But also, I think when it comes to these projects in terms of the timing, like in Africa, sometimes our capital projects take much longer than necessary. That also increases the total cost. Again, it goes down to skills and ability to execute projects and EPC and procurement. So in South Africa, having this green hydrogen PMO is really around reducing those risks, making sure that we all have the same information, even as you hand a project off from pre-feasibility to feasibility to FID to even operation and maintenance, that you have one office that keeps the finger on the pulse to make sure that information does flow from one team to the next. But then also, I think what's critical is that we have those honest conversations. So our role is not to replicate other people's actions, but to make sure that everyone's talking and having the conversation necessary. And then last but not least, when it comes to regional conversations, like we're having close conversation in Namibia around shared infrastructure, these conversations are also very important. Like I said, we may be doing bunkering in Saldanha Bay, but if we have a shortage of hydrogen on our side, we may have to go across the border to get the hydrogen we need to meet the demands.
Thank you very much. And now to Deputy Director General Verstoffer, and we've heard quite a bit about the importance of international partnerships here, and I'm hoping you'll pick up on that, but also tell us about the existing challenges that you experience in your work, and perhaps a word when you talk about the partnerships about the current effort to align the EU's existing initiative, which is scaling up renewables in Africa, with a new mission Mission 300 that you're working on with the World Bank that also aims to fast-track the provision of clean power to, I believe, 300 million Africans. That would be half of the total number that need it.
So first of all, thank you very much. And I'm very excited to be here and also listen to the previous speaker. Maybe just a word also how we are doing right now in the EU on renewables, because we have seen a boom since the invasion of Russia in Ukraine 3 years ago, that we have shifted in an unprecedented energy crisis, completely facing down Russian gas. And the only opportunity there, we saw 3 consecutive boom years for renewables. Already in 2024, we saw 78 gigawatt of new installed solar and wind in Europe. So we continue that way. We have a new commission, the same president, new commission, new commissioner. So renewables remain competitive, sustainable, and also secure, because we speak a lot about security of supply also in general. Just to start with, that remains a top priority to accelerate. We have a 2030 target which we want to achieve. And when I was listening, I think there is a lot of communalities also when it comes to planning. I heard a lot. There is the national energy and climate plans our EU member states have to do, how to reach the targets for renewables, what are the intermediate steps, what is needed, what are the obstacles. Grids is very much mentioned, permitting, the length of the project, the financing. So I think there is a lot we can do. Then, as you say, there is a partnership, first of all, with COP 1.5 years ago to triple the renewables and double energy efficiency. The President von der Leyen launched the Global Energy Transition Dialogue or Forum a month ago in Davos, which we are helping to implement that tripling of renewables for those who sign, and there are more than 100. And then last week, the president was in South Africa, and there the initiative you mentioned, which was launched at November in G20 last year, More Renewables for Africa, was now, I think, in a very good way combined with the World Bank initiative of the 300 million getting electricity access by 2030. So there's a challenge we have to deliver by end of this year, so the next G20 summit. So there is a challenge to get that done, but it can only be done together. So we, from the Commission, we work with the World Bank, with all the partners here, and I think our international partnership is on one side regional, and I like what you have said as well, that the regional aspect to look not only at one country, but at the region, because it has an impact, speaking about hydrogen, speaking about grids, about renewables, and then obviously the more bilateral partnership with specific countries. But to get that initiative announced end of last year on renewables in Africa, combined with the World Bank 300 million access by 2030, I think it makes sense a lot, because we can combine forces from the EU side with our expertise, money, global gateway, what we have, with the World Bank, who has a huge experience, and then get that done. So the stock taking is in end of the year in South Africa's G20.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jumkele, you want to add?
Sierra Leone has qualified for the Mission 300. So we are working on the compact. I came here from Washington. We've done the initial draft. We're supposed to take the draft compact to the spring meetings and then hopefully finish it by June, and we will launch it in South Africa at the Africa Energy Forum. So we're well connected with the Mission 300. The targets there are more ambitious than we had. For example, our electrification rate is to go from 36% to 80% in the next 6 years. Tough order, but we're determined to do it. Clean cooking, from less than 1% access to clean cooking to about 30 or 40%. We have to do some transmission connections as well. So we welcome the Mission 300. We think it's an additional impetus and boost to really driving clean energy revolution in Africa. So we're looking forward to collaborating with the EU and other partners.
Thank you for adding that. Let's take a look at the Slido result from that first question now, please. Could we get the results up on the screen? So we had asked what you, dear audience, see as the main barriers to accelerating the potential of renewables, and right in the middle of that is, not surprisingly, financing in the largest number of you answering with that. Also, you have said bureaucracy and lack of investment funds plays a role, high financing costs, and then cost of capital, so clearly seen as the central challenge that many countries are facing. On the other hand, we do have a few other factors as well, including technology, marketing, lack of demand and/or industrialization, off-take, similarly, storage technology, political stability. Several of you talked about the importance of reliability in political frameworks. Clearly, that's part of this. Political will, we see here. Respect, that's an interesting one. Transmission network, turbines, so infrastructure as well. So a host of factors, but financing right there at the very center. Let me suggest that we now do a second round of questions in which we drill deeper on innovative approaches to mobilizing additional finance. And I would perhaps start with another Slido question. If we can get our second Slido question up on the screen, please. Then here are some of the examples we came up with about potential instruments or approaches that might help to solve the financing challenge. And our answers, and this is a ranking, please, if you would, are expanding the use of blended finance instruments, strengthening regulatory and political frameworks, offering tax incentives and investment-friendly policies, or enhancing local financial ecosystems for green finance. And I'm wrong, by the way, it's not a ranking, it's a multiple choice. So go ahead and answer that, and we will start talking about some of the potential instruments now. And Principal Secretary Wachira, as a former investment banker, you are very well acquainted with the demands of international markets. So let me ask you what you would see as the most innovative instruments that we can be using to meet this finance gap and bring down the cost of capital.
Let me start from where my friend from Sierra Leone left. There is a very critical point in which he brought out, I'd initially brought it out, that when you look at what is happening in Africa and the development of private mini-grids, we have a few in Kenya, we don't have many in Kenya, but we are facing the same challenge that Sierra Leone is having, where you find that private mini-grid, the price in which they are selling power to the ordinary Kenyan, vis-a-vis the price in which the national utility, KPLC, is selling power, the difference is 5 times. Yeah. So why that huge difference? It all has to do with financing, whereby this investor who has put up a mini-grid has to recover their financing within maybe 10 years. And their cost of capital, the interest rate, is in the double digit. So that is the first thing that we need to address, the issue of capital. Let us have blended financing. And in Kenya, we are facing that challenge. And also, in our region, we have Africa right now, we are the leaders in geothermal development, where all the geothermal fields that have been developed that are generating are owned by the national utilities. That is KenGen, Kenya Generating Electricity Company, and Geothermal Development Corporation. We still have many concessions that are in the private hands. However, those concessions in the private hands, they require a lot of investment for them to de-risk, because drilling one single geothermal well will require about $3 million. That capital the private sector is not able to access. And the importance of geothermal, for example, right now we have an interconnected grid from Tanzania all the way to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is connected to Sudan, Sudan connected to Egypt. Geothermal is one resource that runs as a baseload. It is one resource that is not subject to climate change. It is one resource that can be able to help us industrialize and power the Eastern African region. And now with the 3 power pools having now been interconnected, that the Eastern African power pool, the Southern African power pool, and the West African power pool. Once, because these 3 power pools are now interconnected, though they still require more investment for them to get their transmission grid network seriously interconnected, if we have a serious drought, the resource that can be able to save Africa, other than hydro, is geothermal because it's a baseload. So we need more investment, concessional financing, to go to geothermal development, even for those private parties. We need that investment again to go to private parties who are doing the mini-grids, so that I'm looking at vast countries. For example, if you look at DRC Congo, by the time you develop a grid to connect entire DRC Congo or Sudan, then you need a lot of infrastructure. I was in CAR one year ago, and they need that. So we need concessional financing, we need blended financing, we need climate financing, and we need to now move to action, because we have talked.
Yeah.
We have talked, last year I was here, we have talked, now we need move to action. Secondly, we need also what we call capacity building. If I look at the power infrastructure in Germany, for example, the development that is happening in solar, or in Denmark in wind technology, and in Kenya, for example, we have wind technology, you have solar technology, and we need to integrate that very well. We need capacity building for engineers so that we can be able to integrate the grid and bring more renewable sources to our grid. Thank you.
And we saw skilled labor as one of the word cloud examples. Before you put your microphone down, let me ask you to talk about APRA, the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa. Kenya actually hosted the very first APRA meeting, I believe, last year. And APRA is clearly aimed to do what all of you have talked about, namely improve collaboration and connectivity within Africa. So can you say a little bit about how you think that this is an African-led partnership, how you think that can make a difference in addressing some of the challenges that you're facing, amongst them the financing challenge, but others as well?
Allow me to marry APRA and Mission 300, because the two are working hand in hand. Mission 300 looks at halving the population that does not have access to electricity within the next 5 years. APRA is looking at accelerating now the generation, the investment that is going to renewable energy. In Kenya, we have already hosted, and we are offering the office to set up. And after that, we are hoping that we can now be able to pull all the international financiers to come, and then we do what we call blended financing. Once we have blended financing, then we'll be able to address the need, because African countries do have the need for increased investment in renewable energy. And not only renewable energy, but also in clean cooking. Because Africa, we have a challenge. In every 4 meals, only 1 is cooked with clean cooking. 3 we use wood fuel, biofuel, and we need to move our population from using all these technologies. So APRA is going to help us, and for me, from where I sit, APRA is our call to action. Mm-hmm. It is our call to action. It is what is going to help us now move from the boardrooms where we are now to the field and ensure that we do connect our people to electricity.
Thank you very much. Call for action. That sounds a lot like the impetus that you talked about getting from Mission 300, Dr. Jungkelle. Let's look at our Slido poll result, and then I want to come to you to talk a little bit about Sierra Leone and APRA. You are also a member, of course. Could we get the result of our second poll? Interesting. So actually closely tied here, I would say. Strengthening regulatory and policy frameworks is the choice of most of you, but nonetheless the majority is fairly small compared to the others. Enhancing local financial ecosystems for green finance had the second largest share, and then offering incentives and investment-friendly policies, which of course in a way is a subcategory of number one. And then use of blended finance. They're actually at the bottom, perhaps slightly surprising to some of us. I might have thought that would be higher up. On the other hand, as we've just been reminded, we've been talking about blended finance for a long time, so a lot of this is about making it happen in practice, and that perhaps is related to those regulatory and policy frameworks. Dr. Jungkelle, Sierra Leone is also a member of APRA. So what are you expecting from that participation? And what do you think African countries should prioritize in order to maximize private sector resources, whether they are domestic resources or DFIs? What would be your answer, for example, also to this poll question?
First of all, indeed, our president joined President Ruto to launch APRA. I was part of the design team. We've already started benefiting from APRA. We had a rapid assessment of our renewable energy policies in Sierra Leone by IRENA quickly. We were not a beneficiary of Danish aid, but because of APRA, the Danes also moved fast to help our utility look at loss reduction. They deployed experts very quickly. Some training came in, all within 6 months. And in addition, they're providing some funding through the EU now, because they don't have a presence in our country, but they're passing the money through EU for more mini grids. So APRA, in our case, within a year, kicked off very fast. We're looking now at the next phase. Because we have these good feasibility studies done by some of the most reputable international firms you can find for our hydro and solar potential, we're hoping through the APRA mechanism, we can in fact deal with some of the issues they've raised there on financing. For me, I want to agree with my sister from South Africa. Grant financing and concessional financing is going to be crucial for those pre-investment stages. It is very expensive to do some of these feasibility studies, environmental impact assessments, and so on. You're going to need grant money to get that pipeline running. And we need many more projects to come into the pipeline. Also to make them bankable. We have had projects where best technical work was done, but investors tell you they're not bankable, they're not in the right shape. So how do you right-size them? How do you make that ticket size attractive with all the relevant information that is needed? Concessional financing is going to be crucial. The cost of financing, as she said, is still very high. I like the point they made about developing the local ecosystem. Our own local banks are not investing in energy. Yeah, we're borrowing money to help the government tide over our tight budget situation. But real financing from our local banks, they're not there yet. And I think that's a missed opportunity we have. So I think some funding and support needs to be directed to encourage them. And by the way, when I used to come here to Germany in my UN days, Germany and others did the same for Eastern Europe. The old issue about energy efficiency was not a big market in Eastern Europe. I know exactly the stories from EIB and from EBRD, what they had to do, because I chaired some of those meetings here in Europe in those days in Brussels with Commissioner Piebalgs. Yeah? You had to help those Eastern European banks understand how they structure those deals, and then the market boomed. Yeah. We need a similar intervention. Maybe not in South Africa. You guys are very advanced now. But for the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, we need to develop that local ecosystem so our own financial institutions, even our pension funds, can get involved in financing, for example, as simple as DRE solutions. Maybe the bulk power as well.
May I just ask you in follow-up to that, the bankability issue, is it also a capacity building issue? Is there a need for more training also for local financial institutions to be able to generate those bankable project offers?
Yes, the bankability has a capacity building component of the technical skills needed to really take the project ideas to that level. It also has to be with understanding and training within the financial systems in our countries to understand how to structure those deals. Yeah, and I believe also it has to do with risk perception sometimes. You know, our countries are looked at too risky. I mean, the most innovative financing we've received last year was this gas-powered project. Yeah, DFC had to combine their money with the ECOWAS Bank that provided the risk cover for that project to go through. Without that structuring, it would not have happened.
Right.
DFC required that comfort. We cannot give sovereign guarantee, so another financial institution had to step in. How do we get more of that kind of collaboration amongst DFIs? That's why I believe Mission 300 is going to be key, because it's a combination of DFIs, some bilateral or multilateral support coming in to deal with all of those issues you raised there. Mm-hmm. They're all important, and I like the way they were, at least the last three were ranked almost the same. They're all important.
Yeah.
It's all of the above.
Yeah, exactly. You had to add?
I just want to add one point or two. That on bankability, then comes in the question of the integrity of the PPAs. Because for any investor to come in, then he has to have a bankable PPAs. And for you to have a bankable PPA, then that speaks to the integrity of the independence of the regulator. And that is something that in Kenya we have managed to do. We have a very independent regulator, strong, but it's something that we want to urge all our African countries so that they can be able to attract this investment. They need to have a very independent regulator, and then of course PPAs we need 20, 25 years so that this investor who comes in can be able to recoup the investment in that number of years. Then lastly is the issuance of a letter of support from government, because government has to give this letter of support. And in Kenya, we have also another product, the ATD, the African Trade Insurance, that is able to also give kind of a guarantee to this investor, just in case there is a challenge, you can be able to recover your investment. So those are some of the innovative ways in which we are helping investors to make the projects bankable.
Long-term purchase power agreements, PPAs, of course, a very key part of that reliability piece that you talked about earlier. Dr. Mazrumula, South Africa's dedicated H2 fund is a blended finance instrument, and it works with international partners like Germany's Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau. Could you tell us what's innovative about your approach? Could it prove a model for other African countries that are also seeking to fast-track economic growth through renewables and possibly hydrogen?
No, thanks for that question. One of the things that, we're talking about, you need the right finance at the right time, fast enough so you can move things quickly. And I think having funds that you receive from other countries, and that actually encourages your own government to put their own skin in the game. So it's almost like South Africa is now looking, specifically the IDC, to find South African funds to match, or not necessarily fully match, but to bring also money to the table as well, because it shows promise. You want to have ownership. And then even what I would say, the process, we always talk about source and secure. So source means there's an announcement, and then only almost 10 to 12 months later, do you finally actually receive the funds, because you have to negotiate the conditions of the receipt of that. And I think through the negotiation process is what you learn, what you need to do in order to understand. And in most cases, the discussions are around, okay, if we're going to produce hydrogen, not only for export, will need to be some domestic consumption. But then in order to get to that percentage of domestic consumption, we need to understand our needs in our country, what our demand is, how we're going to create a local demand that makes sense, that the companies in South Africa can afford them. Do you bundle, do you do it in such a way that your project is co-located with demand so your costs are lower, and so forth. So Can it be replicated? Definitely. And I think it should be, because I think it's, if a country is dedicated to moving in that direction, you may not have the full amount. So, I mean, in South Africa, our goal is by 2027, December, to raise about $200 million of grant funding for green hydrogen, and then an additional probably $1 billion plus for just concessional finance. And part of that is we're going to put our own money on the table, because I mean, just bearing in mind that South Africa, we actually, the DFI I work for, IDC, we invest mostly in South Africa, but also in the other parts of the African continent for growth. But I think that if you put your own money in, it allows you to have your own voice at the table around the conditions of what that financing should be. But then also, I think last but not least, one of the reasons why I think South Africa has done well is because the speed at which projects go on the ground, we're trying to speed it up. So, for instance, when it comes to renewable energy projects, we have what you call renewable energy development zones. So we've already gone in, we've looked at where in the country where we have the best resources, but at the same time, we look at this protection of biodiversity. And sometimes I think that conversation is missing, that with wind turbines, you can have, if you put them in places where you have migration of birds and bats, you're affecting biodiversity. Ecosystem services is actually very important for rural communities. You cannot upset that aspects, as well as issues of carbon sinks with land use and so forth. So I think that if, as countries, we go in and we use the science to protect biodiversity, that will slow down, that will speed up your EIA processes, that saves money. But then also, second to that, I think, even as we progress in the system, the capacity of of the decision makers in finance needs to improve. So, like programs like PTX around what is the cost of a levelized cost of hydrogen? At part in the value chain, does the cost come from like electrolyzers versus PV versus logistics? This is all important information that needs to progress through to the financing institution. So when people bring projects forward and 50% of the cost is on logistics when it should be 3%, that's a red flag. So they know that the due diligence process is sped up. So I think I would agree with the colleague that the capacity building, not that you have to know everything about technical, but you should know when to raise flag on projects so you don't waste time on the due diligence process.
Thank you very much. You've emphasized time in both of your answers, and that clearly is crucial because we don't have a lot of time to try to reach the goals we're talking about. Deputy Director Verstoffer, you mentioned Global Gateway, and we've talked about a couple of different initiatives that the EU is introducing to try to speed things up. But tell us a little bit more about how you see the role of any or all of these initiatives, not only in providing innovative solutions to the financial gap, but also speeding the transfer of technology and the build-out of infrastructure. And I might add that clearly this has gains for the EU as well as for Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just was listening on this renewables acceleration areas, or how you called it, and we had the exact same debate, just a side comment, where you can put wind or solar, others particularly suitable, have one environmental impact assessment, not project by project, but for the zone, and then go ahead. And we saw a success story also in Germany and other parts in Europe, that the permitting time for those projects went down from years to less than a year. So just on these acceleration areas when you can define them. Global Gateway is one of our top priorities, and for Africa and the energy transition, we have 150 billion euros earmarked for Global Gateway in Africa. It's more on the large-scale project, so I think it's in addition to the needs of local environment and what you discussed, and I think you are better placed on that, but the Global Gateway is about large-scale renewables project, interconnectivity you mentioned, in infrastructure, grids, and I think there we have very good examples in different parts of Africa where we spent the money together with our African partners. And I think this is our flagship, and energy is one of the crucial topics. And that reminds me also on the questions from the Slido on the blended financing system. We strongly support that, planning the financial instruments, but also I like the policy and regulatory framework stability, and that is true wherever you want to invest. And on the Mission 300, I'm so happy because it's really recent that we merged that last week in the talks in South Africa, that we are much more engaged now, and it's really the fundamental for us, and I think for Africa, to really get that access to 300. I think I'm happy that it came out so strongly here, because I think that's the base. There's many other things, but that is one of the key.
Let me ask you, before you put your microphone down, and I'll ask others to weigh in on this as well, if you wish, to look ahead to COP30. It is, as usual, being referred to as a landmark COP, and the vast majority of the countries that are party to the Paris Agreement have pledged to submit new nationally determined contributions for this COP. They're not on time so far. In fact, there's been quite a lag in submissions. Nonetheless, that is the plan, and these are NDCs that will look ahead to 2035. So how do you think this can make a real difference looking forward in steering investments into green energy systems? Can it have an impact, and what do we need to do to make sure?
So for us, I'm strongly believing it has an impact, and the more we can look ahead, the better it is. So we are preparing our NDCs. We are also slightly delayed, but that is the change of commission, and we are right now getting our proposals together. But we are already have in law the climate law to become climate neutral by 2050. We have an energy and climate framework for 2030. And in that wave, we will define 2040 very soon in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction. We have a proposal of 90% reduction, which we still need to be confirmed by EU member states. And then the NDC will be our proposal in view of COP30 in Brazil.
And Dr. Jumkele, maybe I can also tap your development experience internationally on this. How do you think that national policies on renewables can best be aligned with finance mechanisms like this new collective quantified goal on climate, the NCQG that was agreed at COP29? It sounds abstruse, but it is viewed as a crucial mechanism moving ahead also for the discussions on finance at COP30.
That's a tough one. Generally, we are all working on our NDC 3.0. We all want to be ambitious. So I would say at the national level, most countries want to do more. The disappointment always, I've been to COPs now, I lost count. As part of the system then, with Ban Ki-moon. The disappointment is that, of course, each time we go, there's a new initiative, and we're all excited. And then the whole year, nothing happens. And then we go to another COP, and then there's another new initiative. So we're losing track of all the initiatives, and the funding does not flow as fast. And of course, the trust issue, each time, each COP, the last 5 years, there's always been a code red, and then we have another big alert. But nothing changes, especially with those who are polluting the most. So even with this new index, some of us are saying, fine, it's a nice number, but I'm sure 3 years from now, we'll do another stock take, and we realize that nothing happened. So some of us, I was on the other side of this. Now I'm on the national side, sitting in the hot seat. So I know from some of our heads of states, they even question now, why should they always go to COP? If it is one initiative after the next, but then we're told that the biggest polluters, they polluted even more. Emissions went up even more. Every year is higher than the last. The extreme weather effects are pounding us every day. We are amongst the most 20 vulnerable countries, in fact, the most 10 vulnerable countries. And so you wonder really if it's becoming effective. For Brazil, we have hopes that energy access will feature big for us. Because for us, energy access and the whole transition dialogues are a necessity because we are energy poor. We need energy to industrialize. We know everybody wants our critical minerals now. You mentioned 60% of the solar potential. Well, it's 40% of the critical minerals. Yeah, I'm chairing one of those subcommittees with Europe. So everybody wants our minerals, but I don't hear enough talk about beneficiation of those minerals so we have wealth in our countries. It's all about geopolitics of critical minerals. So there are these issues that worry us.
You will be very glad to know that we are going to address that issue in a panel in this room.
Please do.
And focus on exactly that aspect. So thank you very much for that very realistic answer on the, I will not even try to remember the acronym again. But the fact is, I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's remark about democracy, that it's a terrible system until you think about the alternatives. Perhaps one can say the same about the COP in many ways. Let me ask all of you in one very short last round to tell me what your top priority would be looking forward for fast-tracking Africa's energy transition. Just in one sentence, what would you say this is the most important thing that we need to do? Principal Secretary?
You have taken me back because there's something I just wanted to add.
Go ahead.
And especially in regard to
briefly.
COP. Because we make pronouncement year after year. We need probably to even ask ourselves, do we really need to have COP after every 1 year, or do we need to extend so that we can take stock of what we have been able to achieve? Remember, I said this is a call to action. What I feel that is very paramount for us is we need the electrons to flow. That is our bottom line. We need to have 100% access to electricity by the year 2030. How do we achieve that? We need concessional financing to go towards grid infrastructure, generation, transmission, and distribution. Then after that, we can talk about these other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Junckelle? Top priority?
For me, it's very clear. I need to make a deal with my colleague here at the EU to get my projects moving. I've been visiting Brussels for so long. Now I need to access Gateway. I chaired some of those panels for the EU in Dubai, and we've been partners for a long time. I've chaired the Energy Strategy Group. Now I need them to work with me so that 8 million people have access to energy. And we set that as an example that in 5 years, together with the new commission, we delivered something. One good African case where we achieved all our objectives.
Well, as we heard in our initial test word cloud this morning, networking is a key part of BETD, so you're going to have plenty of time to do a deal. Let me go over to Dr. Mazrumula.
I think the one word I want to say is trust. And I think this is trusting South Africa to do what we need to do to have access to renewables, to improve energy security. When I remember I used to work in the Department of Energy 2010 when it was like renewables is too expensive. But over the last 10 years, I think our share of renewables, our renewable installation has increased 300%. But that was by trusting South Africa to get on with it and do what we had to do, and we've done that. And even in terms of, you talked about regulations, we put in place structures and institutional frameworks to make it easier for private sector to invest in a liberalized electricity system. So trust us to do what we need to do and to put the technologies into the energy mix that we feel comfortable with. This is nuclear, this is gas, this is decommissioning of the coal-fired plants as they make sense, as they have to retire, but also trusting us to put the renewables in, because we didn't necessarily do feed-in tariffs. We said we need to make it competitive, and we actually help the rest of the world do it the best way. So just trust us to get on with what we're doing. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
I think also to take maybe a step backwards and not look at all new initiatives at every COP, but really go back to electrification. I think that is the basic, and promotion of renewables and all kind of renewables. We heard about geothermal and others, hydro and solar, wind, where it makes sense. There's a huge potential, and I think these should remain the priority, whatever new initiative, and then cooperate closely with the countries directly.
Thank you very, very much to all of you for sharing your insights and for this very lively exchange. Greatly appreciated. And dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to you for your attention and your participation in our polls. We will now take a 20-minute break here in this room, but you can wander over to the Europazaal and follow our dialogue hub there, or you can also follow it here via the headphones. And after that, you can choose between a plenary here in this room on geopolitics or a West African energy success story in the Europazaal. And now it is my great pleasure to hand over to my dear colleague Hajar Yacoubi over in the Europazaal.
Good morning, hello, and welcome everybody to the Dialogue Hub here at this 2025 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. It's amazing to have you all with us here today. Now, we just saw a great opening coming from the Weltsaal, officially kicking us off for this year's BETD. Now, there is much to come in these upcoming 2 days, and the Dialogue Hub will be here for you to see stakeholder interviews, deep dives, but also to hear from yourselves, because yes, indeed, we will be checking out all your thoughts, your insights, reflections, ideas online. If there's anything that you hear in these upcoming 2 days that really resonates with you, a thought you'd like to share, an insight you've gained, then make sure to share it online with us by using the hashtag BETD25, and that way we can display all your posts in these upcoming Dialogue Hub sessions, which I have the honor of guiding you through. So hello, my name is Hajar Yacoubi. I'm a national news radio presenter from the Netherlands, a former United Nations youth representative, but above all, I'm very delighted to be your moderator in these upcoming 2 days here at the Dialogue Hub. And not the least of which, because we have a lot of interesting and insightful sessions planned for you, like the one we're diving in today, which is all about being ready, set, renewable, about securing profitable growth for renewable energy infrastructure sectors, ideas, projects, you name it, we have it, because as markets are expanding, new challenges are also arising, particularly when it comes to profitability. So the main question that we have to focus on is how can we unlock renewables' full potential while still maintaining a long-term profitability sort of sector right there. And to help answer that question, I am delighted to have a stellar lineup of speakers for this first Dialogue Hub session. And I would say help me in welcoming the very first, because first off, I will be joined by Dr. Simone Peter, who is the president of the German Renewable Energy Federation. Dr. Peter, I would love to have you welcome me here, or be welcomed here. Welcome. It's amazing to have you. Simone, if I can start with my very first question. Last year, the global community sort of pledged to triple renewable capacities, yes, right? How far along would you say that Germany is in progressing towards that goal?
Yeah, thank you very much. Nice to be here again. Welcome to the BETD 2025. As you just learned this morning from Irina, the renewables represent almost 90% of new installed capacity in G20, of total capacity, excuse me, in the G20 nations, and including EU 27. And that marks an historic milestone for renewable energies. And to achieve the COP29 pledge to triple global renewable power capacity, the G20 nations have to engage much more. So we have to triple from now to reach 9.4 terawatts until 2030. And in Germany, we just achieved a record electricity generation. I told this already this morning. Almost 60% of capacity is of the total generation is now from renewable energies. And yeah, we at the same time we completed the nuclear phase out and shut down 6 gigawatts of coal-fired plants. So it's a huge progress, and the development of increasing or new expansion records of solar, wind is going on. Yeah. And yeah, that's the base to go on and to go to 80 and 100% of renewable energies in the next years.
Right, to scale up. And I mean, it's evident that there's a big need to scale up, right? And we need to do it faster. But beyond that, what key measures would you say are needed to ensure that we can reliably meet this rising demand in electricity while still delivering on, strong returns on investments that we also need to see?
Yes, that's right. We are just in a sandwich position in Germany. Old government is going, new government is coming. So we address to the new governmental parties at the moment that a reliable hedging of investments in renewable energy is needed, and removing further administrative barriers. Reforming the electricity market is very important to stabilize market values. Launching a comprehensive flexibility strategy to incentivize the grid-friendly storage and accelerated process. We need a power blend strategy using the renewable energy flexibility like bioenergy, hydropower, geothermal, batteries. The consumer-oriented flexibility is needed, and strengthening domestic production, because we are talking about resilience. So we need more production in Europe, in Germany, even for the industry in the next years.
Right. You mentioned we need more domestic production within Europe. I mean, the EU has launched its Clean Industrial Deal in February. How would you say that sort of like influences the potential and the competitiveness that green energy has when it is like made in Europe, so to say?
Yeah, that's very important, because European Commission seems to committed to continuing and further developing the European Green Deal. Also with this Clean Industrial Deal, it's focused on renewable energies, electrification, and energy infrastructure. They play a huge role. Important is now that it should not be diluted by low carbon or so-called clean energies like nuclear or CCS. We need the focus on the renewable energies, financing renewable energies, market design, flexibility also in Europe to build up the renewable energy.
Right. And how urgent would you say that is when we look at like the geopolitical scape in the world? I mean, we just saw also that the United States has, they again have withdrawn for the climate agreement, which also fuels uncertainty for the renewable energy sort of sector, so to say. What steps do you think that Germany and its partners can sort of take to sort of bridge the created gaps with the act from the US that we now see?
Yeah, I mean, the messages from the US are worrying. I know the Energy Council from of the European level just talked yesterday in Brussels about how can we react and act, because it's really, we deeply regret the withdrawal from the climate agreement, from other agreements, World Health Association and so on. So the international cooperation became more important with Canada inside Europe, with all the other surrounding states globally, to go along the way to focus on the energy transition, on the just energy transition, focus on financing the transition. We just had this panel on the African needs this morning, and we need the solidarity in the international cooperation with all the other countries to stand up and to say democracy, freedom, and the focus on energy transition are very, very important to keep on.
So basically you're saying, if anything, we need to come together even more. There's more international cooperation that is needed with these actions that
international cooperation is always the way to stand against nationalism and the way the US is going, unfortunately, at the moment.
Thank you so much. Dr. Simone Peter, thank you so much for sharing your insights. And we move on, because when we talk about, there may be applause for it, thanks. Because as we are talking about this transition that needs to be made, one other important, super important key player is, of course, also the private sector perspective. And therefore, I am delighted to welcome the CEO of one of Germany's leading renewable energy companies. He's already here, Dr. Gunnar Hering, the CEO of Enetrag. Welcome. Amazing to have you here. Dr. Hering, as renewable supply for electricity rises and fluctuates, we also see that old sort of fossil-driven energy systems sort of struggle to also maintain sustain that grid stability that is needed. What would you say are the most important and most urgent measures to sort of future-proof grids in that sense?
In the past, grid stability has been one of the key arguments of the fossil lobby to actually deter the renewable energy build-out, largely on fast grounds.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's also clear that those rules developed 50 years ago to dispatch flexible generators are no longer sufficient to govern the build-out of a largely renewable-dominated energy system.
Right.
In some countries, we also see a very expensive build-out of grids, which in a way is also poison for competitive electricity prices. But there are cures available, and let me just highlight one. Just an hour north of Berlin, we operate a 1 gigawatt so-called Verbundkraftwerk, which collects wind and solar energy from a very vast area.
Okay.
And before the energy is injected into the grid, the variability is actually largely absorbed by electrolyzers and battery storages. Re-electrifying the green hydrogen produced by the electrolyzer makes electricity available also at times when the wind or the sun doesn't shine, and the batteries actually provide system services.
Yeah.
And the overall plant allows to utilize the transmission system in a much more efficient way, and thus lowers cost for customers overall, which we believe is of essence.
Yeah, yeah. So if I hear correctly what you're also saying it's 50 years ago, a lot has changed. You're saying in a way that current markets then don't really reflect the value of these sort of like flexibility sources that we have. Do you name some examples? What would you then say are like the most critical regulatory changes needed to make sure that, you know, we do embody the value of those flexibility sources and that we do create a more investment-friendly environment for these so-called new technologies?
Well, first of all, currently we experience in Germany a very market-driven, very fast build-out of large-scale storage systems, but also home storage systems.
Yeah.
And this is a development which we find very encouraging. And while we appreciate this development on the storage side, if we look at Power-to-X, there are two major obstacles that need to be overcome and need to be resolved. One, it's clear that there's no FID without enough demand certainty.
Right.
And for that, we see financial CFDs provided by governments or internationally by DFIs that come along with euro bankability as one of the key solutions that we need. This would also unlock massive development potential. Secondly, grid access. Cost-reflective pricing of grid access and usage is absolutely key also to lower costs to customers. And at the end of the day, competitive energy prices is what we need for industry. And that's why this is also a very important point to be resolved.
Yeah, I mean, those are some very tangible and concrete solutions. We need all of them because we also know that we have made the pledge sort of as a global community to triple renewable energy sources by 2030. So in that sense, new legislation is key, new measures that are needed, international cooperation as well. Regarding the latter, when we talk about international cooperation and sort of that journey towards tripling renewable energy sources, what are the lessons that Inatrak has sort of learned from its projects across different markets?
Well, first of all, from our perspective, mutual cooperation is actually key. And it's important that 1 + 1 is actually more than 2.
Right.
And let me just give you one example. If I look at our 10 billion euro green ammonia project in Namibia called Hyphen, if we look at that, it's clear that this is a totally unprecedented economic development opportunity for Namibia. At the same time, it's also a huge challenge in terms of the availability of skilled labor, in terms of availability of regional infrastructure. For the past 3 years, we have worked alongside the Namibian government in a truly partnership approach, jointly working each on our side, progressing that project. And on the private sector side, there are some good examples where we have companies like the Port of Rotterdam that provides invaluable expertise in terms of harbor development. Additionally, we also see international that increasingly are willing to share also development risks. On the other hand, extensive political support, especially on the EU side, needs to translate much faster into concrete action.
Right.
Especially at these times, Team Europe is more needed than ever.
Yeah.
In business, we know that time is money, yeah, but not so seemingly in the world of DFIs. So if it takes half a year to get a legal opinion on a state auction, which has been vetted twice before by other DFIs, this means actually losing money instead of obtaining strategic support.
Right.
Thus, building new solutions, investing our time and money into the energy transition can sometimes be a tough endeavor.
Yeah.
But imagine what we can achieve if we all join forces in becoming faster and more effective. Our world actually needs it, and this is actually my call to action.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, those are incredible examples of cross-border collaboration. And I think your plea towards the end is loud and clear, right? We need to go faster, and sometimes that also means losing some of the bureaucracy around it. Thank you so much, Dr. Gunnar Hering. It was a pleasure to have you here. Now, we're gaining new and new insights, and yes, indeed, we may have an applause for that. Now, I want to go over to a key player in the solar energy solutions realm. And for that, I am very happy to have another deeper look into that private sector perspective with Joachim Goldbeck, the CEO of Goldbeck Solar. Welcome, Joachim. It's amazing to have you here.
Hi, Thank you very much for having me again.
Thank you. And I mean, you are one important perspective to have here. I mean, with your involvement with industry committees, or whether we talk about the German solar industry associations, what would you say that are the most pressing regulatory challenges and sort of like changes also that we then need to overcome the challenges facing the solar sector today?
I think very much in the first place you need to distinguish and decide which country you're talking about. So the markets have different maturities. If you look at immature or young markets, I'd say simply go. Supply a feed-in tariff, supply a loan system, support systems to establish an ecosystem or possibility for an ecosystem to develop first place.
Yeah.
Now, when the market grows up and becomes a little older and mature, I would say that we have to, on the renewable energies, start cannibalizing each other. We have to establish different regimes on the grid. So we enable batteries, we enable the usage, grid stabilizing activities as well. Eventually, solar and renewable energies are infrastructure. So infrastructure always depends on very long ranges for in timing, for as well development as operations. So the political system the legal system needs to be stable. That's crucial.
Yeah.
And to support all of that, the political system should communicate the benefits of renewables strongly, so that there is a strong support from the landowners, from the farmers, from the neighbors and the general public.
Right. So those are like some clear things that I think also policymakers can take a lot from when it comes to the changes that we need there. What would you then say are like key elements of the electricity market design that can sort of help accommodate the high shares of solar energy that we have, but then at the same time we're also sometimes dealing with overproduction, or we're dealing with curtailment? How do we sort of like mitigate that?
Yes, renewable energies, especially wind and solar, are fluctuating, and thus we have to set up or utilize them in a suitable way. When in terms of energy, that's addressed by the energy market, and flexible pricing according to the energy market can mitigate some of the utilization.
Right.
But not only. We also have to take into consideration, especially for mature markets, that the grid is a restraint. In Germany, the market setup assumes that there is simply an energy market and the grid is available, but it's not. So the whole setup needs to be changed to a way where grid shortages are reflected and also paid for if a battery works not only on arbitrage,
Right.
but also on grid stabilization.
That's interesting. So you say it's not just dynamic pricing, but on top of that, this entire notion of how we look at the accessibility and availability of the grid, that has to sort of fundamentally change. You mentioned some ways in which we can do that.
And legally, currently in Germany, it's prohibited, and that needs to change.
Yeah. Finally, shortly, Joachim, I mean, one of the things that we continuously always hear when we talk about making this energy transition is the importance of financing, right? I mean, for yourselves, your company has secured over 300 million in project financing over the past 5 years. You have projects in Canada, in Kazakhstan, in Poland. What would you say are the most important factors in successfully getting financing, if you could say as a last answer?
It's two things. I'd like to address, on the one hand, the public side. So it's about providing stable legal framework. It's about the possibility of attractive revenue streams. It's about allowing or providing a number of different applications like ground-mounted system, rooftops, private rooftops, commercial use, agrivoltaics, floating, etc. That's the public side. And then for companies, there are certainly also advice, like what we've been trying to do is to get into the market at the right point of time, which is like half a year or a year before it gets hot.
Right. So timing is another crucial element.
Timing, choosing your attractive project size, and ESG remains an important issue. So lots of banks like the EBRD, R Green, KfW, they are very much looking at ESG terms. So your whole company has to set up a regime of doing that.
That is fundamentally about sort of like making sure that you retain also your social license to operate in that sense.
Even though it might be somewhat irritated by activities on the western half of our globe, but
it remains
it remains and will come back, and we should be positioned.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Joachim Goldbeck. Thank you so much for being here and sharing those insights. Now, thank you so much. That already brings us towards the end of this Dialogue Hub session, but don't worry, we have much more in store of you, because right now in the WEDSA we'll have a panel starting on the global energy transition between international cooperation and competition. So make sure to check that out, and then I'll see you at the next session.
The international energy transition is an area where the dynamics of cooperation and competition are playing out globally. As nations strive to balance their energy needs with environmental responsibilities, both collaborative and competitive forces are shaping the future of energy. What are the strategies to handle the duality of the global energy transition, balancing between collaborative efforts among nations and rising economic competition?
Welcome back, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In this turbulent year, it is more evident than ever that energy is at the very heart of geopolitics, with the forces of cooperation and competition playing out at global scale. Which is why our second plenary is entitled The Global Energy Transition Between International Cooperation and Competition. We're going to be asking how the geopolitical challenges of the energy transition can most effectively be tackled, and what strategies are best suited to address the rising duality of the global Energiewende, the tensions between the collaboration essential to achieve our global climate and energy goals on the one hand, and tougher competition on trade and supply chains on the other. And we have an excellent panel of speakers to share their insights and experience. And I begin by introducing them here to my left. Žygimantas Vaičiūnas is the Lithuanian Minister for Energy, and he has also served as Lithuania's energy representative to the European Union and as policy director at the European Solar Manufacturing Council. Welcome. It's great to have you with us. It's my pleasure to greet Dr. Jorge Marcial Islas Sampiero. He is Mexico's Undersecretary for Energy Planning and Energy Transition. He's a physicist and an energy economist and has also taught at the Polytechnic Institute of Grenoble in France and at the Energy, Environmental and Technological Research Center in Spain. Welcome to you, sir. Wonderful to have you. His Excellency Juan Guaisard is Spain's Secretary of State for Energy and has also served as Director General of its Institute for Energy Diversification and Efficiency, IDAE. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Francisco Paiva is Director of Green Finance and Decarbonization in Brazil's Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services. Great to have you. Julia Sauder is Vice Chair of the Global Renewables Alliance and CEO of the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, leading strategic planning and market and policy development activities to rapidly deploy and scale storage to support the clean energy transition worldwide. Thank you so much for being here. And finally, it's a great pleasure to welcome Marcos Neto, UNDP's and UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of UNDP's Bureau for Policy and Program Support. And he previously led UNDP's work on sustainable finance. Great to have you. Thank you. And once again, I'd like to begin by sampling the wisdom of the crowd with a Slido question. So, dear audience, please take out your mobile devices and answer this question. What is the biggest geopolitical challenge in the energy transition? And this one apparently is a ranking. So we have 4 possible answers: resource dependency and critical minerals supply chains, trade and industrial policy competition, energy security and stability of global supply, and political resistance to decarbonization. So please vote now, and we'll take a look at that answer a little bit later on. And I'd like to begin with a scene setter from all of you. And I'll just remind you, we're a nice big panel, which is great, but I would be grateful, therefore, if you could keep your answers to under 3 minutes, kindly, if you would. And I want to ask each of you to share your national or organizational perspective on the geopolitical challenge. And I'll start here with the Lithuanian Minister for Energy, Mr. Vaičiūnas. Lithuania has made very significant strides toward energy independence, including decoupling from Russian energy grids. What lessons can you offer to other nations based on your experience?
Thank you. Indeed, Lithuania's fight, I would say, for energy independence has been a continuous process. And this year, just 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the 35th year's anniversary of our independence. And I would say all during that period, energy policy and energy independence has been one of the most important pillars of our national policy, national security policy as well. So the first point has been that all the time we had really the same direction. So despite of the government changes, the orientation has been clear that we need, first of all, to ensure energy independence. Secondly, of course, in the last years, we have to mobilize our policy instruments to the direction of more generation of energy from renewables. And of course now it's another dimension is about the storage capacity, storage solutions. And the second message and the second item is very important, that we are as a quite small country, so we are really interdependent. And that's why some of the projects has been really connected with our regional cooperation, working very closely with our partners, with Baltic states, within the Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and also our main partner, Poland. Also together we had some of the interconnections, electricity interconnections with Sweden, Finland, and that has been, I'm talking about all the projects which has been initiated more than a decade ago, because in 2009, overnight from electricity exporter, we became the electricity importer. So that's why we need to create the solutions to interconnect our region. And I would say that the last point is about our fight for energy independence has been our synchronization with the continental European networks. Because historically, for 65 years, our networks has been dependent and connected with Russian and Belarusian networks. So this year, on the 9th of February, we have integrated our networks to the continental European networks, all the Baltic states, through Poland, and this is, I would say, has been the most important step of our independence in energy-related field. So this is, of course, the things are continuing. We have now take care to ensure the resilience of our critical energy infrastructure, but the key lesson learned is, of course, the continuity along all the governments and regional cooperation. That has been two most important elements.
Thank you very much. So a reminder there that energy security isn't about simply going it alone, but in fact about choosing trustworthy and reliable partners for interconnectivity. Let me go to Undersecretary Samperio, and I'll just tell the audience, in case you want a translation, do get your headsets ready, because the Undersecretary will speak Spanish. Mexico's recent energy reforms, Dr. Samperio, reinforce the dominance of state-owned energy enterprises while also promoting renewables. So how does Mexico balance domestic energy sovereignty with the need for international cooperation?
Well, thank you. And first of all, what I want to say is that there is a long tradition in Mexico. It's a long tradition of independence in the energy sector. And today, on the 18th of March, in Mexico, we are celebrating the privatization of and the shift from a private to a state-owned oil industry. So we are celebrating this, something that happened in the 1930s, actually, that we moved to state-owned energy production and oil production. And in the most recent years, we've started a process to support the industry. In 2013, we implemented a neoliberal reform that allowed the state-owned companies to be weakened. So they are now more fragile, and a large part of the Mexican oil industry has been somewhat in a decline since then. And that is why our first task was to rescue, so to say, the oil industry in Mexico. And that is something that we've been successful at. We've been successful because we've managed to become independent from energy and oil imports, oil and gas imports. So, for example, fuel is something that we don't need to import anymore. And we are going to conclude this reform process next year. And in our new government, we are aiming for a couple of new targets. I mean, there's a certain stability again in the oil industry. We've made sure that we provide sufficient energy to our consumers, and now we want to launch a second transformative process in our industry, which means that the government is going to take action again. We want to strengthen our energy-producing businesses, and we want to prioritize them in the energy sector. Furthermore, we want to promote a fast-tracked energy transition. We have also changed the constitution accordingly, a change that led to energy-producing companies again being state-owned, and they have to provide certain requirements, now meet certain requirements. We've also passed a variety of laws in recent weeks and months to create the foundation of promoting an energy transition in Mexico. And maybe I can come back to that in a minute.
Thank you. Indeed, we will return to that point. Let me ask the State Secretary, Mr. Guizard, to talk a little bit about Spain's green hydrogen aspirations. You do want to become a global hub, so I'd be curious to hear how you are navigating the current context of geopolitical volatility in that context.
Thank you very much for the question. In front of noise and uncertainty, our approach is to try and provide predictability and certainty. Or, in fact, in front of the drill, baby, drill that we've heard in the past few weeks, our Prime Minister coined the green, baby, green as a sort of headline statement of, what sort of things we're working towards. That's full credit to my Prime Minister, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, but it was it was quite spontaneous actually by himself, but it sort of tried to address, if other countries want to skip this technological race, this industrial opportunity, Spain and Europe are still very much open to green business. That's very much the signal we want to send. And that's very aligned with the way we try to approach green hydrogen from the start. So in 2020, green hydrogen was basically a research topic in research institutions. It wasn't really there in our energy and climate plan. And we tried to provide some predictability. We approved our renewable hydrogen roadmap for 2030, providing targets, 4 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity, providing demand perspectives as well, starting with domestic demand, part of the existing consumption for fossil fuel hydrogen. Only a few months after that, we started seeing literally hundreds of renewable hydrogen projects starting to appear. Obviously, different levels of maturity, different levels of certainty, but something was moving because there was perspective, there was an expectation. We've consolidated this with public funding and mobilizing private finance as well, trying to address both the production and consumption of renewable hydrogen, but also technology. So the thinking here is, since we're going towards climate neutrality, and we are going towards climate neutrality, hopefully by the time we need it, but even if we get it wrong, okay, might be a few years later, but we are going for climate neutrality. This means that every single sector of the economy will have to decarbonize eventually, including hard-to-abate sectors, meaning that there is a role, there is a place for renewable hydrogen going towards those more difficult sectors. In the European context, and the world is very big, but in the European context, there is nowhere better than Spain to promote renewable hydrogen because of renewable power capacity and also, and this is what we're pushing towards, technological capability. So we very much want to provide not just the resource, but also the talent and the industry. What do we have so far? Around 20% of renewable hydrogen projects in Europe are in Spain. We've increased our targets from 4 gigawatts to 12 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity by 2030 in our energy and climate plan. We've been quite successful in European funding schemes, such as the European Hydrogen Bank. And basically what we're seeing is public sectors doubling down, recommitting to green hydrogen, and that's what the private sector is asking us and giving back in exchange. So facing uncertainty, we're basically recommitting to these targets because we think it makes sense and it will make sense regardless of the noise.
Thank you very much. And I'll go over to Director Paiva. And Brazil also has strong aspirations when it comes to green hydrogen and also biofuels. And that is at a time when global competition for leadership in this area definitely is on the rise. So how do you navigate that competitive landscape? And do you see barriers to collaboration regionally and or internationally in this context? Or does competitiveness just spur everybody on?
Hello, good morning to all. It's a pleasure to be here with my fellow panelists.
Obviously, we are dealing with a competitive process. You know, we are dealing with new industry, new business models, new value and supply chains. But the climate crisis is a global challenge and process, and no country or region can tackle it on its own. So we have to share experiences, learn from one another, and in that sense, I think it's hazardous to the whole process when a country or groups of countries seek to guarantee that the market rules and regulations are molded to their own interests. You know, the world is very diverse, each country is very unique, has its own characteristics, so we have to be inclusive and guarantee that different decarbonization paths are, you know, accepted, and not only the ones that are beneficial to country A or B. So I think we need to build critical mass, especially in low and middle income countries, so that we don't only replicate studies, technologies, and narratives that come from other geographies. In that sense, Brazil, as everybody knows, is an extremely rich country in terms of natural resources. We have a lot of hydro, wind, and solar energies, biomass availability, critical minerals, rare earth, water resources. Recently, we've passed a regulatory framework that can make, you know, tackling the climate crisis possible, and to try to attract investments to Brazil, which includes the carbon markets, Fuels of the Future law that created mandates for sustainable aviation fuel, biomethane, biodiesel, green diesel, ethanol. We have law that incentivizes low-emission hydrogen production, among others. So we're trying to build that regulatory framework. We have one of the largest renewable energy financiers in our local development bank, BNDES, which finances so many projects across Brazil. We have a very reliable electric and port infrastructure grid. Some of the best universities in the global south. We are a stable and mature democracy, so in times of geopolitical risk, we feel like Brazil can be a strategic partner to the rest of the world in trying to bring at least part of the supply chain, the energy-intensive part, especially industries, to Brazil, so we can help de-risk and you know, lower the cost of the green inflation, as people say, and we can attract these investments, and as the same time as we can be a strategic partner in de-risking and making investments in green technology cheaper, we can help de-risk the geopolitical aspects of tackling the global climate crisis. And I think it's important that we put ourselves, not only Brazil, but other low and middle income countries, as not only exporters of commodities. So we don't want to keep exporting, you know, agricultural or energetic commodities, but we want to industrialize our comparative advantages and develop Brazilian economy, as well as help, you know, our global partners to reach our climate goals, you know, and confront the crisis.
Thank you very much. If you happen to have attended our first panel this morning, you will have heard our African speakers saying exactly that about critical minerals development, which of course also is at the very heart of the geopolitical issues of our time. Julia Sauter, as Vice Chair of the Global Renewables Alliance, you are a very strong voice for scaling up renewable technologies globally and working together to do that. What are the key geopolitical challenges and obstacles that you currently see to that scaling up effort, and how can industry stakeholders work to overcome them?
Good morning, and thank you very much. Buenos dias. It's a pleasure to be on the panel with everyone, and it is great to hear the panelists talk about cooperation and working through strategic barriers and partnership. And that's why industry is ready, and we're working with governments around the world to deploy renewable energy and to work on the diversity of what's hand. We've heard discussions yesterday, today, about the tripling renewable goal, and that is a great target that has been set forth by the countries around the world. And now industry is starting to implement this, and it is more than momentum, it is a reality. And this partnership of funding with policies can really help us now reach the goals. Over $2 trillion was invested in renewable energy. We need $1 trillion every year. And so we need to keep this momentum going because we don't want to fall short or we'll miss our targets. And that could really hold back all the profits, the community benefits, so many other attributes that can be worthwhile for decarbonization. The industry has been seen as different pieces of silos, but now the Global Renewables Alliance brings together wind, solar, hydropower, green hydrogen, geothermal, and long-duration storage in partnership because we understand how critical it is to have these targets. And then once we have targets, we need the policies, we need the regulations, and we need that certainty so that we have that constant investment. And as we move forward in this partnership, it's really important and we continue to talk about the just and equitable transition. What does this look like for jobs, for upskilling, and for how we implement this together? If we delay, this costs so much. And that's what we really want to show is that in this partnership, we can have 24/7 wind and solar with storage, and we can then have savings of $540 billion a year when you bring this partnership. So it shouldn't just be about cost, it should be about savings. And that's what the industry is really trying to show, is that when we work together, when we have the right targets and the components to decreasing barriers, we can deploy renewable energy, we can deploy different kinds of technologies that can really help on this transition. What's also really important is that we're not just talking about electricity, we're talking about power and heat. We have solutions that can work in every single sector, every single industry, in every part of the world. And until we start really kind of showing that we have all these solutions and different policies to support this, it's going to be really critical. And again, it's really, really, really important because the goals we're trying to reach are less than 5 years away. And we look forward to the ongoing negotiations at COP and future meetings, but this has to be more than just talk, it has to be implementation. The momentum that we support in the industry is there, but again, want to address the reality. We have the solutions, and we need more of the public-private partnership for the financing and the regulatory certainty. So we look forward to working with all of you because this is our time to collaborate to really start to make a huge difference.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to the Assistant Secretary General now. Thank you very much. It's a big panel, so it takes a bit of time to get to you. As we talked about in our last panel, the Global South holds 70% of the world's renewable energy potential. We were talking there about Africa, and that's 60% alone, but it attracts only a fraction of clean energy investment. Would you expect the forces of geopolitical competition that we're talking about here to exacerbate this disparity? I'm thinking about impulses to reshore, nearshore, drive domestic autarky. Do you see that as a real risk of slowing down?
Well, thank you, it's great to be here. I don't think we can slow down more than it's already slow. The $2 trillion that Julia mentioned is fantastic, but only 2% has gone to Africa. So slower than that, right? I don't think we can, even if we try, right? So can only get better. Maybe I'm optimistic here. And things like nearshoring and other aspects might actually help. You know, so if you look at Europe and Africa, nearshoring, it's in Africa, right? From that point of view, in other elements. And I think energy, it's also important as a key element for development. Now, I work for the United Nations Development Program.
Yeah.
So for us, energy is an essential piece of fighting inequality, fighting poverty, and advance development and the sustainable development goals as a whole in that sense. And there is a geopolitical element on that, right? No doubt about that, but not necessarily negative, can actually help, you know, in that sense. For example, out of the G7 last year, the Italian presidency of the G7 and the whole of G7 agree on create something called Energy for Growth for Africa. 7 countries designing their bankable projects at a higher level, involving industry. We are in charge of facilitating this process in those 7 countries. And I think it's important to see a G7 saying, bring me that pipeline, bring me the capacity in that sense. You've got, in Italy, for example, its climate fund, 4.2 billion euros sitting at the DFI waiting for the pipeline, as was discussed in the first panel. We are also involved as UNDP in what is called the African Mini Grid Program. 21 countries, $65 billion of investment, connecting 230 million people to mini grids. Now, what is our role? We've actually done the entire policy and regulatory mapping, starting to work with those 21 governments to change that policy and regulatory to give you that predictability and then let the investments go. So, perhaps 2 final points on this is we also need to look at this, and perhaps part of that geopolitical element is how do you plug energy into larger development processes in a systemic way. We have been working in bringing renewable energy with health. So the health sector, right? And we've created what is called, in Africa, 1,000 smart health facilities, where we're actually putting renewable, putting AI, putting IT into rural health facilities. So then you can bring telemedicine, you can bring cold storage, you can bring all other aspects. Now, we want to go to 5,000 health facilities, benefiting 28 million people. Now, those health facilities become more than just a place you go when you're sick. They actually become center of communities, producing electricity and technology, which leads to my last point. It is, going forward, AI has to become a game changer in this process. The utilization of AI in different contexts to facilitate the generation, to facilitate the business side of this, and to deal with the renewables, and to deal with effective and efficiency. In Eastern Europe, right, in Moldova, we are already getting smart meters in 18,000 households, reducing cost, creating predictability that tariffs get paid, and we want to get to 60,000. So yes, geopolitics stuff. I think if you go back to the original questions, we're going to see, and gets back to Chico's point and the panel's point, where the geopolitics is going to play out is, for example, on the critical minerals, right? And the deals about critical minerals. So it is important for an organization like us to be working with African governments, with Brazilian governments, so they have the capability and they have the capacity to truly, own the destination and the strategic utilization of those critical minerals that the world needs for a green industrialization in Africa. And that is an interesting, for example, there is a direct interlinkage between what happens next and the next wave or not of migrants. So there is a geopolitics that tied things over there as well.
Right. Thank you very much. And I'm glad you mentioned the mini-grids, because we heard in that last panel on fast-tracking Africa's energy transition how very important that piece is and the need for concessional finance. And of course, UNDP does have a big concessional tranche in its work. So let's take a look at that poll result. If we could please get the result on screen. What are the biggest geopolitical challenges, we asked, and the largest share of the audience sees political resistance to decarbonization as one of the main barriers. That's very interesting. Thank you for that. Resource dependency and critical mineral supply chain come in number 2. Then energy security and stability of global supply, very close behind. And finally, the 4th, trade and industrial policy competition. Less people worried about that for now. Who knows where that goes starting in April. But Anyway, we'll unpack that while we talk in a second round about how we address the challenges in general. I'd like to do a deeper dive with all of you on strategies, risks, and opportunities. And feel free, please, also to reference that poll result if you like. So again, I'll start with you, Mr. Vachunas, if I may. And you have made energy security a key strategic priority. Your country, along with the other Baltic republics, is in a very sensitive geopolitical situation. Small countries, all. What is absolutely crucial for you as you seek to balance autonomy and sovereignty?
Very good question. I think that one of the key elements on that, how to balance that, is to find the synergies. And I can put one of the examples that also, this is one of the achievements for us. It has been building LNG terminal to ensure the independent supply of gas, competitive supply of gas. So it has been a lot of discussions about the need for such a terminal, about the strategic essence of that. And once we have decided to do that in 2011, 2012, we had to pay the highest price in the world because Gazprom has been punishing at that time us of trying to be independent. But now we have this terminal, and this is really functioning on the commercial base. So it means that our society, our consumers, they don't need to pay nothing just for the terminal. This is working on the market conditions. So I would say that looking from that perspective, in case we are looking from the small state perspective, such a huge decision to take a commitment for the LNG terminal. First of all, it has been leased from 2014 till 2024. Now it's our ownership, but it's really a strategic decision. But from the small country perspective, maybe it's not rational to do. But in case we are looking to the more regional approach, and we understand that in the future it would have the capacity to regionalize and to have the supply of LNG to our partners, then this is the rational decision. So I would say that always we try to find the synergies between all these projects. And I would like to come back to this resistance to the decarbonization as one of the struggles, as one of the key negative factors. I would say that in all the cases we have to make this very clear for our societies. What are the benefits of the decarbonization? What are the benefits for our industries? And sometimes probably this is also the lesson learned in Europe that the targets for the decarbonization has been really decided, but not always we looked back how our industry could benefit from it. And this is one of the key dimensions, and I think this is also in Germany is also an important aspect that always this decarbonization should be combined with the benefits for the industries. So all this transition, implementation of the renewable energy projects should be benefit for the industry and the benefit for the society. That would be the answer, that this political resistance would be lowered down. And I think this, just to look at the practical solutions, how to sell this renewables, energy transition, decarbonization targets to our societies.
Thank you very much. And maybe I can also ask Dr. Samperio to weigh in on the panel, on the poll result, before I ask you a question about storage. But I'd be curious to know whether Mexico, as one of the world's leading fossil fuel producers, does experience public resistance to decarbonization.
Bueno, el tema de almacenamiento en México es crítico.
Storage is a critical issue in Mexico as well. Our plan, Dr. Scheinbaum's plan, clearly states that it's important to ensure that the transmission network is rendered more resilient. It's necessary to feed in renewable energy, and we think it's also important
to produce and generate renewable energy. This results in the fact that we in Mexico consider it very important to integrate the two storage systems. So we've made some changes. An investor and the public sector are developing, for instance, a PV installation or a wind installation. And we need to have storage facilities, batteries that store at least 30% of the energy, of the capacity generated by these facilities, and within 3 hours. So this is in the best public interest of Mexico, and as part of our reform process that we are also using in our energy policy, we found that lithium can only be mined by the state. So why have we restricted this? Well, we want the government to develop a lithium industry, which is very important. So the lithium industry will allow us to build value chains in order to produce batteries, which we need in Mexico. And this will result in a situation whereby we can also produce our own electric vehicles. We already have a vehicle, Oleña, and this has every potential to become our very first, very own Mexican electric vehicle. And it is clear that we have further potential for development, in particular where batteries are concerned. And these new value chains are then to be formed particularly in the energy sector and center on the energy sector. This will make Mexico much more independent in the field of energy, and this will then again allow us to build large-scale projects for the integration of electrical power. And as far as batteries are concerned, we will be able to build energy security in Mexico. In the north of our country, there is a lot of potential for solar PV. We have a lot of sunshine over there, and it's 40% more actually than in Germany. And Germany already uses a lot of PV. And if you can do it in Germany, then we might even have an easier way of doing it in Mexico. 45 square kilometers for PV panels will be set aside. This would actually help us to cover almost all of our energy need. But the issue here is storage. So that's the really big question. And maybe we'll be able to do it similar to what Europe is doing. So Europe is planning to also rely on North African PV installation and exporting it, and we can maybe do the same in Mexico and export our energy.
Julia Sauter to talk briefly about storage, because clearly storage is a key pillar for countries looking to bolster their energy security and at the same time move toward increasing uptake of renewables. What are the biggest technology transfer challenges that poses for, particularly for EMDEs, for emerging markets and developing economies?
Great question. And what we're building on momentum from the renewables target is the global energy storage target and grid target that was also passed last year at COP. So 1.5 terawatts of energy storage by 2030. And also just kilometers and kilometers and kilometers, thousands of grid components, interconnection queues, the synergies element. So that global target is really important. But to your point on emerging markets, this isn't going to work everywhere because there might not be a infrastructure set up, or there might be a whole new initiative that the country would like to introduce that will be leapfrogging into a new market or a new development with a partnership with a government. Some of the technologies that can really provide a variety of solutions are replacing backup diesel generators, whether they're used for data centers, nuclear plants, or in hotels, or in communities, rural communities around the world. You can see different types of batteries that build on lithium-ion, or it could be zinc, vanadium, iron, a lot of environmentally safe minerals that are mined around the world that can be used for 8 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, 100 hours. So there are technologies that are available today. They are deployed around the world, but they are still at small scale. So building off the global storage targets, now we need targets at a country level and even local levels to provide those incentives. We don't need a ton of subsidies. What we need are the continuity and that certainty from the government that we can be able to provide value. Another part of this sector is the industry, the hard to abate, the steel, some of the agriculture, the chemicals. There are types of thermal energy storage, and there are companies here in Germany and throughout Europe, throughout the world, that are deploying thermal energy storage. These are rocks, salts, metals. They're providing heat or steam or even cooling, depending on where you are in the world, for days, weeks, months, and even years at very high efficiencies and low costs. The market in Europe today, there's thermal energy storage plants running over 40, and they're cost competitive with natural gas today. And so there's already a market that has the right criteria and the right infrastructure that allows this to happen. We look forward to working with countries and governments and other industry partners around the world to continue to have the right incentives, the right market criteria, and to work with other groups on planning. Many cultures around the world, we as humans, we don't do very good long-term planning. We're not good at the 20, the 50-year horizon. And we need to bring in long-duration storage into this narrative because it can provide a variety of solutions on the security component, on the reliability component, on the resiliency as we continue to now weekly deal with climate disasters around the world. And then most importantly, on affordability. So the variety of storage technologies, whether it's pumped hydro that's been around for over 100 years, or mechanical, different types of compressed air using existing oil infrastructure or gas infrastructure and repurposing it with hydrogen, or hydrogen for storage, not just as a fuel. So again, this diversity of solutions are available. We just need to be able to scale them up so you can get that affordability. And again, back to the points on security and geopolitical components, that's the value chain that was raised earlier. Like, how do you intersect this? Every country wants a security of supply and their own demand being met, and there are a lot of resources, but again, there's the partnership to really connect the value chain and make sure that we can overcome these barriers.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you in a little while to talk about industrial policy and trade, but let me first look at some of those other poll results that we saw there. And State Secretary Guizad, I wonder if you would say a word about how you see public support for decarbonization. Are you concerned that waning public support could, in fact, slow us down on the energy transition, either within your own country, but also regionally and internationally?
I think that's a very good question and a very interesting reflection, because rather than sort of waning or diminishing support, what I think we've seen is something very different. We've seen sort of angry reaction. We've seen sort of an emotional or almost identitarian sometimes reaction to green policies, from some players anyway, whilst others sort of reaffirm the green transition because it makes sense from a security, from a resilience, from a competitiveness perspective. If we zoom out just a tiny bit, 1990, first assessment report of the IPCC, climate, science is very clear about climate change. It's man-made, the dangers it entails. 2006, the Stern Review, for the first time we realized it's more expensive to deal with the consequences of climate change than to actually address it. So we can save money through the green agenda. Just a few years later, most renewable energy technologies reach or improve grid parity. So it's not just that you can save money through the energy transition, you can actually make money through the energy transition. We're talking trillions of US dollars in clean energy investments. We're already doubling investment in clean energy compared to fossil fuels, clean energy manufacturing. This is all investment that is going to want its return in the next years and decades. So there's a lot going on already. And even if humans are sort of beyond the logic, rationality of real market forces, even if we want to go back to sort of sovereignty and security and safety, even then the green transition makes sense. Again, and even if we don't have the technologies or the minerals. So IEA data here, a single large container ship full of PV modules can avoid you having to move 50 large LNG tankers, for example, importing natural gas, or 100 large ships carrying coal for power generation. So because it makes sense from a security perspective, from an economic perspective, a jobs perspective, if we do it right, I think we are in a good position to make a strong case for this. And just maybe to finalize on the partnerships, I think that the issue is more on concentrating dependence than being interdependent, right? That the world has been interdependent. Trade has existed almost as long as humankind has existed. The fact that we realize that partners are less reliable than we thought can actually push us to find new partners, less obvious partners, finding new people to trade with that we might not have sort of historical cultural ties with. So suddenly nearshoring might mean relationships with Africa, or might mean other sorts of relationships. So we're actually being forced into a more multipolar world, which can actually be safer because there's more interdependence. You know, I'm safe if you're safe, and the other way around, rather than us all depending on somebody else who then decides to bully us or something like that. So you're trying to be optimistic here as well, but I think there's a lot to be done and a strong case to be made.
And there is, of course, a lot happening if you look at interconnectivity initiatives between Europe and Africa, including between your own country and Northern Africa. It's a very exciting moment in time. But I think what you're also telling us is we perhaps don't always make the case, the economic case, as well as we could. The Stern report did it, but maybe we have to keep working harder at that. Director Paiva, let me come back to you to talk a little bit about the critical minerals piece of this, because we did see on our poll result that a number of members of our audience are concerned about that aspect as well when it comes to challenges. You, Brazil, hold the world's third largest reserves of rare earths, which of course are crucial for the energy transition everywhere. So with increasing global competition for these critical resources, how do you plan to balance resource sovereignty with international collaboration on supply chain development?
I think circling back to my first point, to respect each country's resources and strength is also a way to guarantee sovereignty. So, for example, in Brazil, we have one of maybe the most developed biofuel industries in the world. So playing to that strength for us is guaranteeing our energy sovereignty and not depending on, narratives that come from other countries that are trying to bring their situation to the rest of the world, their technologies to the rest of the world. So we feel like in terms of biofuels, for example, there's a sort of prejudice against the biofuel route to decarbonization. So when we talk about working collaboratively, it's sort of how can we make sure, if there's skepticism to this route, how can we make sure that this skepticism is overcome? Let's, produce studies, let's develop technologies so that the biofuel solution can be recognized around the whole world. And where it makes sense, it could be used in favor of everyone. So I think in terms of the poll that you did, the political pushback against the green agenda is also connected to the competitive side of it, because in the first moment, it's going to be more expensive to make the transition. You need more funding, you need more financial support. So I think they are sort of interconnected as people feel, that they're paying more because of this agenda, and they say, hey, I don't want to pay more. I'm losing jobs that I had, in a coal factory in regions that are based around fossil fuels. So in that sense, again, I think that Brazil can be a very strategic partner to the rest of the world in terms that it's cheaper to produce energy in Brazil. So I like the way that you're thinking of diversifying, partnerships and building other supply chains. And in that sense, also further than nearshoring, we Brazilians like to talk about power shoring. So if it's cheaper to produce energy in Brazil, why don't we attract, these energy-intensive industries there so we can
So that's the biofuels piece, but just a super quick deep dive on those rare earths, on those critical minerals, because we are going to do a separate panel on that later on, and I'd like to hear your view on what your strategy will be to balance international desires to cooperate with you and exploiting those minerals, possibly also processing those minerals to ensure domestic benefits.
That's exactly the point. We are very much interested in exploring our richness of critical minerals, but we're not interested of only exporting them so they can be, the added value stays in other countries and then we import back, the value goods. So when we talk about critical minerals in Brazil, we think about how can we use them to develop our industry and locally create jobs and keep the added value in Brazil. So every time other countries approach us interested in critical mineral, that's the agenda that we have on our minds, okay? We are very much interested in exploring our critical minerals, but how will that keep added value, bring high qualified jobs to Brazil, investment to Brazil, and not only keep exporting commodities, which will keep the same balance in power and financial power in the world the way it is if we just go through the same system.
Thank you very much. And now I'll jump over to Marcos Neto. And in this current geopolitical landscape that we have, we're hearing increasing calls for changing the approach to development cooperation. While some nations are drastically cutting back, others are exploring linking that cooperation to strategic aims in their own foreign and security policy. What is your response to that? Are you concerned that that could also impact the global energy transition, that we get a sort of zero-sum thinking here?
Well, I am definitely concerned with the cuts, right? I think there are plenty of value in international cooperation, and if anybody thinks cuts don't have real-life consequences, I would suggest reading Nicola Kristof's op-ed in the New York Times on Saturday to understand real-life consequences of cutting ODA. But I want to go back to the poll, because you sounded surprised with the number one. I don't. We have offices in 170 countries around the world. I see that question being put forward everywhere in the world. We are the leading,
push back against, just to remind everybody, push back against decarbonization.
We are the leading agency in the world in supporting more than 100 countries, directly 82 countries in preparing the NDCs. And the question that we get is, we're talking to me about ambition NDCs for Belém, my hometown, by the way. I was born in Belém. Why? I have increasing poverty. I have problems in health and education. Why? I think a panel like this, is emblematic of our own incapacity to understand that decarbonization is not about energy. It's about the whole of economy.
Yeah.
Right? Energy is a component of this process. And we are lending, right? We are in a moment in history trying to do the largest change in the entire economy of the world, which has for 170 years been based on fossil fuel, in a moment of perhaps the second highest degree of inequality in between countries and within countries. And that is the critical problem that we have. Every time good climate policy is designed without understanding the social consequences and who pays for decarbonization for energy, you have a pushback. You have people on the street. You have the anger that the Secretary mentioned. The anger is, the Yellow Vest movement in Paris, in France, it was caused by an increase in fuel tax, right? But because it was blanked, it was a perception that those that have done the least to cause this problem were paying percentagely the most. So we have to understand that you are dealing with a fundamental economic problem in a time of huge social inequality. And if we don't create the policies that at the same time advances decarbonization and closes inequality and fights poverty and reshuffles subsidies, the amount of subsidies going on to fossil fuel is absurd, right? And that's the subsidy that should be going to storage into other places. But careful, because if you move those subsidies without understanding, right, that there's difference on subsidies between production, right, and consumption, you can gonna get people on the street against decarbonization. So the integrality, the policy coherence is missing. How do you create a policy that is coherent from an energy sector to the reality of a society? And that's what we are trying to do by kind of connecting the Sustainable Development Goals across themselves and provide an NDC that is both, how many people can I get out of poverty when I do an NDC? Nobody thought for the last two versions of NDCs on a poverty component in NDC, on a biodiversity component on NDC. Brazil is a great example. The ecological transition plan of Brazil is integral to the entire economy. We need governments and we need industry to demand a more integrated approach. Otherwise, a sectoral approach is going to lead to people on the streets.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very glad you made the point about the nexus between equality, inequality, and the transition, because if, again, we think back to our Africa panel, Kenya, if people in rural locations are lucky enough to get power at all, it costs 5 times as much as those who are in the cities. That's an astonishing disparity. And clearly, they may not be out on the streets, but certainly they will be. So, Julius Sauter, last word to you. One way some countries are trying to address this is, in fact, with industrial policies that look to subsidize green jobs. And yet there is definitely a risk there as well of a zero-sum race. How concerned are you about the impact of that on the need to make this a collaborative effort globally?
If we don't do this right, we'll lose trillions of dollars. And then the emissions components, the health aspect is going to be huge. I love what Marco was saying, because energy is the blood of like the whole lifeline. And we're going through a blood transfusion right now. And the inequities of who gets the new blood are real. And so I really think, again, it's so critical that we have that integrated approach, because we can't segment one industry from another, because they all need this blood lifeline to be re-energized. And we have to do it with financing. And there's a lot of money that's sitting there, and we need access to it. And we need to make sure that it's equitable. So we break through the funding, finance it, and then make sure that the policies are there to incentivize the industries to go in this direction. Because they have a choice, and they're going to choose the cheapest. And renewable energy can be very inexpensive and affordable. And even with storage, you can have the right incentives. But we have to show that the economics are there, and that the policies are there, and that the integrated approach shows an equitable way to get the blood pumping again.
Thank you. Marcus Nato, yeah.
In this inequality conversation at a global level, because you questions about global cooperation, we have to tackle the debt problem. Countries are paying more in debt repayment than they budget they spend in health, education, and the energy transition combined. If my friends at the IMF and the World Bank and others don't see this as a debt crisis, it is certainly a liquidity crisis to make the right investments. We have globally to find a solution to debt, to allow a country to have the fiscal space, to invest on the social side so people don't go to the streets.
Make it not expensive, so industry wants to be in every country so that there is that rate of return and the economics and the value are there.
Thank you very much. I am afraid that that is all that we have time for, but it's been a very, very rich and multifaceted discussion. Thank you so much to all of you. Let's give them a warm round of applause. And we will now take a break, dear audience. And by the way, thank you so much for your attention and participation. We will take a break, but you can follow the proceedings over in the Europazaal, where Hajar and her guest will be discussing what young activists are doing to expedite the green transition. Or you can also enjoy refreshments just outside this room. So over to you, Hajar. Have a great Dialogue Hub.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everybody, here at the Dialogue Hub. I hope you had some great first sessions at BETD this year, because we're about to hop right into a new one, and I have the honor of guiding you through. My name is Hajar Koubi, and I'm very excited to have you back here with me, because in a little bit we will be speaking about redefining tomorrow, about the crucial yet too often, unfortunately, overlooked importance of including young people in decision-making around energy systems that we have in place. Because we have seen that with the rising urgency of the climate crisis, of the transition that we need to make, a lot of young people have been making their voices heard, and yet too often we still see that they are significantly underrepresented in positions of decision making. Something we need to change, and that is why I'm very delighted that in this session today we'll hear from a young, inspiring changemaker who's actively working on reshaping the future of our energy system. We'll explore her perspectives on how we can accelerate that transition with the inclusion of young people. So I would say a lot to get into, but before we do, let me just remind you again that if there are any thoughts you'd like to share, any insights, ideas, you can do so online by using the hashtag BETD25. I mean it. In the meantime, I'm always like scouring online to see everything that you're saying. So make sure to share your insights, reflections, ideas, and then we'll get into those, which we'll also do at the end of this session. So make sure to see if your Blue Sky posts, your Instagram posts, whatever it is that you've been doing are going to be in our session. And with that being said, I would say let's just hop right into the topic of today. And for that, I am delighted that we will be joined by the Just Transition Campaign Coordinator for Romania at CEE Bankwatch Network. I'm delighted to welcome to the floor Eliza Barnea. Eliza, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. It's great to have you. Elisa, there's a lot to get into, but I mean, I just spoke about the fact that, you know, youth participation in decision-making processes is really important if we sort of like want to bring everyone along in this transition. Yet, too often we still see this significant underrepresentation of young people. I mean, even in Europe, if we look at the average age of European parliamentarians, it's 49, whereas more than half of the world population is under 30. So what do you see as like the major obstacles in getting like fair youth representation out there?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a great point to start. If we're looking at exactly what you said, youth representation in decision-making forums. Yeah. I think there are a couple of points that we can discuss. First of all, maybe the most obvious is the openness and willingness of decision makers to include youth voices in the process, because to include youth voices is to be confronted.
You think and you think that we lack a willingness to become confronted with things?
I think it's more comfortable not to, yes.
Right, fair, human bias in a way.
And I'm speaking here, for example, from the perspective of a EU Young Energy Ambassador in the 2024 cohort. We just had a month ago the first youth policy dialogue on energy with Commissioner Jorgensen.
Okay.
And there we were 30 young people from across Europe working in subjects related to the energy transition.
Yeah.
And we brought to the table everything that is, let's say, contagious. We were talking about ending fossil fuel subsidies because we pay for the same thing that we pay to get rid of.
Yeah.
We were talking about the new omnibus proposal and what that means for the green transition. We were talking about the impact of the race for electrification in countries in the global south. So we were talking about really complicated topics.
Yeah.
That cannot be ignored.
Right, and often are ignored. Is that what you're trying to say? That it's like these sorts of things that, you know, maybe we wouldn't like to hear as much because it also confronts us with the reality that we still have to change in order to, you know, to meet all those ambitious targets that we have. Is that what is the biggest barrier in your perspective?
I think what brings a lot of value from youth voices is the fact that they are not yet entrenched in this balancing of interests that is the Governance Act.
Okay.
So they speak truth to power.
Yeah.
And they're very willing to think ambitiously because they don't yet perceive the limitations or the obstacles that, or the compromises that decision makers have to make to propose implementable solutions.
Yeah. So Elisa, if I hear you, I mean, I'm already a little bit part of the choir, right? Because I'm very much converted by what you're saying. Because when I listen to you, I hear somebody that's telling us, well, you get perspectives and you get the critical message that you need to hear in order to sort of make this transition work. I hear you speak about, you know, bringing in those perspectives that you need, about them not being rusted into structures or interests just yet. I mean, to people that may not be convinced yet of the importance of youth participation, what would you say? What do you think is like an important sort of thing for people to remember about, you know, the necessity of having youth participation?
Well, I think you can look at it from two angles. So, of course, there's the moral rationale of intergenerational justice.
Right, yeah.
Because if you think about it, we have the least power on decisions that are taken today, but we bear the most consequences of those decisions in the future.
There's a discrepancy there.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
So there's one thing. And on the other side, I think there is this, what we were talking about earlier, dimension of ambition.
Yeah.
So we saw that in the past 5 years, the EU has been stuck in this constant wave of crisis response.
What do you mean when you say that? A constant
I mean, we have had COVID crisis. We have had the energy crisis. We're still having the war in Ukraine, an increasing problem with cost of living, the increasing attention to our security in the neighboring regions. So there's always something urgent to address.
Right.
And that takes away from the resources for foresight and long-term planning.
Yeah.
And I think this is where youth comes in to remind us that whatever decisions we take today, I think it's also a part of the EU treaty, right?
Yeah.
To promote
that long-term perspective.
That long-term perspective and solidarity between generations.
Yeah,
and we can only do that if we have the perspective of the people who are the most impacted.
Right. So you're saying
future decisions.
You're saying it's a way to ensure that you reach that. At the same time, we also see, you mentioned it, there's a big discrepancy between how much young people are going to be affected by the decisions that we make today and the smaller sort of like realm of influence that they have on those decisions. I mean, most young people aren't eligible to vote. There's underrepresentation of them in positions of decision making, all sorts of stuff. At the same time, we also see that there's a very, very big climate fear amongst young generations. There are a lot of surveys and studies conducted. We are by far, the young generation is by far the most scared of the effects of the climate crisis. What sort of like examples and what sort of like measures do you think are then most beneficial for us to work together between generations to bridge that gap and to sort of like bring everyone together and say, hey, we're all in this boat together. These are ways in which we can work between generations to find joint solutions also.
Before going to that, I'd like to point a couple of things that I think sometimes are not taking into consideration enough in terms of what keeps young people from participating. So we were talking about this openness from decision maker, but I think there's also the fact that we talk about youth like it's a homogeneous group.
Right.
But look at the German elections.
Yeah.
So,
or any elections for that
young
matter,
women
right?
voted left,
Yeah.
young men voted right. For the first time, the extreme right party was the strongest among young men. There is a divide, gender divide in youth that will be a huge societal challenge in the future, also in terms of climate action, and that no state is addressing, to my opinion, in a sufficiently active manner.
Yeah.
And here we're talking about the acknowledgement that addressing this, let's say, crisis of young boys doesn't take away from the fight to women's rights or doesn't cancel it. And it's not a result of feminism, and the solution is not going back to a past of gender division roles. Then I think it's also, and what I've noticed, so I'm part of a governance body for the implementation of the Just Transition Fund in Romania. And what we notice in these kind of structures is a highly technical discourse.
Yeah.
That also rises barriers to participation. So energy, of course, has become a hot topic in the last few years. But it's also a very technical topic, right?
So maybe if I can just tap in there, because you're mentioning two things that I think in their own right are like so substantial enough for us to dive into, which on the one hand is we do in the entire world, there have been a lot of studies conducted on that, this conservative trend amongst young men, most particularly. Also with regards to sort of like ambition and sort of like wanting to scale up action for the climate crisis, the energy transition that we need to make. So on the one hand, there's the question, how do we deal with that, especially knowing how ambitious the targets are that we have? And on the other hand, and maybe let's tap into that a little bit later, but the technical barriers, the other barriers, so what are the solutions that we then need in order to help young people and sort of enable them to participate in an equal manner? How do we help them sort of overcome technical barriers, perhaps expertise, sort of like gaps with maybe people that have been there for way longer?
So one thing that crosses my mind, and I think is an interesting example, is actually an action taken by my government, so the Romanian government last year. First country in the world to pass primary legislation for the representation of children and youth in decision-making processes.
Right.
So what they did is make it mandatory for central and local governments to have debates with a debate with youth at least once a year, and have, to address this part of technical discourse, have a dedicated page on their websites in a child and youth-friendly language.
Right, so avoiding buzzwords and jargon that may be more inaccessible to very young people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that is one interesting aspect, making these forums more accessible, because this kind of I'm going to take my anthropological hat here, and I think this assigning value only to this technical expertise creates a power dynamic that keeps people without that technical expertise from believing that they can contribute to the discussion.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because you've mentioned earlier that the issues sometimes that we have in saying we need to include the youth voice or a youth voice is that we regard it as this homogeneous group, whereas it's not. But in the same way, what tends to happen with boardrooms and like places of decision making is that we also reel in this homogeneous form of expertise. We say like 20, 40 years years of like working in the field, that's the expertise that we need. And then you have like a whole bunch of people with that same sort of like asset that they bring. And there's nobody, as you said, that brings this critical perspective that maybe isn't as rusted into certain structures or ways of thinking or interests. So it's actually a way to diversify the input that you get into decision making.
Absolutely. I think that's one critical point. So the diversification of experiences and ages in the decision-making process. I have a very interesting example, not really youth, but still extremely relevant for this discussion. So I was in a coal mining region. I work a lot on just transition in Romania. And I was in a coal mining region, and I was talking to former miner who had worked in the sector for 25 years.
Yeah.
And it was a process of consultation for the drafting of a local strategy. And I asked, like, did you contribute to this? Did you go to the discussions? Did you provide your input? Because he knew the situation on the ground better than anyone.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I sent the NGO that I work with, because that's not for me, that's for people with higher education. And I was like,
yeah. And that is sort of also what representation does, right? It creates these unspoken expectations of, oh, this is a place where I can fit, and this is a place where I cannot fit.
Yeah.
So in that same way, if you don't see people that you perhaps, I don't know, that work with you, that look like you, that maybe have gone through the same sort of educational systems as you, you're not always as sure if that's a place where you can also speak up and be included. So Elisa, sorry, if I can just ask, because you mentioned a couple of really great examples and best practices there. You spoke about like how there is like mandatory, dialogue in local regions in Romania that you just mentioned, where people sit down with young people. You've spoken about the accessibility of language there, right? You've spoken about, changing our perspective, about bringing in different sorts of very, not homogenous sort of expertise, but different sort of expertise. You are also one of the Young Energy Ambassadors, and you also mentioned specifically the fact that you were part of this youth dialogue with the EU commissioners. That's another example, right? The EU has made it mandatory since December 2024 for every commissioner in the first 100 days of office to speak with young people and get their input. Would you say that that is another form of an example of how we can guarantee youth participation and help level it up? What are like the insights from that process that you've sort of learned that we should like take lessons from?
Yeah, so of course this kind of consultative practices can be either formal or significant, right?
Yeah.
So formal in the sense that we need to check a box that we've consulted youth or minorities or other types of groups. So I think this is what really makes the difference. Okay, we listen to youth voices, but what do we do with the input afterwards?
Yeah.
I was proud to be part of this cohort, and I was heartened to see the efforts that the Commission really is doing to not only hear the input of youth, but also kind of try to integrate it then into policy making.
Right.
We have different initiatives across the year. We've worked with experts from the Directorate General for Energy on different processes to offer our perspectives. We're a very diverse cohort, so we're working on very diverse subjects. But I think with this initiative is a good starting point,
right?
As well as, of course, the creation of a commissioner for intergenerational fairness. That's a great point as well. I think the challenge will be, as we see maybe with gender mainstreaming, with mainstreaming of the just transition principles, is coordinating the work of different institutions and different policy-making processes to have this
streamlined,
across across processes. Because I think another huge problem in the green transition is that we are accustomed with a silo approach to governance, when right now we need an integrated approach to governance.
Right. So that's, again, I think, a good one, right? So how do we, because there's so much out there, so it's not about reinventing the wheel, but how can we sort of like gather and collect together all the work that is already being done? A lot of like very concrete and tangible things you also give us, right? Which is so valuable. Also about like after we have done these sort of like consultative processes and we've gathered input, what do we then do with it? How do we make sure that it doesn't just like end up in a desk drawer somewhere, but we actually make work of it and we actually ingrain it? Elisa, I want to ask you one final short question. Looking ahead, I mean, there's a lot of work to do. We hear it all the time. We have ambitious targets all together. What would you say is the most important key action that both young people and like perhaps older generations can take to work together, to work amongst generations and bridge that gap, but also ensure that we accelerate this energy transition through participation?
Well, I think it's very, very important to keep this, like the value of intergenerational perspective in mind in all our decision-making and policy-making and law-making processes. And that this can mean introducing anticipatory or adaptive tools to our policy-making processes. That means having a long-term vision that includes financing, keeping our eye on the ball for the long-term targets, and also making sure, that there is oversight and accountability. So this is not optional, this has to happen.
Also to cover our own blind spots.
Exactly.
And hear that critical message.
Exactly.
I want to thank you so much, Elisa Barnea. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Well, we move on. Thank you so much. You may leave over there. We go over and give her a big round of applause indeed, folks, because those were some sharp insights that we've gathered. In the meantime, talking about sharp insights, you all have been super busy posting online. We love to see it, so I would just say let's take a look at some of the things that we see out there, starting with this one right here, which is from yesterday. We saw that the media fellows had arrived safe and soundly in Berlin, and Andres is even saying that he's ready to start. You'll see them walking around here at the BETD, also producing a lot of content, interviews, insights online that you can see, and they are already off to a head start because here you can see that they are in action, kicking off with the first exclusive interview, they say, so I'm excited to see that. So stay tuned for all the updates that they will bring as they'll be here to cover all those interesting and important discussions and conversations that we need to have. Then we move over to this slide here because look at that. That is a lot of people arriving this morning here at this Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2025 edition. We have so many countries covered. Just here we see people from Kazakhstan, from Oman, from Kenya, from Thailand, and many more countries to come. I would say let us know online what country you're tuning in from, whether you're here live at BETD or watching from the comfort of your own homely realm. Let us know because we're really excited to know. And also, when we talk about guests, people attending BETD, again, whether it's online or in person, we have some recurring guests as well. Artan here, for example, is saying, a pleasure to be back at BETD 25 and share Kosovo's progress in our energy transition. Because that is also what this is all about. We heard it this morning in the first session, how important it is to come together for this energy transition, especially now that we see, a lot of forces in the world, also countering it. We see people retracting from the climate Paris Agreement, and it means that we need to get together even more, that we need to embrace this collective goal even more altogether. So it's good to see that we also have recurring guests here. And it's not just sessions, it's not just networking, it's not just pitches, it's not just social media updates like these ones or panels. We also have booths here at BETD with companies that are front-runner leaders. We have interesting projects, initiatives, so make sure to walk around and say hello. They're everywhere. We saw this one on Blue Sky, for example, so thanks for sharing and keep on doing that. Because there's a lot to do, and when we look at the content of it, I really like this quote that was posted posted online by Francesco La Camera. He said, the workforce development is foundational to a just transition, and that is why we are proposing a new global pledge on skilling for the energy transition ahead. We do know that we need a big workforce to make these big ambitions a reality. So I think that's one concrete example that we also need, that needs to be taken into place. I'm curious to hear from you. What do you think are the most pressing sort of actions that we need to take? Let us know online by using the hashtag BTD25, and who knows, you might end up in the session right here at this Dialogue Hub. Then going to the next one from a speaker posting online about the opening session that we saw in the Weltsaal. This is Dr. Junkelle, who was talking about the session on fast-tracking Africa's economic growth with renewable energy. Again, it goes to show we need everyone. This is a global challenge that we need to globally tackle. So it's amazing to see that we have all different sort of regions that we're like focusing on and tackling with regards to the action that needs to be taken. And then, indeed, I really love this post by Lioba on LinkedIn. Lioba, thank you so much for sharing it, because indeed it's a good perspective change. There is no energy cheaper or cleaner than the energy that is not produced. So that really targets and taps into energy efficiency, which will also be tapping into that discussion here at this BETD 25. So again, this is another example of a best practice that we might sometimes, in the big realm of everything that's out there in terms of solutions and insights, that we might forget. Keep on sharing your own insights with us, because we do love to hear and see all that needs to be shared. And I will also say, again, we have so many panels, we have so many sessions. If there is something you hear that really resonates with you, or something that you fundamentally disagree with, or something that sparks a new insight for you, make sure to share it online with us, because we really do love to see all those thoughts and ideas. Use the hashtag BTD25, and then I'll get back to them in the Dialogue Hub session. And with that being said, that brings us towards the end, the very end of this Dialogue Hub session. Over here at BTD, we'll be having our lunch break right now, but don't worry, we'll be back with a lot more in terms of programming at 2 p.m. in the Weltsaal, where we will kick off with some inspiring keynotes. So we hope to see you there, and until then, I'll just see you at the next one. Thank you so much.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines, to stronger grid technologies, and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps.
Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies.
and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project. Region by region. Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy. Generated in harmony with nature. Leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps.
Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies.
and solutions for how to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project. Region by region. Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy. Generated in harmony with nature. Leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Welcome back, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody had a refreshing break and ample opportunity to do some of that networking that, according to our first Slido poll this morning, you deeply cherish here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. We now begin our afternoon program, and when we think about that geopolitical competition that we were talking about before the lunch break, it seems that it sometimes obscures the fact that getting the global energy transition right means working systemically and collaboratively and not seeing this as a zero-sum game. Because only if we work together are we going to be able to decarbonize at a rate that allows us to preserve climate resilience. And when I say collaboratively, I mean cooperation not only across international borders, but also within countries, within regions and societies. An inclusive approach is good social policy, and it's also good economics because it accelerates uptake of renewables by ensuring that they create good jobs and good technology transfer. It delivers community benefits that in turn promote acceptance of projects that otherwise might be seen as disruptive. So there are a lot of good arguments for a just and equitable energy transition, and we have invited 3 outstanding keynote speakers to present some of them. We'll begin with Barbara Rambuzek. She is Director for Gender and Economic Inclusion at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. She established the bank's approach to leveraging private capital and policy engagement with the aim of reducing inequality and boosting human capital resilience, including in the context of the green energy transition. And she has built that into one of the bank's 3 top strategic priorities. Let's hear more now. Dear Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Melinda. And I'm delighted to be here today. So, as we've heard already at various points throughout the morning, we live in very fast and changing times. We are faced by multiple and intersecting challenges, but also, actually, importantly, by many opportunities. If we look at the global energy system, wouldn't we all want to live in a world of abundant, reliable, low-cost, and sustainable energy? And this seems, in a way, as an elusive goal, but it's actually closer. It can be closer than we think in many ways. The cost of renewable energy technologies has come down a lot, and we've heard about that also earlier today. And we see new energy powerhouses emerging in regions that are blessed with water, solar, wind energy. If we get it right, this energy transition can actually create millions of jobs, significantly lift global economic growth, and achieve universal access to electricity and clean cooking. But at the same time, the challenges also are substantial, and there's a huge need for scaling up investments. In fact, to reach net zero emissions by 2050, annual investments in clean energy will actually have to reach $4 trillion per annum by 2030. And beyond these very large numbers, there's also a challenge of actually deploying that finance. There are huge upfront costs when we look at investment costs, grid expansion, supply chain constraints. So we have to face these challenges also in a context of a global environment where we see higher interest rates, inflation, competing demands for finance and funding, and fiscal constraints. So I think throughout this event we explore quite a few of these areas. But what I want to draw on now, and Melinda in a way already mentioned that, is a different type of challenge and also a different type of opportunity, one that is actually very often overlooked or only considered at the very end. And that is the challenge and opportunity of human capital, of people. We need to ensure that people have the right skills to support the development and application of new technologies, for the scaling up of the energy transition. We need to have people that have skin in the game, that can actually see and also take advantage of the benefits that this energy transition can create and the opportunities that it can actually offer. And therefore, we need people who are prepared to make the changes in terms of how we live, how we work, how we do business, and to therefore also support relevant policy reforms. All this very often starts with education. We need to ensure that young people are able to make the educational choices that reflect the emerging and changing needs on green and digital skills, for example, but also that schools and education institutions are equipped and prepared and able to prepare young people to enter the labour market. And also that young men and women understand and take advantage of the opportunities that this transition can actually offer them. At the same time, we also need to invest and support the existing workforce, support people to upgrade their skills towards green and digital skills, enable them to move out of declining sectors into new and growing sectors. And we know that this can be a very, very difficult and arduous journey, requiring substantial reorientation for people who are left with stranded skills, but very often also left with stranded aspirations. So we need to also unleash entrepreneurship, opportunities to access finance, to realize the potential and the opportunities that green technologies and the green energy transition can bring. And we also need to, importantly, when we look at entrepreneurship, combine that with a willingness to support people to try again, to try once, twice, and maybe 3 times before they actually finally succeed. And then, very, very importantly, we need to also consider and address the genuine concerns and fears of those that stand to lose from the energy transition. Globally, net zero transition can create about 30 million jobs by 2030, and that's about 14 million in the renewables and grid sector alone. And whilst this macro picture is actually very positive and very rosy, it's of course very scant consolation for those workers, many of those are men, who are left behind, whose communities and regions are not able to benefit from the opportunities that are being created. So unless we find ways to also bring them on board and to create opportunities for those communities and people, we actually risk losing the political mandate for reforms and for the transition overall. And indeed, that is something that we're already seeing across many parts of the world. So there are multiple challenges. There's the challenge of scaling up investments, of building capacity to deploy that investment, and then very importantly, of building and protecting human capital that really underpins that entire success. Very often we see those challenges being dealt with in isolation. Different players focus on different parts of this bigger jigsaw. But this is exactly where we actually lose the plot in a way and where we miss a trick. And at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we see our role at combining those activities across those 3 dimensions. So as an investor, we provide finance to support clients in the transition from fossil fuels towards clean and carbon neutral economies. This includes, for example, the reconversion of high carbon assets, remediation and rehabilitation of land, transition planning, and many other investments. But very importantly, we also then work directly with our clients and other local partners to offer reskilling opportunities for affected workers, to invest in job brokerage schemes that allow affected workers to transition into other parts of the economy, to create partnerships between our clients and education providers, from vocational institutions to universities, and then importantly to provide finance and also advisory services to entrepreneurs. And then thirdly, we also focus specifically on regional economic diversification by pooling different types of investments into affected regions and working closely with regional development partners, but also with national policy makers. And that includes not just the ministries for finance, energy, but also labor and education to really come together. Because it is that interplay between those different actors that is so important. I want to actually give you a practical example to, in a way, show you how that works. North Macedonia seeks to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 82% by 2030 from the 1990 levels, and that's very much in line with their NDCs. But importantly, as part of that goal, they also want to support and address the impact that this transition has on the labor markets within the country. So what is needed there is to catalyze finance into those regions that are historically very much dependent on coal, to also support regional economic diversification, and, importantly, to invest in human capital in line with the Just Transition Roadmap. So we support North Macedonia across all these three areas, together, by the way, with a wide range of other partners. And this led to the creation of something called the Just Energy Transition Investment Platform, which was launched at the COP last year. And that's a platform that, in a way, creates an investment vehicle both for the actual financial investments, but also the associated policy development and policy reforms. And that platform brings together government, and that includes the various different ministries that I just mentioned earlier, international finance providers, the private sector, but also, and importantly, technical assistance and grant provision. As EBRD, we lead the coordination of this platform, and that includes, for example, the EU, many other multilateral development banks, regional, international partners, and different parts of the North Macedonian government. This is also supported by the climate investment funds through a blended finance model that is structured around three key elements. One is retiring coal assets and repowering into renewable energy. The second is this socioeconomic regeneration plan, this just transition focus. And then the third one is investments in infrastructure and energy efficiency, clean heating, distribution generation, etc. The grants that are associated with this big investment package focus on a number of different things, including, for example, renewable energy deployment through auctions, but also, very importantly, skills development programs for thousands of workers that are directly affected. And that includes, for example, the setting up of training centers, or the introduction of accredited reskilling and upskilling programs, the development of national skill standards at a national level, so that education providers across the country actually teach the skills that are needed in the labor market of today and tomorrow. And then also SME support programs and access to finance in those affected regions. So it's the partnership across the many different actors, across all these elements of the ecosystem, that is so important. And country platforms such as this one in North Macedonia can actually be replicated also in other parts of the world and deliver net zero, whilst at the same time also addressing the challenges to people, to human capital, and building the opportunities, so that really nobody's left behind. So, in a nutshell, the challenges to achieve a sustainable, clean energy transition are huge. The opportunities are vast as well, and the ultimate prize to get there is also key and huge. And it is about bringing together all those different actors in order to really make change happen, and very importantly, to ensure and maintain a strong focus, a core focus on people, on human capital as part of those efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara Rambusek, for those thought-provoking messages. Our host, Germany, has made support for the global Energiewende a key pillar of its foreign, economic, and development cooperation policies, working with multiple innovative approaches and initiatives, from green guarantees to just energy transition partnerships. And even in the face of some geopolitical headwinds, Germany's Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development is working hard to ensure that collaborations and partnerships in this area can continue to thrive. Unfortunately, State Secretary Jochen Flassbart was unable to join us. All the more are we delighted that we could persuade Heike Henn to join us at very short notice to deliver an impulse talk. She is Director for Climate, Energy, and Environment at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. We're very pleased to have you with us. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. And thank you for having me and being patient with me while many things are moving fast, not only in Germany but globally. And I think many before have said that there are a couple of challenges right now in geopolitics and also nationally, and noises coming from important places that seem to endanger the energy transition that we are working towards. But while science is clear, we definitely know that we have to have a livable planet. And we have to bring together prosperity with protecting the planet, development with climate change and climate mitigation. So we know that 1.5 degrees, the Paris Agreement goals, are not yet on track. And we also know that the Sustainable Development Goals are not on track. And if we want really to be successful in our pursuit of the energy transition, we have to keep both in mind, development and the energy transition. It has to work for people, not only in Germany, but also in other continents as well. So the next COP30 is very important regarding climate ambition, but also showing that we can collaborate together. And the energy sector is key for development as well as for mitigating climate change. We heard already about the prices going down for renewables, and that's true, but only in many places, not in all. And we from the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development deal also with the places where the price development of renewables is not doing the trick in itself. And we also have to accelerate the energy goals of COP28, not on track also. Decarbonizing the industry and transport remains a real challenge. Green hydrogen solutions are needed, and many of the discussions here are about that. So from a development perspective, and talking also about a global responsibility, from our perspective, a sustainable energy transition requires collaboration, also on the basis of joint interest, but it requires also, in cases, solidarity. Because, as I said, the prices don't do the trick for all countries. And we see, specifically in Africa, that still energy access is lacking for 600 million people. And therefore, from the development side of things, we focus on energy access and on the energy transition at the same time. And Africa and Asia have enormous potential regarding renewable energies, and we need, together with governments and private sectors, try to unlock this potential. Therefore, the JETPs were already mentioned. We engage a lot in strategic partnerships to see where we have joint interest, joint ambition, and how can we best move things forward. We have developed several programs, but I think at the heart is that we have joint interests, that we follow the ownership of the Global South countries and bring in what we from the Global North can do best to support the objectives of the respective partner countries. And we have different roles and need to do our best in our different roles to make the best use of scarce capital. And this means that for governments, the regulatory framework and enabling environment is a key role, while public funds have a more catalytic role to play. Multilateral development banks have to be part of the equation, and of course, the private sector that is in this building with so many participants, and that is great. We also engage on political initiatives like the JETP from an energy transition emerging countries perspective, but we also engage in the Mission 300 that is caring about energy access for African countries. And the summit in Dar es Salaam, end of January, was an impressive sign for that. All this we need to push forward in this changing landscape, where not only climate science is under threat, but also many ask, do we need development cooperation? Is collaboration as such a way to go? What about the United Nations? Drill, baby, drill. Budget cuts in so many countries. So do we really think only in unilateral action? The strong belief of the German government, of the ministry I represent, is that we cannot let go of our international goals like the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. We have to redouble our effort and act as quickly as possible. It's a question of energy security, of peace and security, of future generations, and definitely the costs of inaction are much higher than we get our act together now. Even the environment is more challenging. So let's strive for strong alliances, for strategic alliances. Let's not really leave it to unilateral measures. We need to focus specifically alliances between the G20 countries. And then not do business as usual. And I'm talking also from the perspective of a development ministry. But same is true for climate action. Business as usual and being very proud of what we are doing already is not enough. I think we have to show to the public and also the populations that profit from the partnerships and programs that we really deliver as efficiently and effectively for impact. And there, I think we really have to strive for even better impact than we already achieve now. So have a clear focus on the enabling environment, have a clear focus also on financing innovative instruments where public money has its specific role, and also concentrate on de-risking or risk sharing to finally enable the private sector to do its thing. And therefore, I think this is where we, from the German side and the development side of things, focus on, and the important message, continue to focus on. Germany will stay a reliable partner in this endeavor for the energy transition. We will continue to forge these strategic partnerships, and for us it's very important as a member state of the EU to do this jointly with other member states and as part of the European community with other continents, other countries worldwide. So the time to act is now. Let's really deliver impact and count Germany in on that. Thank you.
Dr. Heike Henn, thank you very much for that ringing affirmation of the importance of development cooperation for bringing the global energy transition forward. Much appreciated. Our third keynote speaker says that a just transition cannot wait, and she's convinced that we will succeed in realizing our tripling renewables pledge only if youth organizations and civil society have a seat at the table. She's a climate activist and youth advocate. She founded the Moroccan Youth Climate Council and the Regional Youth Government's Initiative, mobilizing young Moroccans to participate in policymaking on issues aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. She also serves as the communications coordinator for the Water Youth Network, and she's attended and actively participated in over 20 global conferences, including the first ever United Nations Youth Climate Summit. It's great to have with us Manal Vidar. Welcome.
Thank you so much. We don't need science to tell us about climate change anymore. We see it, we feel it, we live it. I grew up in the south of Morocco where I seldom saw rain. Water was scarce, food insecurity was harsher, especially on underprivileged communities. Yet, every time people said it was temporary, every time people said it would pass, except that it didn't, and it still has not. Around the same year I started noticing these signs. In 2016, my country hosted COP22, right after the historic Paris Agreement in COP21 in Paris, in France. I remember thinking, I was 13 at the time, and I remember thinking, what could be so difficult to negotiate that needed 22 conferences, now 30, and still remains unsolved. A decade has passed since then. A decade of waiting, a decade of speeches, a decade of delays. Every year, we are told that transitioning is expensive. But what about the cost of not transitioning? Because right now, more money is spent on fossil fuel subsidies than on clean energy investments. And while that happens, 600 million people in my home continent in Africa still don't have access to electricity in the first place. And in the global north, households are struggling with soaring energy prices. Entire communities are having to struggle with wildfires, floods, storms, extreme weather events at record-breaking levels in both the developing and the developed worlds. And you know who else is breaking records? The fossil fuel industry. Because in 2023 alone, fossil fuel companies made over $2.4 trillion in profits. 2.4 trillion. That's $6.5 billion per day. 9 million in the past 2 minutes I've been speaking. And how much of that is reinvested into the energy future that we're all here in this room aiming for? Less than 4%. And here's the thing. It's only going to get more expensive. Every delay looks us deeper into dependence on outdated energy systems. Every year of hesitation means more lives lost, more communities displaced, and more irreversible damage to our ecosystems. One day, we will wake up to find that the cost is no longer measured in dollars, it is measured in human lives. That's why we need energy transition now. And it must be equitable, it must be just, it must be for everyone. After nearly a decade as a youth climate activist, I can tell you, we young people are exhausted. We're exhausted by the excuses. We're exhausted by the delays. We're exhausted by the speeches. We're tired of not knowing whether our actions will ever lead to something. We're tired of constantly wondering whether we're acting at the pace required. We're tired of dedicating our entire lives, our entire futures to climate action, only to ask, will it ever be enough? And this isn't just about us young people. Everyone is, or soon will be a victim of climate change. I don't want to say the world has failed my generation or the future generations, because that's not entirely true, at least not yet. We still have a choice. We have the resources, we have the technology, we have the solutions. What we don't have yet is the political will. And the good news is that's the easiest part, because we can phase out fossil fuels. We can scale up clean energy faster. We can create financial flows that ensure the global South transition without debt, without delay. And we can ensure this transition does not leave anyone behind. Yes, we are exhausted, but no, we are not powerless. And as young people, we refuse to believe that this is the best that can be done. I am supposed to talk about the future in my speech, but will we have a future at all? The future is not something we inherit. It is something we shape through every decision, every choice, every moment of action or inaction. And the future is still unwritten. We can still choose hope over fear, courage over hesitation, justice over delay. Let it be said that we were the generation that did not wait for the future to be given to us. We built it ourselves. Thank you.
Manal Vidar, thank you very much for sharing with us your energy and enthusiasm and for calling us to action to shape our future. That does bring this keynote segment to an end. We will go over to the Europazaal in just a moment for a dialogue on how the Green Guarantee Group, launched by Germany at COP28, is working to catalyze private capital for the green transformation. And when we resume in 30 minutes, we have a slight change in program. We will move up our discussion on green hydrogen to right after this break. And our hosts, the two ministers, will join us later on in the afternoon for our final session. And now, it is my great pleasure to hand over to my dear colleague, Hajar. Hajar, take it away.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everybody, to the Dialogue Hub. I hope you had a great break, and I hope you enjoyed the inspiring keynotes that we just now saw from the Weltsaal. I also hope that it has fueled you with the right sense of urgency to do the work that needs to be done, because we are going to continue the conversation about that. Hello, my name is Hajer Koubi, and I'm excited to guide you through this next Dialogue Hub session that we have, which is all about how we can unlock private capital for the green transition. Because I don't know if you knew it, but at this point in time, around 90% of green investments only flow into industrialized economies, which ensures that both emerging markets but also developing economies are still falling behind. There is a tool which is quite underutilized, but at the same time very promising, that can make a big change in attracting private investments in emerging markets and developing economies, and that is green guarantees. We'll be talking about it, about the potential that it has, about what it can sort of accelerate in terms of this green transition, but also about how we can change it from like a more so niche solution to a mainstream tool that can accelerate everything. So I would say a lot to get into for this session. Before we dive into it, I want to remind you all again that if you have a thought, an insight, a reflection on this BETD, on the sessions that are taking place, the topic of the energy transition, then make sure to share it online with us by using the hashtag BETD25, and that way we'll be able to post as many of your insights as possible in these Dialogue Hub sessions. Now, I would say let's dive right into the first interview, and that one in particular is about a very interesting and good nature-based solution that we see all around. And for that, I am very delighted that I may welcome to the floor Martin Kuster, who is the Head of Sales Area Northeast of Optigroen International IJ. Martin, welcome. Amazing to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, I would say. It's amazing that you're here. Martin, if I can start, Optigroen International AG, it's known as a sort of systems manufacturer of green roofs, right? When we talk about the energy transition, could you just explain to us a little bit better what the connection then is to renewable energies?
Yes. Since 50 years, we are in the business of green roofs, and when we started in green roofs, we were the freaks which put soil on the roofs and plants on the roofs. And so it took a long, long way to grow a green market. And so we discovered the space on the rooftop got more and more competition. So the technical machines like air condition or ventilation system get bigger and bigger, and the owner of the buildings discovered, oh, it's a wonderful place to have here a rooftop and a garden. And then also renewable energies come with solar panels, and they also occupied the roofs. And so we think we have to combine these things together. And so we did, we built up system where we can have the green roof. Then we can do the water management on the roof.
Right.
We have the biodiversity on the roof. It's a lot of plants and animals. And also we have the solar energy, if it is collector for heat water or energy for power production. And so that's a good combination.
Yeah, and I love how you say when we started, we were seen as the fools that put soil on the roofs. It also sort of shows that you guys, you're front runners, and you started doing something that wasn't all that mainstream, and now we see it happening more and more. You mentioned also how biodiversity ties into it, renewable energies. What would you say is needed to sort of like promote this, this implementation of renewable energies in building sectors on rooftops, not only in Germany, but also even broader globally?
Yes, it's very important, and because it's the easiest way to get to produce the energy there where you use the energy. It's on the rooftop, and underneath you cook, you have the light, and that's very easy.
Yeah.
You need a big grid. It's just a straight way to the user.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very easy.
Yeah.
And And I think if you combine it with a green roof, with a retention roof, it's a big benefit to cool the cities, to have the evaporation, and so it's very urgent to do this because we recognize the cities gets hotter and hotter. We have the urban island heat effect, and we must increase the green in the cities. And the green roofs is only a small part of this, but it's very helpful.
Yeah, so it's also about seeing what the sort of benefits are of having those adaptation solutions in that sense. So Martin, if I may ask you more about that, what would you then say is needed in terms of policy frameworks, in terms of like incentive structures to accelerate the implementation of solutions like green roofs?
Yes, it depends where you are. The first need to do is if you live in big, dense cities. So the impact is very important. So all big cities have now, in Germany, they have a strict law that you have to build a green roof, that you must build a retention roof.
Yeah.
And also in Berlin we have the solar duty. So it's, but if you go on the countryside, it's not so urgent anymore. And so I think you need front runners which are convinced of the big benefits for this. And if you have best practice, it's easy to implement it more and more in the area.
Yeah, I like that. So it's on the one hand about like also sharing the best practices, but then we see that making things mandatory is the best of incentive structures. It gives you a 100% guarantee that it happens.
Yes.
Yeah.
It also helps if the government sees that there are big benefits for the city, and if there is a transferring of knowledge how to do it, that you don't make mistakes which are expensive. Also to have financial aid to help it to install such systems on the roof.
Yeah, I like that. So it's also about sharing knowledge in that sense. May I thank you so much for being here. Martin Kuster, thank you so much for sharing those insights. And I would say you for sure have added to sharing the wisdom of it here in the room with this session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. You may take that with you. To Tommy. We move on because, as I said, when we talk about sort of the upscaling, the accelerating of having private sector investments into the funding that we need for this energy transition, then our next speaker can share more about that because I'm very delighted to welcome Professor Lars-Hendrik Rühle, who is the chair of the Green Guarantee Group and former economic advisor to the German Chancellor. So I would say, Mr. Rühle, I'm very happy to welcome you in our midst today. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Indeed, we may have a big welcoming applause. Mr. Rühle, I just in the introduction of the session already described how, on the one hand, we see this high potential for the mobilization of private investments through green guarantees. And I mean, even though guarantees are not a new concept, green guarantees still, unfortunately, remain a little bit underutilized. And from that perspective, against that backdrop, could you tell us more about what the idea then is of the green guarantee group from you guys specifically?
Yeah, the idea is exactly what you said. I think really to solve the problem of climate neutrality, you need private investment. And we've been looking at this for many, many years. And the initiative, which is by the German government, and I'm very happy to chair that, together with Morgan at the European Climate Foundation, is to take a hard look at have guarantees really been used efficiently or not. Guarantees are very useful because the leveraging factor is very high, so you de-risk investment in developing countries, and also in times of scarce public resources. Yeah. Even though in Germany we may have a little bit more money, depending on how the vote today goes, guarantees are actually relatively a good way of, from the budget point of view. So the idea was to create this initiative with making some proposals and making these guarantees more efficient.
Yeah, and I mean, you explained to some extent, right? It helps with the leverage. It helps to de-risk investments, which is sort of like the sort of mechanism behind it that makes it such an effective tool in accelerating and increasing private investments. But could you just elaborate a little bit more on your guys' role from the Green Guarantee Group? How do you contribute to this increasing of private investments through in the green transformation altogether?
We have about 200 experts from around the world, from the private sector and the public sector. We have a wise person group, which we are preparing right now.
A wise person group?
A wise person group.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
It's an expert panel.
You want to be
I want to be on there. Who doesn't want to be part of a wise person's group?
That's an expert panel, and we'll be having our sort of areas for improvement ready by the World Bank IMF meetings in April in Washington. And we've been looking at areas such as local markets, local capital markets, which has been repetitively mentioned as a big issue. How can you better develop? Then also, what's the role of the MDBs? We're talking about the pricing of risk and how that can be done better. There's a lot of data issues. And finally, also pooling, local pools of working together in the developing countries. Those are the three areas, and we'll be presenting our ideas next month.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. Also something to look forward to beyond BETD then. Hey, and Mr. Rulle, when you say that, because you mentioned local markets, and I would suggest maybe we can zoom in on that a little bit more. Could you tell us a bit more how guarantees then specifically and very concretely, when we look at local markets, sort of enhance investment opportunities right there?
Well, we will make more practical suggestions next month, but I think one example is if sort of money goes locally and gets to local banks, how can we empower local banks to actually give guarantees and that the money stays in the country? So I think the ecosystem, there's a lot of discussion on that here as well, is very important. And what is the role of the MDBs and the national development banks, and how we can make that forward is an important one. Also coordinating. There are many actors in certain countries, so I think coordinating devices. But the basic idea is to empower and to develop the local financial markets, currency risk, exchange rate risks. We need to get that right, I think, to develop that market and to move those countries towards climate neutrality.
Yeah, I love how you say that. Yet, at the same time, there's always this issue, right? I mean, we are inherently risk-averse as human beings, and we have translated that in the systems that we've built in the course of human history and our financial systems too. And, we try to mitigate that all around. You guys play into that very smart by giving these green guarantees. At the same time, when we look at investors and banks, they always want information and data to sort of like also de-risk of investments and sort of, make those assessments. There are a lot of people that also say, when we look at green guarantees, a big issue that we still have is the lack of data and information to sort of scale that up. How do you look at that specifically? What steps can we sort of take to improve data availability to actually ensure that we can scale up?
Well, that's another area which we've been talking to a lot of people about. There is a database called GEM that the IFC is doing, and I think this is a very good first step, which looks at default rates and recovery rates. And we'll be having some suggestions of how to expand on that and also include the instrument of guarantees more into the data availability. Because if you don't have the data, you don't have the methodology, we had a session on that earlier, how to price risk fairly, and there's a big debate as to whether that's done fairly or not for these developing countries. We are going to say more transparency, more data, and working also with the private sector to some extent. This is something which we're going to propose. I forgot to mention one, if you allow me, one important thing. This is initially a German initiative, and we're about to move it forward through this year, and the idea is to move it into the COP30 and the G20. The G20 is a lot about cost of capital. South Africa is the presidency this year, so we think our initiative can feed in very well into that. My point is that we're very happy today actually announced that, or tomorrow morning, that the GGG is now going to be 2 countries, not only Germany, but a second country, Nigeria. I'm very happy to have Nigerian representatives here today, and Farouk is the co-chair as of this week. So we'll have Germany and a country from the Global South, a pretty important one, both pushing this forward as we move towards COP30 on climate climate finance.
Yeah, I love it. I think that's an incredible addition for sure to have there. And I love it taps into sort of, I mean, we all know that we need to raise as fast as we can with the scaling up of these initiatives, right? We know that funding and financing is a big bottleneck for many people. So how important would you say that international cooperation in that sense is?
I think it's very important. I mean, I did the 10 years, the G20.
Yeah.
There's some other people here who negotiated it. I think we've always talked about coordinating between the development agencies in terms of attracting private investment, also having, if I may say so, attractive European offers, Western offers for these countries. Because they're not in a very comfortable position sometimes. They go for a solution which actually is not something which shares our values to some extent. So I think this international cooperation on those things are very important. We'll be making suggestions as we go through the year on that as well.
Yeah, for sure, indeed. And you mentioned COP30 being an interesting sort of like metric point where we can sort of see and hear more next month. You'll be launching more the G20, so those are for sure things to look forward to. Mr. Ruller, if I can sort of take it back a little bit. In the introduction, you know, and that is something that still baffles me, is we have all these great initiatives and ideas out there, and clearly everything has their sort of like bottlenecks to scale up. But then when I look at green guarantees, I'm also thinking, what would you say is the most important thing? And we have multiple stakeholders in the room. We have people from government, private sector, investors. What concrete steps would you say should be taken to ensure that green guarantees sort of move from being a niche solution to being a mainstream tool that is used overall?
Well, I should say that, you know, if you look at it, and I learned a lot about guarantees, it's not really a niche solution. I think it's already pretty big one. Even you look at the German government is very big into the insurance system and guarantees and all kinds of things.
Then let me rephrase, in developing countries we still see that it's underutilized.
It's underutilized, and I think we should do more, and I think this localized, developing local markets, I would say, is probably one of the most important things. There are also regulatory issues which are very tricky, which we may look into. But we still need to agree on that in the group, and we need to agree on the vice person group, and we'll have more concrete steps. I want to have 4 or 5 political recommendations. I think there's a lot of technical stuff which is there, obviously. It's a rather technical field. You know, pricing of risk is not an easy thing.
Fair pricing, you mentioned.
A fair thing. But I think we should have 4 or 5 political suggestions, and then rather go through the COP and the G20 and have that ready as we go through the year. So give me a little bit of time. Also need to get agreement in the group, which is not that easy.
I can imagine, indeed.
But I think the 3 areas I mentioned, I think is all I want to say today.
No, I really like that. So, I mean, it keeps it a little bit suspenseful for us as well to follow the trajectory of your work, I would say. Now, let me then end with this, because I'm really curious to hear from you. Looking forward, what would you say, where do you hope this sort of ends? Because you already mentioned, you know, looking ahead at COP30 in Brazil, the things that you're hoping for. But what sort of impact can we ideally expect from the Green Guarantee Group when it comes to making an impact on the political agendas also that we see?
Well, I have been, as I told you, I've been in G20 many years. I've been for the first time in COP, and it was all about climate finance. And if you think about what can be achieved this year, also with the way the world is going, by the way, where multilateral work is becoming, you know, in some sense, changing dramatically from the times I was involved in it 10 years, that I think for private investment in climate finance and maybe SDG goals, I think this is something where we could make some progress this year. So I'm very hopeful that this applies also to the G20, but the COP, that this is something which we will move forward. And I think it also relates, and we're having a debate also in Germany on that, as we are having a vote today in terms of you know, budget issues and a new German government, is how we spend our money. And I think if you think about the geopolitical situation, you think about the external dimension in the world, you think about climate, but also economic issues. I think this is an initiative which could make a small contribution, and I'm dead set. I'm very willing to help. I think the other thing I should mention to qualify, Private investment is something which is much broader than just guarantees. I should have said that in the beginning. Though there's carbon markets, there's all kinds of issues which attract investment.
Yeah.
But I think guarantees is an instrument which I think is an important part of it.
Yeah, a vital part in that sense. And I do think it's very important how you mention the geopolitical trends that we see, right? In the very first session today, we were also thinking about, I mean, the targets that we have are inherently ambitious already, but then we see forces in the world like the US, retreating from the climate agreement. And then I think that sort of underlines the urgency of us to scale up all the work that's out there already.
Yeah, I think that if you think about, the debate right now about geopolitics and also the necessity for security, if I may say so, from the sidelines, I think climate issues are fundamental in all of that. So I think, without solving that problem, we're going to have a lot harder time in the other one. Last remark also is that I think that climate finance is important in terms of alliances around the world. I think we should be open, if I may say so, towards having alliances with all countries around the world, particularly in this area of climate.
Right.
And I think this is also an answer to diversifying risk and to make sure that we are, if I may speak as a European here for a second, the GGG is not a European initiative, it's a global initiative. But I think this is something where climate can actually be a hope and an anchor to move the world forward in an important dimension.
Yeah, I love how you say that. So it is about this sense of, you're saying climate finance, it can build alliances around the world because it brings us closer together.
I think it's an element of that. And again, climate is more than just climate finance, and climate finance is more than just guarantees.
Exactly.
But you need to do your part in some area. And I think the initiative by Jennifer Morgan, who's also here, and also the economics ministry of pushing guarantees in this spectrum is maybe now more needed than before.
Yeah.
And therefore, I think this is, as you say, I think it's a way to actually build alliances. And we need to do that, if you ask me, as we move towards COP.
Yeah, for sure. And I love how you said that, this sense of security, which we're all sort of like keeping our eyes open on in the world right now. Let's not forget how fundamental climate is to that, because that can also unite us
together. And if I may say another story, I want to take up too much of it. In 2017, Germany had the G20 presidency. Mr. Zach knows this very well. He was negotiating the climate with Jochen Flassbart. We had Donald Trump's administration for the first time in 2017. I was the Sherpa organizing it for Germany. And we didn't know what to do on climate. I mean, he just left the Paris Agreement actually a few weeks after the G20 summit in July 17. And what we did was, I think, very innovative. It's just an example. In the text, we negotiated 2 paragraphs, one with 19 exclamation point, 19. We kept the world together on Paris, on NDCs, and all the other things. And one was a paragraph which was the United States. At the time, everybody thought it was the end of the G20 because there was a split. I mean, now it's much worse, by the way, on other issues, Ukraine and other things. But at the time, I thought it was a great success to build alliances, at least among, if you want, coalition of the willing, it was 19, on the issue of climate. And I think the world is moving in that direction. We need to actively work on these alliances, and I think climate finance is part of that.
Yeah.
I think you need to go on now.
I mean, I'm also looking at the faces, and everyone's hanging from your lips. So I think it's interesting and fascinating enough to hear about it. And I do love how you say it, because I think, and if I may speak for the room, but otherwise people interrupt me and say that's not true. But I think we're all sort of seeking, what are like things and attitudes that we should have to all these volatile things that we see happening in the world. It's very unstable. There's a lot to do with the insecurity on safety even, but then also these sort of such systemic issues that we need to overcome. What do we do, and how do we sort of still move on with those super long-term agendas that we need to have? And I love how you say keep on doing the work, finding a coalition of the willing, if you will, and not stopping, because we really can also not afford to do that. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Is that enough to suffice for your wisdom group of people now?
I think that was my message.
Yeah, honestly, thank you so much. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Hille. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was lovely to have you. In the meantime, this is what I'm saying. There are a lot of interesting things that are being shared at this BETD. I mean, it is the 11th edition after all, and we see that it's sparking a lot of insightful ideas, thoughts, reflections. And I will say, you have been sharing them very widely and broadly online on social media. So as always, we have our little social media update right here at this BETD. I'm excited to see a lot is happening. We have panels, discussions, and there is this post, for example, in particular from Francesco, who is saying, a pleasure to attend the BETD press conference and present IRENA's new data set and policy recommendations. There are a lot of announcements of new ideas, new insights that are being shared. So it's really a whole sort of realm of knowledge that we have unfolding here. And he's also saying to meet the global goal of tripling renewables by 2030, G20 countries must provide up to 80% of the world's installed renewable power by 2030. Again, I keep on mentioning this, but I cannot underline how big these ambitions are that we need. And they're also not big enough because we know what the sort of counter is. If we don't make sure that we make work of the changes, of the transformations that we all collectively need to make, then it will put us so much farther from home, and we cannot allow that. So it's really the only option we have. So all hands on deck and a lot of work that we can then all collectively make sure that we need to shift. Another post we see, and it was mentioned just now by Mr. Ruller as well, Jennifer Morgan, all about the energy transition, which will bring us security and resilience if we act it out in the right way. And that's one thing I think indeed that is also important to underline. Security is a big issue that every one of us is grappling right now, every one of us is watching, but let's not forget the security that such a transition can bring us. It gives us reliability also on our own systems, and I think that sort of also underlines what is needed. And it's also amazing to work with global partners. I see the global partners being mentioned. I mean, there's no better platform for it, right? When we talk about the energy transition, coming together with all sorts of different stakeholders, nations, people coming together, then this really is the place to be. I mentioned it at the start today in the very first session. We saw people from Oman, we have people from Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Japan, Europe, Germany, you name it. I'd love to see some more posts online from you guys, seeing where you're tuning in from, where are you following this BETD from. Let us know, and we'd love to hear more about that. Because I have seen a lot of exciting posts from you, so it's amazing to see you present at the scene. This one says, in my best German, "Wir freuen uns." So I guess excited to be here. We're also excited, very much excited to have you here. People standing at the booths, attending sessions, asking questions. And it's not just Hildegard that is excited. We also see this post from Kai and Hanne too, to see the global community gather. And that is again, really what BETD is all about. As we said, in a world that is volatile, where we don't know what to expect, the best thing we can do is find, holding on to each other as our stable factor. Because if everything else is turbulent, if the status quo is turbulent, if we don't know what's next, if we don't know what's going to change, the best thing we can do is look around and find the thing to hold on to, find the steadiness in each other, because we are here as partners. We have one collective goal, and that's the thing I think that we cannot underestimate on how important it is. So I also hope that in between all the sessions, you all find the time to find each other, to chat, to also network, and make sure that you link for beyond this BETD as well, because in that way we can make sure that this is not just an incidental meetup, but that we make sure that the structural work is being done. And that's what BETD is all about. And you're feeling it too, because we have Holger here too. He's saying that he is feeling the pulse of the international energy transition for the 11th time already. As I said, it's the 11th edition of this Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2025. So in that sense, I think we are not just working on new topics, but it's also like a structural sort of seeing of where we came, whether we talk about financing, whether it's about youth inclusion that we have spoken about, whether it's about these new coalitions that come into life. It's really about sharing all that expertise all together, seeing what we can do, and making sure that we have those insights to share together right here, because there is a lot more that we have in store for you all around today. We'll have keynotes, we'll have sessions. It is only the first day, so I'm very excited to see how much you've shared already so far online. And please do keep on sharing it. As I said, you can do so by using the hashtag BETD25. You don't see me in the meantime, but I'm 24/7 behind my laptop, and I'm scanning and stalking a little bit, to be really honest, all the posts that you have. So whether it's on Blue Sky, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, and I'm on there and I'm trying to find it. So make sure to share it. And also share with us, because I'd love to tap into that later on. I have a question for you. What do you think is the most pressing and the most urgent step that needs to be taken, that we're overlooking right now, to accelerate the action that needs to be taken in this energy transition? And if that's something that you can share with me, then I'd hope to tap into that in this Dialogue Hub to get an overview of all those important action steps that need to be taken right here to ensure that we can make that steps. With that being said, this brings us already towards the end of this Dialogue Hub session, but don't worry, we have a lot more great for you coming up in the Weltsaal, so make sure to go over there and check it out, and then I'll just see you at the next Dialogue Hub.
The global energy transition is accelerating, and green hydrogen will be key to decarbonise hard-to-abate industries. But the plans for green hydrogen face a critical challenge. How can we finance and build the infrastructure for production, transport and storage on a global scale? What investments and policy actions are needed? And how can international collaboration kick off supply and demand?
Welcome everyone to our third plenary session here in the Weltsaal. We've touched on green hydrogen already a number of times during our discussions today. Now we want to drill deeper and ask how we can accelerate the global ramp-up of a resource that's expected to play a key role in achieving greenhouse gas neutrality, especially in hard-to-decarbonize sectors like heavy industry and heavy transport. And I say expected because the global GH2 industry is still in an early phase. Pilot projects are being set up, but an international market with physical trade of green hydrogen and its derivatives has yet to fully get off the ground. And that creates what's sometimes referred to as the chicken and egg dilemma, namely investors want to see offtake agreements before they commit sizable funds, while potential off-takers want to see clear development plans for reliable supply. So our panel will be asking how we close the gap between the chickens and the eggs. What role would larger and better infrastructure play in catalyzing both supply and demand of green hydrogen? What instruments and arrangements are needed to ensure adequate financing for infrastructure across the entire green hydrogen supply chain? And how can international governmental cooperation support the development of infrastructure for safe and cost-efficient supply? Also, what support can enhance emerging market and developing economies' participation in the scale-up? Those are our key questions. We have an outstanding panel with us to answer them. I begin my introductions here, and I'm going to keep them short to maximize our time for discussion. We have with us the Minister of Petroleum and Mineral Resources of Egypt, His Excellency Karim Badawi. Welcome to you. Also joining us, the Deputy Minister of Energy for Kazakhstan, Bakistan Ilyas. He is welcome as well. We're very pleased to have you, and he will be speaking in Russian, just in case you are looking for translation later on. Seated next to him, Hanan El Hamraoui is the Deputy CEO of HDF Energy. It is a leading global player in hydrogen. She also sits on its board of directors, and she's the president of HDF's Moroccan subsidiary, Hydrogène du Maroc. Welcome to you. Claudio Barbaro is State Secretary for the Environment and Energy Security of Italy, and you're very welcome. Glad to have you with us, and you will be speaking in Italian for those who wish to have translation. And yes, thank you. And finally, it's a pleasure to welcome Frederik Wisselink. He's Energy Envoy at the Netherlands Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy. Great to have you with us as well. Before we get started, I would like to do one Slido question to get our audience's input on our topic. And our question is this: what are currently the main barriers to growth of an international green hydrogen market? And you see here a number of different options for your answers: lack of market demand and off-takers, missing transport and storage infrastructure, non-uniform standards and certification, bottlenecks in electrolyzer production, and high cost of capital. Those are our options. Please vote now, and we'll come back and look at the result after we hear a scene setter from Minister Badawi. And you agreed to kindly set out for us Egypt's impressive ambitions for development of green hydrogen. So take it away.
Thank you very much. So first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here with such esteemed panelists and audience and partners. So first of all, I wanted just to bring in about Egypt, a little bit of a background. You know, Egypt stands at the corner, you know, in Africa, gateway to Europe, you know, to the Middle East. Egypt has a market of 120 million people, you know, living in Egypt. With major infrastructure in terms of roads, railways, airports, you know, and infrastructure in various sectors. So I would like to maybe set the scene, and this will tie up to the green hydrogen story, by bringing in a bit a quick kind of highlight on the 6 key pillars, right, for the Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources, which actually kind of links to the hydrogen story. And those key pillars really for us is really revolving around, you know, a firm belief that the energy mix, right, of tomorrow will be an energy mix which will have room for all the different types of energy sources. And based on that, our first pillar really of focus is really in terms on how we can maximize, you know, production, right, in terms on oil and gas to unlock that potential, with a very big focus on gas as a key energy, you know, transition, you know, for the future, and how we can do that with a low carbon intensity and also at the lowest cost, you know, for the end consumers. And the second kind of pillar for us is really in terms on how we can leverage infrastructure that we have, you know, built, you know, over the last few years in Egypt, related to petrochemical sector, linked to the refinery sector, linked to the LNG export capability sector and so forth, and how we can really enable that infrastructure to be able to create value, not only for the people of Egypt, but really for the people of the region, and to leverage this infrastructure to be able to be a conduit really for value-added derivatives, you know, for Europe, whether in terms on green derivatives, you know, or in terms on value-added products from refinery or transition and energy such as gas, you know, for Europe. And the third pillar that we're focusing on is on the mining sector. Mining sector is very, very important, and mining sector is becoming more and more critical as part of the energy transition in terms of the minerals required, both in terms of the technology required, you know, for the technologies required for development of green hydrogen and other, you know, transition technologies, and as well in terms on the minerals which will also be required for supply chain demand for within the region. And the fourth pillar for us to be able to maximize value from these is really around the energy mix, is how it is important for Egypt to create the optimum energy mix. And this is where really we have, together with the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable, increased the percentage of renewable energy as part of our energy mix to 42% by 2030. And this is very important because by really accelerating this target, this really kind of helps Egypt to be able to unlock value from its natural resources such as wind, you know, solar, and we also have nuclear to be able to provide green electrons to be able to fuel the hydrogen, the green hydrogen future, and to have a conduit for export for Europe of green, you know, electrons going forward. And to be able to be successful in those, the fifth pillar is very important for us, which is related to the health and safety, right, of everyone working in the sector, but also in terms on the climate. Climate is very important for us to make sure that we have a sustainable, you know, processes in all of our, you know, operations to ensure that we look after the climate for the future generations, and that we also look in terms on the energy efficiency front. And this is very important for us to unlock the full value from the resources resources that we do have available. And then last but not least, which is really kind of the spirit of the success, which is really about collaboration, regional collaboration, and how we can really have Egypt be able to be at the heart of the collaboration with providing Europe and the rest of the world with, green hydrogen, with the different forms of energies which will be required, for the development and advancement, right, of the societies in Europe and around the world, and how we can really foster collaboration between governments to really enable the private sector in both, in the different parts of the, of the sectors to really thrive. And we want to firm believe that the success of the private sector is also the success of the government and also the success of the collaboration, whether bilateral or collaboration within the region, will enable really a great success story for the green hydrogen to be able to succeed in the future. And then maybe my last comment also before leaving also the room for my esteemed colleagues is to look at, when we look at hydrogen will be a key element of the energy mix of the future. I do not believe that there is many doubts around this. I believe now it is really about how we can make that happen at the lowest cost and in terms on, with an accelerated, way. And this will only come by really looking at reliable sources of renewable energy to be able to provide those green electrons, how we can provide, the right technology on the electrolyzers in terms of being able to produce, that hydrogen effectively, efficiently, and at the lowest cost for the consumer, and how we can foster an environment whereby we also provide the source of water, source of renewable, and source of where the manufacturing will take place to be as close as possible, again, to minimize really the cost for the end consumer, and to be also as close as possible to the distribution channels, which again, really Egypt plays a key regional role to be able to be a hub in the future for that, and the role of policies, frameworks to ensure attraction of investment into the green hydrogen is something as well which is a collective responsibility to be able to foster that environment to increase investment, technology innovation, and stronger partnership and collaboration both from infrastructure and in terms of trade.
Thank you very much. So big aspirations there for Egypt. Let us now take a look with the rest of our esteemed panelists at the status of green hydrogen infrastructure. But before we do that, I want to very quickly get a read on our poll that we did a moment ago. So hopefully everybody in the audience can see this poll result as well. Could we get that up on screen for the audience as well? You're seeing it? Good. Okay, excellent. So largest share by far, 45% say it's the lack of market demand and off-takers, indeed, that is holding up development of a scale-up of the market. Then after that, we have missing transport and storage infrastructure. 22% see that as a main barrier, and 22% as well see high cost of capital. And then it drops off significantly when it comes to standards and electrolyzer production. So bearing that result in mind, let me now ask the rest of the panel to comment. And I'll start with Deputy Minister Ilyas, if I may. And Kazakhstan also has big aspirations for green hydrogen. You last year announced a 2040 hydrogen development concept that puts a focus on utilizing hydrogen both to decarbonize domestic industries and also to promote economic diversification. So tell us more, if you would, about your strategy and how you plan to finance the necessary infrastructure, given the fact that you are the 9th largest country in the world by area.
Let me start by thanking you on behalf of the Minister of Energy. Thank you very much for the invitation to the BETD. It is a great honor to present to you about the development of infrastructure and of green hydrogen. It's a key enabling technology for the green energy transition. Green hydrogen is a political priority. It is a chance for Kazakhstan to implement the energy transition and to also diversify our economy. In 2023, we presented a concept on the development of green hydrogen by 2030. We have 3 focal areas for, first of all, production, secondly, the infrastructure, and third, the sales market development. Our objective is to attract investment, to develop technologies, and also to train skilled workers in this field. We'd like to build an equilibrium between the use of hydrogen domestically and for export. This is because in the future we might be able to actually leave fossil fuels behind and promote economic growth on the basis of green hydrogen. Important sectors for green hydrogen could potentially be metallurgy, which is a key sector for our economy. We would also like to replace coal with green hydrogen. The second important sector for us is agriculture, third is oil and gas, the fourth sector is transport, and by that I mean on land and maritime transport. International cooperation with Germany is very important. The Foreign Chamber of Commerce supports us in Astana. We have various colloquiums, we have training for skilled labor, and we want to focus even more on projects for green hydrogen. This is co-financed by GIZ and by DENA, the German Energy Agency. All this will support our country in modernizing our economy. Of course, there is a major need for investment in order to develop new technologies and infrastructure. An important role in this will be played by long-term contracts, climate finance, and technologies such as Power-to-X. For Kazakhstan, hydrogen is not only important for decarbonization, it is also a means of strengthening our economy, of attracting investment, and of actually having a firm place in the international community. We're looking forward to this international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go over to Hanan El-Hamraoui, if I may. And HDF's current project pipeline amounts to over 5 billion euros in nearly 20 countries. So say a bit, if you would, about what kind of infrastructure you are using to bring hydrogen to your plants and where the most important or obstructive bottlenecks arise currently. Also, what kind of hydrogen infrastructure do you believe investors need to be focusing on now?
Yeah, hello everyone. Excuse me, I'm a little bit sick. So nice to meet you everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm the only representative of the private sector here, so I'm very happy to represent my colleagues. So HDF Energy, which stands for Hydrogène de France. So the aim of HDF Energy is to produce hydrogen and to work on the hydrogen economy. And as a private company, we needed to focus on the short-term market as well. So we look at which kind of infrastructure we can develop in order to make the hydrogen competitive and the hydrogen happening now and not in 10 years ahead. So what we have developed is coming also from the renewable energy, is the next generation of the renewable energy. As everyone knows here, the renewable energy are intermittent. There is a lot of countries that try to develop massively the renewable energy in order to bring some independency as well in terms of energy. But the issue is that if there is no sun, there is no electricity. So we need to store the renewable energy. And the hydrogen play a very central role by storing massively the renewable energy. And this is what SGF is bringing. We are developing a renewable power plant with hydrogen storage inside. So basically, it's a hybrid power plant combining renewable electricity, electrolyzer to produce hydrogen locally on site. And then after, we use the fuel cells to produce electricity through hydrogen, for example, during the night, if we are talking about solar electricity. So we are not depending on any infrastructure for our projects. So we are very integrated and excuse me, and we are not selling any green molecules. We are selling electrons. So for us, it was interesting as a short-term market to start with something that is already there. So the power plant is already there, the PPA are already in place. We are very duplicated the model from the renewable energy on the model of what we call the Renew Stable for Renewable Stable project. So this is the initiative developed by SGF. So we have a PPA of 25 years. Our off-taker is the utility grid, so we sell the electricity to the grid. And we give also to the country where we are located some independence in terms of power sector, but also a stable electricity during 25 years and not depending on any fossil fuel import as well. So this is how SGF, we play a role in this market by bringing this kind of infrastructure. We work on hydrogen. We have hydrogen production in our project, and we have succeeded in a project in French Guiana called CEOG to show to the private sector that hydrogen can be competitive and can be bankable. So one of the main issues everyone can face on the hydrogen is how can we bring the private sector to finance those kind of projects. So we need technology that has to be bankable. We need also to find a good balance between the equity and the debt. And on the project in French Guiana, it's a 14 megawatt of electrolyzer, 3 megawatt of fuel cells. So we are providing 10 megawatt during the day to the grid, and 3 megawatt during the night. It's a 25 years PPA. Siemens Energy, the German company, is the EPC of this power plant. And we have succeeded to have a project finance scheme for 80% of debt, 20% of equity. Only private sector that has financed this project, commercial banks. So this is how we succeed for the short term. But on the other side, SGF is also working on pure H2 production project, H2 production for green ammonia, but also for e-fuels. And when we are working on this kind of infrastructure, for sure, we need that the other infrastructure, like that the port has to be well developed to welcome this kind of green molecule, but also we need desalination infrastructure for the water. And we are also working on the mobility sector, on the maritime and the railway sector. And on those sectors as well, our client, they need to have hydrogen on point A to point B. So for sure, on those kind of application, the infrastructure is a key. And I see from the audience that the market demand and the off-taker is the highest maybe concern. I can just say that for me, if we have a good availability of hydrogen from point A to point B, we have the good infrastructure, for sure the off-taker will come because everyone wants to decarbonize, but at a good price and with a good supply chain.
Thank you very much, and a very interesting shorter-term, longer-term perspective there on starting with what you've already got and building on that, and then longer-term looking at how we get that infrastructure into place. Let me go to Italy now and Claudio Barbaro. And Italy's national hydrogen strategy focuses on building around 50 hydrogen hubs across the country linked by an integrated hydrogen transport network, as I understand it. What exactly does that mean for infrastructure build-out in Italy, and how will that be financed? What instruments and structures are you looking at? It's on. Yeah, it's on.
Grazie per l'invito e grazie anche per l'argomento sul quale
Thank you very much for inviting me and also for inviting me to speak on this issue, because Italy has introduced a national strategy in November 2024. This strategy is about 6 to 12 MTEB of hydrogen, so up to 12 gigawatts of electrolyzers. So under this strategy, hydrogen is considered a very fundamental solution for decarbonization, also in the larger context of the National Energy and Climate Plan by 2030 and by the European Plan up to 2050. So in order to decarbonize our economy, we need various sources, including renewable energies. We need to reduce CO2 emissions. We need biofuels. We need methane. We need hydrogen. We also need nuclear energy. Of course, renewable energy will be an important part of decarbonizing processes that are very difficult to decarbonize at present. I'm talking about hard-to-abate emissions, heavy transport, heavy industry, and so forth. Maritime transport, aviation, heavy-duty transport. So infrastructure, of course, is key in the development of hydrogen. So Italy's strategy on hydrogen is based on the Southern Hydrogen Corridor, and the Italian backbone is very important here. So imports to Italy are supposed to be able to flow better. So we have special pillars here ranging from the Mediterranean corridor or the Southern corridor, and that includes a maritime component to other corridors. We see major opportunities for Italy, including maritime transport. Green synthetic fuels can also be used for transport, and this in turn could be an important part of the strategy to convert ammonia. Last but not least, Italy also wants to implement an EU directive and also provide better financing for green hydrogen.
Thank you very much. And finally, to the Netherlands Energy Envoy, Mr. Wisselink. The Netherlands, we spoke earlier about working with what you've already got, and the Netherlands has got quite a lot. You have a sizable grey hydrogen sector that is ready to be decarbonized. You have an extensive pipeline network that could be repurposed. You've got offshore wind potential that's huge, and your ports could become one of Europe's prime import hubs for green hydrogen from overseas. So does that mean it's just full steam ahead when it comes to expanding green hydrogen, or do you still encounter some obstacles?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everybody. Well, this is an important question, and also the concern shared by you through Slido, when will the offtake actually take off, is an important question. Also, something we consider as a serious issue. But first, let me say something about the current market condition for hydrogen. We all know and we all experience that there is, the current market condition is not very good. We have to face that. There was a huge optimism a few years ago. Now we have a kind of reality check for green hydrogen. But we should not distract us from our goals to create this international hydrogen market. Because, for instance, the LNG market, it took years for this commodity to mature. For other commodities as well. I just heard in another panel that the case for solar and the price of solar energy dropped 90% in 15 years. So we have to be patient as well, and we have to stay confident in the opportunities, the huge opportunities of green hydrogen. And well, like the Spanish secretary said in the previous panel, it's green baby green instead of drill baby drill. I will remember that one. Well, as you may know, the Netherlands is keen on establishing the hydrogen market. We want to establish the corridors between producing countries and the demand in Northwestern Europe. And therefore, our strategy has been from day one to build a backbone of hydrogen. So we have to have the infrastructure in place, firstly. So what are the solutions, the actions we have taken to overcome the infrastructure issue? We have appointed a hydrogen network operator to develop the national hydrogen transport network. And we have introduced subsidies to lower tariffs for the first users of this pipeline network. We have made a huge funding available for the development of import terminals and the development of reconversion facilities for hydrogen carriers, as well funding for underground storage sites for hydrogen in salt caverns in the northern part of the Netherlands. And they all combined allow for the connection of green hydrogen production and the demand of the industry. And our ports will play an important role, obviously. These ports will act as a gateway to the Northwest European market, German market, Belgian market, and will connect supply and demand very efficiently, because the ports are the locations where, like you said, hydrogen is already produced and used. Furthermore, next action, clarity on regulation of import terminals is fundamental for businesses to take the final investment decisions. And our regulator has published guidelines on how open access rules should be applied. Then on the carriers, we know that ammonia will play an important role as a carrier in the nearby future, but we would also like to stimulate alternative carriers to diversify the portfolio. And liquid organic hydrogen carriers and liquid hydrogen are still not applicable on the large scale, but we are working on setting up knowledge communities and research programs to stimulate this technology further. So this package of measures, real concrete measures, are all aimed to expand and complete our hydrogen infrastructure in the Netherlands. And in all scenarios, and I think that is the key message from me today, in all scenarios, the development of our import terminals, the development of reconversion facilities for hydrogen and hydrogen-based products will become very, very important. This is our priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to suggest that we now do a second round of discussion looking beyond national goals and aspirations to international cooperation, because we've said again and again over the course of this first day of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue that despite all the concern about energy security and domestic competitiveness, we must stay focused on the collaborative side of the global energy transition. So let's talk about where international cooperation is going to be most important to get the scale up of green hydrogen that all of you are looking for, and also as support for producers in emerging markets and developing economies, because of course these are often the places with most access to the renewables that can provide the basis for affordable green hydrogen. So I'll start with Minister Badawi, if I may, and your national low-carbon hydrogen strategy projects that investments in low-carbon hydrogen can raise GDP by $18 billion by 2040 and create over 100,000 skilled jobs. What kind of international partnerships will be needed to build those gains to essentially realize the strategy's goals?
Thank you for the question, and I think the way you framed it is absolutely correct. It's collaboration and partnership and getting all the different stakeholders together. So, as a government, we've taken steps in terms of providing incentives to help attract investment into the green hydrogen and lower down the costs, right, in terms of production of green hydrogen in Egypt, leveraging the existing infrastructure. And those incentives range from various different types of fiscal regimes in terms of within Egypt, or in terms on taxes on export of goods in terms of green hydrogen and so forth. But the key is also we've taken a very important decision of making sure that success breeds success, and that we wanted to make sure that we do not, sign just, MOUs of collaboration, but we really kind of move to practical, actual collaboration and actual projects as success stories that actually can emulate further success stories. And I think, one of such success stories is really how we work together between government, private sector, in looking in terms on what does it take to have a project to kick off the ground and materialize that we can showcase, and we can also learn from, because there's also a learning journey actually as part of that. And I think we've signed a project with Scatec to develop actually green ammonia and to produce 160,000 tons of green ammonia. And in terms of being able to do that, it was not possible without actually having an answer to the question that you raised, which is about, okay, so who's the off-taker? If you want to make something real, you also want to make sure that you have the off-taker, being there. And you also talked about the financing element of it. And I think this project is a big success story, because we've managed to have together, a developer such as Scatec, together with an offtake, agreement, with a company, fertilizer company called Yara, right, from Norway. And also the way the funding actually for this project to be able to materialize was a funding which was done in collaboration between private sector, the European Union, and actually German banks and German institutions, for the benefit of getting this project to materialize. And again, leveraging existing infrastructure that we're doing actually with one of our fertilizer companies in Egypt, which is called MOPCO, and how we can convert part of this actually fertilizer company into a green fertilizer company and so forth. So how we can really also leverage existing infrastructure and deliver a green ammonia project in full partnership with the private sector, with the government. And when I say also the government, I talk about the different ministries within the government, because again, you have different ministries involved. You have, finance, you have Minister of Petroleum, you have Minister of Electricity and Renewable, looking at what are the optimum also, agreement, for wheeling, for generation in terms of renewable, and on what are the requirements, and this is how we made that happen. And we are still actually working together, in this journey. Is our ambition is how this project will succeed. What do we need to do? What do the different stakeholders need to do to make this project successful? Because you have the off-taker, the developer, the technology, the country, will, and in terms of the geographical location, and will be a very good proof point in terms of international collaboration, private sector, and providing a gateway for green hydrogen to the European market.
Let me ask you this, because the answer to that question depends a little bit whether your main goal is export or whether it's domestic industrial uses. And many countries, and perhaps especially EMDEs, are looking toward both. What challenges arise in trying to balance those two goals?
I believe the main challenge is just to be pragmatic and to be realistic in terms of what is the priority. Because again, you know, as for Egypt today, is the main priority the local market for green hydrogen? Probably not. Because again, the cost of green hydrogen is probably much higher than what the local market can afford. However, Egypt has all the ingredients to be able to provide the lowest cost hydrogen for the demand in Europe, which can afford that price, that price point, and then leveraging the value creation in Egypt to provide the lowest, cost, lowest, emission in terms of green hydrogen for an export market. But in the journey of doing that, we will go through a learning process. So as our market in Egypt grows into the future and that market develops, then we'll be able to make that transition for the local market.
So very much, again, thinking short to medium term and thinking longer term about how to create that balance. Thank you. Let me go over to Mr. Ilyas. And again, a similar question to you. You also have aspirations both to be a major exporter, but also to use hydrogen for domestic decarbonization. So starting with the export piece of this, what exporting routes for green hydrogen and its derivatives do you envisage going forward? And what kind of international cooperation would be necessary to bring about the kind of infrastructure that can make those exports viable for Kazakhstan?
Well, thank you so much for your question. And let me add, before answering your question, that Kazakhstan has huge potential when it comes to solar and wind energy. We are a very attractive region for the production of green hydrogen. We've already launched large-scale projects like Horizon 1, one of the biggest hydrogen projects in our region. And that is, of course, also focused on exporting hydrogen. We are looking at a variety of options when it comes to exporting hydrogen. We're at the very start of this journey. We want to first off use existing pipelines, so gas pipelines. We want to modernize those and integrate them into the southern gas corridor. So that is one of the options that we are considering that would allow us to, for example, have a pipeline through the Caspian Sea, export electricity potentially as well via electricity cables. Then we could use liquid ammonia as a carrier of the hydrogen that we created. That is easier and safer to transport using our maritime ports and rail transport. So liquid hydrogen and other international corridors that we might be able to use would allow us to export hydrogen to China, but also towards Europe. So we have a variety of infrastructure projects planned, projects that involve transport via the Caspian Sea. So we have hydrogen and ammonia that we would use to export then via the Kuruk harbor. So we'd have to expand the infrastructure at that harbor, and that would be one of the key harbors for us to facilitate that export. And we, again, as I said, also want to use the existing gas pipelines to export hydrogen. Now, we want to use these existing corridors also when it comes to rail and road transport. So that is infrastructure that allows us to connect to international markets. I think we need active cooperation with other countries in order to attract investment that would allow us then to focus our investment in infrastructure. It is, I think, important to participate in international programs such as the Global Gateway or the BELT initiative that would allow us to secure funding. We also need long-term contracts that would provide a stable environment for selling and exporting hydrogen. I think that there are important corridors that we want to tap into, and that we need harmonized standards that would allow us a stable export along those corridors. I think we need to further develop our export infrastructure, and we need investment, international cooperation, integration in international supply chains for hydrogen production and export.
Thank you very much. I'll jump over to State Secretary Barbaro now, if I may, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about the South 2 corridor that you mentioned in your earlier remarks. This is a collaboration with Austria and Germany, linking consumers in the European Union with producers in North Africa. And perhaps you can tell us a little bit more about both the status of the South H2 corridor and also how the project is supporting delivering countries, producing countries, as they seek to develop green hydrogen production. So picking up on the international cooperation piece of this, especially in regard to those producer countries.
Sì, grazie.
Well, thank you so much. The South H2 corridor project has been quite successful so far. And we've taken important measures in Rome last year, summer last year. I think that's an important step that we took. And then in March 25, just a couple of weeks ago, we met in Stuttgart again to decide on measures that are taking us towards achieving our goals in the context of this project. And I think the international cooperation is very important, of course. Now, Switzerland also participated in those talks, and they supported us. We together developed a roadmap, a work program, and also established a couple of milestones, activities, measures that are part now of this project that we want to implement. Italy also has a strategic plan for this as well. And we are, of course, focused on the midstream business here. We are the country that is very much involved in this project. Now, the countries that will function as off-takers of that production, with them we want to launch a variety of initiatives that would develop contractual standards and details to be established by the 2030s. So we're closely cooperating with Austria, for example, on this. And when it comes to international cooperation, we want to really establish projects that lead the way in terms of hydrogen production, hydrogen markets. And I think a corridor via Italy and towards Central Europe is vital to do this. That allows us to use this resource and to transfer it to Europe and to Central Europe in particular. Now, when it comes to importing hydrogen, we've seen that Italy is capable of overcoming the challenge, really, that is a volatile international market, an uncertain market environment. And I think we can work even in that environment. We, I think, have to work in this volatile environment by being flexible, maybe closing short-term contracts and longer-term contracts on the side of the producers, so longer-term for the producers, shorter-term for the consumers. And we also have the H2 global measure that we perceive as a very positive development that is part of our toolbox. Italy has also looked at ways that we ourselves can promote such H2 hydrogen corridors and potentially repurpose or retrofit LNG corridors and LNG pipelines. And we've seen that we can function as a hub, so to say, for introducing more hydrogen production transport. So that is one of the many ways that we also see as a way to, for example, use existing liquid natural gas storage and repurpose that to store hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. And that is one of the important factors for us, as we are strategically located with our partners at the Mediterranean Sea, and we have also developed a national plan that has global and international implications in our cooperation with the African continent. We know that this is a central development going forward, because the African continent is going to be a key player when it comes to further developing hydrogen production and renewables. We know that we have to work and to cooperate with our partners on the African continent on eye level, and we should not in any way perceive this as a way to exploit the resources on the African continent. I think we have to enable our African partners to be in a better position to tap into the financing that is available and to cooperate with international and regional partners.
Frederick Wisselink with a similar question, if I may. The ports of Rotterdam and Amsterdam have concluded agreements already with producer countries. How does the Dutch government support its ports in terms of their green hydrogen strategy? And in particular, how is it cooperating with international partners to establish future maritime trade routes, as well as with producer countries to support their exporting capacities?
Well, yeah, again, an important question, and I think the panel already touched upon this. The Egyptian minister and my Italian colleague, the state secretary, said some very important things about that, but I will add that from the Dutch perspective. Well, I think we have to make sure that the international market for hydrogen takes off in a way that it serves both exporting and importing countries, period. And we have to make sure that the conditions and standardization and certification are put in place in time. So international collaboration is key, obviously, and that is the reason why we are very, very active in this international dialogue. For example, we have established within the Clean Energy Ministerial, we have established together with the UIE, the International Hydrogen Trade Forum. And within this forum, we stimulate the dialogue between ministers, ports, CEOs, on all the bottlenecks and all the opportunities, financing mechanisms that are needed. And also we have bilateral supports to exporting countries. For instance, we share our knowledge, also from the ports, on policy and technology via bilateral and multilateral relationships. And like you said, H2 Global is a very important instrument. Also referring to the Slido to create the offtake, H2 Global will, and this year the second phase will be introduced, will set a price signal to the hydrogen market, and it will, it creates offtake guarantees this year. So the second phase of funding will be launched later this year. Furthermore, we have established a pilot with export credit guarantees for hydrogen producers seeking to export hydrogen and its derivatives to the ports in the Netherlands. And finally, one word where you already touched upon, that is the domestic usage of hydrogen. They must have local, sustainable and social impact. And quite a few countries have reached out to the Netherlands for collaboration in the field of the international hydrogen supply chain. And in our MOUs, we include explicit reference to the UN Social Development Goals. And, in the previous panels, the huge potential of renewable energy in Africa was already touched upon. I think this is explicitly key for expanding the rollout of renewable energy for electricity usage, but also for the surplus to be, to make green hydrogen of it and export it to where the demand is in any place of the world. So, and we see that Dutch stakeholders are already active on this field and to help to build this social trust. For example, Invest International, a Dutch investment entity, support the government of Namibia with financing capacity building for implementation of hydrogen policies. And to conclude, well, this is a no-brainer. We have to collaborate. We have to collaborate to advance the international hydrogen market. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And finally, Hanan El-Hamraoui. HDF Energy has projects, as I said, in around 20 countries around the globe, with a particular focus on Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. Majority are, of course, emerging markets and developing economies. So what is your assessment of the role of international cooperation in expanding hydrogen infrastructure and production in these countries? And what kind of cooperation will be most essential for them to really scale up?
Thank you for the question. Just before answering your question, I wanted to emphasize what my colleague from Netherlands has saying, the fact that on all emerging industry, there is up and down. Last year, we were on the down on the hydrogen, but I want to bring some optimistic view also on the market. I'm from the private sector. I have been there for 12 years now, so I'm still there. The company is still there, and a lot of companies are still working also on the hydrogen. Hydrogen will really play a big role on the transition, but it's an emerging industry. It will take time. We need to be patient, and we really need, of course, to join forces and to make projects happening. Then after the industry will scale up, and as you said, for the solar, I was working on the solar industry, was crazy. We had only like 2 years of guarantee for solar panels. Now it's 30 years of guarantee, so it will happen, and we just need to be patient. So to answer to your question, of course, we are working on emerging countries. Emerging countries, there is tremendous renewable energy resources, very big opportunities, but also some challenges in terms of political situation, economical situation, energy access as well. So we need some cooperation, and international cooperation can help also to de-risk the investment on those countries, because at the end, it's always linked to investment, to financing those kind of projects, even if it makes sense, even if we have all the ingredients reunited to make the project, then after we need some project bankable, and that the private sector also to come in order to make this market a reality and not just to very rely on public subsidies. So just to give also from the private sector some concrete example to keep this optimistic things to show you that projects are happening. We have a project in Barbados, so emerging country island as well. More like touristic islands, so we have also some issue to find some company that will do the construction of our project. So this is where we work also with international cooperation to see on which country we can find also the workforces to build also this kind of a hydrogen project. And also in terms of financing, we need to de-risk and to welcome the private sector. So this is where the blended finance instrument will play a role by having also the concessional loans by the development agency, by the bank like the World Bank, the GCF as well, the IFC, that will help to de-risk the project, help to make the project also more competitive. And this is what we have succeeded in this project in Barbados, having $40 million for 4-0 of concessional loans from the Green Climate Fund from the World Bank. So it has been the first project in the world on hydrogen that welcomed this kind of concessional loans, but this is happening. And of course, we need also to see with this kind of process how we can speed up, because it's a very long process as well to get this kind of concessional loans. So in terms of project planning, this is something that we need maybe to improve also with this kind of international cooperation. And then, as you said, Vice Minister, that the Global Gateway, for instance, this kind of initiative is really a good initiative. So the EU has launched this initiative. For instance, HDF has been flagged Global Gateway for the Barbados project. Ursula von der Leyen, she endorsed the project 1 month ago in Barbados with the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley. And then after, because we were flagged Global Gateway in Barbados, and we have the discussion with the EIB to help to finance also the debt. We have been also in discussion in South Africa with the EU, but also in Indonesia. So this kind of initiative, international initiative, can help also the private sector to be flagged, to help also the process, because it's a very long process as well to be flagged for this kind of initiative, and then to duplicate to different regions in the world where we have projects in order to bring some blended finance and to welcome the private sector also to finance those projects to make it a reality.
Thank you very much for sharing that example. Tomorrow we will hear a keynote from the head of the Greening the Islands Foundation, who says, in fact, that small island states are often laboratories for innovative solutions. So very interesting. And in fact, you and Minister Badawi pointed out that nothing succeeds like success. Having examples of workable, viable projects is one of the ways to get the scale up that all of us need. You've all shared a good deal of optimism. I won't try to pin you down about how long it's going to take. You reminded us it took 15 years to get solar prices to drop by 90%. Perhaps it can be done quicker here, but in any event, you have all shared big plans and aspirations and a lot of very, very useful and interesting ideas. So many thanks for that. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. And dear audience, that does bring this plenary to a close. We are going to take a break here in this room for 30 minutes, but we do have a session running now, a dialogue hub on energy efficiency in the Europazaal. We'll go to that in a moment. First, I would like to let all of you know that when we come back, we will be welcoming our hosts, the ministers, for our final session of the day. And to that purpose, I would like to ask you to please clear out these front rows here in the room, because the ministers will be bringing delegations with them into this room. So it would be great if we can clear the first 10 rows or so. First 4 rows, 5 rows. First 5 rows, if we could clear those, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much to everyone for your attention and participation. And now over to my colleague, Hajar, for the Dialogue Hub.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everyone, to the Dialogue Hub. My name is Haji Yacoubi, and I am super excited to guide you through this next session that we have, which will be all about doubling energy efficiency by 2030, how we can turn goals into actions. I hope you've had a great BETD so far, and I hope you still have a lot of energy left for this next one, because when we talk about energy efficiency, it's one of the most important sort of turning points that we still need to accelerate. I mean, we know that it's a key pillar of the global energy transition that we need to make all together, and the commitment to double the rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030 was one of the most important outcomes that we also saw at COP28. Yet, despite the importance, despite the fact that we know how much it can change in terms of accelerating that transition that we all need to make, 2024, unfortunately, when we look at the rate of being more efficient with energy, was alarmingly slow. the only sort of gains that we saw that we recorded, the efficiency gains there were around 1%, far below the necessary 4% per year that we really need to meet to stay on track with our targets. So there is work to do, and that is also why it is an incredibly important topic to cover today with our speakers. The real question we then need to ask, of course, is how do we accelerate the more efficient use of energy? What is needed to bridge that gap that we now see between the 1% that we're currently at and the 4% per year that we need? And what are some best practices that we can implement, we can learn from, we can share with each other? Well, that and more will be discussed by the speakers today. So I am, at the very least, very excited to hear more. As always, I will remind you again to make sure to share all your thoughts, your insights, your reflections online with us by using the hashtag BETD25. I'm always very excited to hear your insights, to hear your takeaways on all the topics that are being discussed. And as always, you know, we're covering a lot of topics here, and we have our amazing and stellar lineup of speakers that share their insights with us. We have the networking here, but you, if you're watching from home, from the comfort of your couch or your desk or your bed even, it doesn't matter, you can also tune in on these conversations and share what you think about what we need to do, for example, when it comes to energy efficiency. So let me know, and then I'll make sure to check it out. And with that being said, I would say without further ado, let's hop right into this first deep dive conversation that we're going to do. And for that, I am very excited and happy to be able to welcome to the stage right here, first up, Chiara Gulli, who is the manager at the Rocky Mountain Institute. Give her a big round of applause, I would say. Then we also have Hanan Hafraoui, who is the program officer at the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. And a big round of applause for Hanan as well. Welcome to the both of you. It's amazing to have you here with us today. I mean, I already described a little bit all the topics that we're going to get into, so no pressure to you guys for giving us some insights into there. But before I speak about that, both of you attended and participated in the Berlin Energy Efficiency Day yesterday. May I just ask you, as a starter, what was some of the first takeaways that you took from that? Maybe to start with you, Chiara?
Thank you, Ajar. It's a pleasure to be here. At the Energy Efficiency Day, we discussed how 2/3 of our world's energy supply is being lost every year due to an inefficient energy system based on fossil fuels, which means we have an opportunity for financial savings worth up to almost $5 trillion. To remove this waste. In addition to the financial savings, there are immense benefits in terms of energy security, affordability, reduction of inflation, everything that is very relevant today amid the geopolitical concerns. Yeah. My main takeaway of yesterday is that energy efficiency is the first fuel of the energy transition, and we have the technology available, we have the policy tools, but there is still a lot of challenges around financing, innovation, and more stable policy frameworks to incentivize further energy efficiency progress. But we strongly believe that a united energy efficiency community across public sector, businesses, and civil society organizations can deliver on the energy efficiency target of doubling down our progresses.
Yeah, I love, by the way, how you said energy efficiency is the first fuel for us in this energy transition. I mean, it's low-hanging fruit. We know what the big impact can be if we are more efficient. Yes. So clearly, we have some steps to take. Hanan, if I can go to you, what was your main takeaway from yesterday?
Yeah, thank you, Hajar. And following Chiara's summary, which was more of the high-level general summary of the entire day. On the specific session focusing on buildings, we managed to launch the 2024-25 Global Status Report for Buildings and Construction. Right. And what we've learned is that, unfortunately, the sector is off track to deliver the Paris goal for climate change. But we've also seen that we have to really urgently double the investment annually on energy efficiency as well. Yeah. We also were able to explore successful case studies from across the world. So we had examples from UAE, China, and South Africa. And what came out of that was that it's important when you're designing a policy that you have a multi-pronged approach. So that means a consistent and reliable policy that is clear and transparent, introducing financial and non-financial incentives, building strategic partnerships across the building supply chain, and investing in skills to close the policy gap, the capacity gap, and the financial gap. So above all, we felt that the event really sparked debates and calls for collaboration. We had a lot of actors from the private sector saying that they want to meet in the middle. They want to meet with international organizations, with academia, with civil society, and with governments in the middle to create collaboration. And that is precisely what we try to achieve at the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction in UNEP, to bring unity amongst our 339 members to deliver results on specific problems to do with energy efficiency in buildings.
Yeah, and I mean, that's amazing to hear, because that's a promising element, right? It's about bringing together all these sort of different stakeholders, whether it's government, private sector, investors, you name it, we need it, because as you said, there are some gaps that we need to bridge. And maybe, Hainan, if I can ask you to elaborate a little bit more. You mentioned the global status report for buildings and constructions. So what you're saying is currently we're not on track within that sector to meet the Paris targets. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more? What are the biggest bottlenecks, so to say, to overcome?
So thank you, Hajar. So yes, we are not on track to deliver the Paris Agreement, but there is cause for optimism, really.
Okay.
There is good news. Although the sector still represents 1/3 of global CO2 emissions related to energy use, we have seen over the past decade a reduction of 10% in energy intensity of the sector. We've also seen finally emissions stop rising. And a very interesting data point that we finally were able to notice is a decoupling between energy emission growth and growth in global floor surface. So that's a very interesting first point in the data set that we want to observe in the years to come to understand if we are really on the right track.
Right.
So there are causes for optimism on the operational level. Also on the political front, we have initiatives like the Buildings Breakthrough that bring several countries and initiatives to work together on specific priority actions. And we have the newly formed Intergovernmental Council for Buildings and Construction. They're both coordinated by the Global ABC with the goal of having platforms ready to discuss specific problems, learn from each other, share insights, share data, share best practices.
Yeah. That's amazing to hear. I mean, because the thing is, if we know that there's a bridge to gap, and if we know that there's work being done, one, it's amazing to see that you're tracking sort of the progress, because we know that what we don't measure, we can't manage, and that's the very first step, so it's good to see that. And you're saying there are these sort of like steps, there's movement, you know? Maybe there's a bridge and like a gap that we need to bridge, but there is movement, so we're making headway to get there. Maybe, Chiara, if I can go to you, because we're talking about this notion of energy efficiency, right? And it has a big potential. What would you say from your perspective, if we look at like the global sort of like actions that we still need to take, is like the biggest bottlenecks right now that we're dealing with that is, preventing maybe the acceleration of energy efficiency, and what are some opportunities that we might be overlooking?
Yeah. So at the Energy Efficiency Day, we focus mostly on the building sector, as we just heard from Anand, and on the industry sectors. And in terms of challenges, there have been some around for decades, around, as we said, innovation, financing, but there are also new emerging ones around, for example, the demand growth of data centers. So we had very interesting discussions around these topics. There are also huge opportunities. We heard from Anand on the building sector, and we think in the industry the story is also quite similar in terms of collaboration across private and public stakeholders, adaptation of lessons learned from other contexts to the local markets, and also integration of end uses in order to have more circularity. For example, using data center for waste heat recovery to use then in district heating. Another very successful example and case study we discussed is around industry energy efficiency networks, where industrial players come together in order to figure out solutions about common energy waste problems. And these are very innovative and cost-effective soft solutions that have started, for example, in Switzerland, being scaled up in Germany, but now is having successful case studies also in the global south, like in Brazil and Mexico. So the also adaptation to the local market and context is very relevant. Finally, in terms of opportunity, we believe that there is a big opportunity around messaging of energy efficiency and integrating that to renewable energy and broader resource efficiency in order to capture the opportunity opportunity of the benefits around affordability and energy security through energy efficiency.
Right.
So really a narrative change.
Really, because that's an interesting one when you say that around messaging. Do you feel like we're not pushing that side of it enough right now?
Yeah, I feel like energy efficiency has been neglected compared to the renewable deployment.
Yeah.
We see it in the news, in the efforts of policymakers, but they do need to be coupled, and you can actually capture the benefits of renewables only if you start from the demand side with energy efficiency.
Right, because it's like this all-round sort of argument case that we can make for it, right? It's not just going to help us to, you know, target this big crisis that we're dealing with. At the same time, it brings you with affordability, and we know that it brings a lot of security, especially in times where, you know, we have dealt with energy crises on the continent, worldwide. We've seen some things happening, so that's a really good one. And you give a lot of best practice, sort of like case examples. Would you say that the examples that you mentioned, where we're also sharing knowledge, messaging, are those like some of the most powerful levers that we can sort of pull to make sure that we're accelerating energy efficiency?
Yeah, I think collaboration, peer learning, knowledge sharing, and then really looking at the energy system in an integrated way and never in a silo is actually a very strong lever, and it's very relevant when it comes to energy efficiency because it's such a complex topic, or it seems like a complex topic and often quite fragmented, also compared to renewables. But in reality, if you start looking at it in a more holistic way, that's when you actually start having the full benefit of that lever.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Helen, she earlier mentioned the potential and the promise of there being different stakeholders in a room. I mean, if we make it very concrete, Chiara, what would you say like are some concrete actions that you would even hope to see stakeholders, and whether it's government, whether it's private sector, whether we're talking investors, what do you hope to see them sort of like take action on in this upcoming year?
We have many for all of them.
Okay, oh,
so
nice.
Every stakeholders has a huge role to play in this effort to accelerate the progress of energy efficiency. Starting from policymakers, we believe that they should focus on system-wide efficiency measures, so looking, as we were saying, in a more holistic way at the whole energy system, at our energy needs, and also at cross-sector coupling as a consequence. And they should provide a stable policy framework for industrial players or businesses to then invest more confidently. And the NDC revisions this year provides a huge opportunity for that in order to more structurally include energy efficiency in the ambition setting on the country. This will then enable business leaders to actually see that energy efficiency is good business, and they should continue investing in cost-efficient technology, innovation, also through peer learning and industry association, and also reduce the time to market of more efficient and advanced technologies. Then we also have civil society organizations that they should continue raising awareness around energy efficiency, and especially holding accountable all the stakeholders to the pledges that they made, like our energy efficiency doubling down target, but also the more sectoral pledges like the cooling pledge, so across all the sectors. And finally, we need all these players to really join forces together, join efforts, and support the countries in the on-the-ground implementation and the scale-up of the solutions. So our first milestone is really the IEA Energy Conference in June that will actually provide a great opportunity to take a step forward in energy efficiency towards COP30.
Yeah, that's amazing. I was writing along with you. I mean, everyone in this room, you have no way out now because every sort of like stakeholder group has been given a task, and whether that's sharing best practices, raising awareness. I love how you also said, you know, through that we can also like hold each other accountable. And at the end of the day, it's about coming all together because this is something that we clearly need to do collectively. Thanks for sharing that. I love
Thank
it.
you.
Hey, Helen, if I can go to you. You earlier on, you already sort of underscored the importance of governments in driving energy efficiency in the building sector. What would you say are the most effective policies to sort of trigger that change?
Thank you, Hajar, for the question. So we already discussed how to design this policy. We've said the multi-pronged approach, the reliability, the fact that the policy cannot depend on political cycles. That's extremely important for the building sector in particular because of the medium and long-term perspective that the sector needs. Yep. What we also would want to really highlight, and we highlight in the Building Global Status Report, is the single most cost-effective policy is energy efficiency to be achieved through building energy codes. So well-designed, comprehensive, ambitious, and enforceable building codes are the single most cost-effective way of driving energy efficiency. And they drive energy efficiency, they lower bills, they create jobs, and they drive transformation across the sector through innovation, through policy dialogue. So we really recommend countries to take the opportunity, as Chiara was saying, of the NDC updates, to make sure that they're not just mentioning energy efficiency, that they're not just mentioning the building sector, but that they are coming up and designing proper quantifiable targets on building codes, on energy intensity. We have 80% of countries that are mentioning buildings in their NDCs, but only 18 are mentioning any sorts of target whatsoever.
Oh, wow.
So we really urge them to take NDC 3.0 as an opportunity to go further on these very cost-effective measures.
Whoa, sorry, I'm writing that down because you said we have 80% of countries mentioning NDCs in their, or mentioning buildings in their NDCs, I'm getting it right, but only 18% are mentioning targets. Wow, if we're talking about a bridge that needs to be, I keep on saying bridge, a gap that needs to be bridged. You see, it's an optimistic mindset. I'm thinking of the bridge already, because that's where we need to be getting to. Because Helen, if I can just continue on that, how do you think that new collaborations such as the Buildings Breakthrough and the Intergovernmental Council for Buildings and Climate then help sort of to accelerate action? Because that inherently is about working together, right?
Yeah. So at UNEP, we're really excited to be working on these new platforms because we believe that this sort of platform, this sort of collaborations are powerful catalysts for more united and coordinated action in the sector. Because by aligning policies and standards across the world, you make sure that you use best practice seen in other countries, that you contextualize it to the countries. You prevent fragmented efforts as well, and you ensure that we have a strong international political commitment that is needed when you want to introduce bold policies like having a specific target in your NDCs. That is needed when you want to support large-scale demonstration projects. So we feel that this is really a very exciting time to have this Intergovernmental Council for Buildings and Climate and Buildings Breakthrough under the UNEP umbrella to help really give momentum to this to international collaboration.
Yeah, for sure, because concrete steps need to be taken, and what better way to do it than by working together in that sense. Thank you so much. Chiara, finally, if I can go to you, I'm curious here from you, what would you then say is the most important sort of call to action for mission efficiency?
Yeah, so mission efficiency is really a coalition of countries, civil society organizations, and businesses coming together in order to demand more efforts and focus on energy efficiency. And we ask from our members mostly three things: elevate, support, and invest. So elevating the energy efficiency message, attending events like these, sharing that message, sharing that opportunity, and making sure that becomes a priority, supporting the initiatives, sharing knowledge, sharing research, and supporting countries and stakeholders in the implementation, and finally investing in energy efficiency measures and technologies in order to reduce our costs, reduce our constraints on the grid, and really make energy efficiency great again.
Yeah, I love that. So if I hear this, it's like a lot of promising sort of coalitions work that's being done. So I'm like, okay, if we sort of like pull through with this, there is hopefully a lot of change that we can hopefully expect to see in this upcoming period, because we need it, right? I mean, just for everyone, because we've been tapping into a lot of things. We've mentioned the obstacles, the bottlenecks that we need to overcome, what is needed to sort of like accelerate. If you could say in one sentence or two sentences, what is the most important thing that you hope that people take away from this session? If they leave in a little bit, what's one thing that they for sure cannot forget? Chiara?
I would say that we are in a moment where we are driven to believe that being alone or in a silo is actually going to save us or help us. But actually, what I heard yesterday is that collaboration, everyone is starving for it, and everyone thinks that's the one key to solve at least the energy efficiency challenge.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Clearly, working together is way better than staying alone in a silo. Helen?
So maybe my recommendation as a takeaway would be to really remember that we know what needs to be done. We have all the technologies at hand today. We just need to act faster and act now.
Thank you so much. May I ask for a big round of applause, everyone, for Hannah and Chiara. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Now, we move on to our next part. I don't know about you guys, but I learned a lot when it comes to energy efficiency and how we need to accelerate to really double down and meet that target that we have made. Because for this next section, I'm very honored to welcome to the stage the Director General of the Department of Resource Conservation and Environmental Protection at China's National Development and Reform Commission. May I ask for a big round of applause in welcoming Mr. Liu Deshun. And he will also be accompanied by our translator, Mrs. Meul. So we're very happy to have you here with us as well. Welcome. It's amazing to have you here. Give them a big round of applause indeed. Mr. Liu, again, welcome. If I may start with you, over the past few decades, China has made significant achievements in improving energy efficiency. Could you share some of the most valuable insights in that journey?
他就说，首先想问一下，在过去的1个世纪里面，中国在这能源问题上真的是有一个长足不可思议的进展。那么您可以跟分享一个比较关键的几个点？
中国是高度重视这个节能工作，我们把节能和提高能效工作，放到了一个战略高度来看待。我们主要做了以下这么几方面的工作，首先是通过法律的形式。 来确立了这个节能工作的重要性，我们颁布了节约能源法，还有颁布了一系列的条例来支撑。同时呢，强化节能的标准，中国出台了320多项节能标准，来构成了一个完整的法律体系。第二。
Okay, thanks. I need time for the translation. Yeah. You see, since the decades, as you said, we've been putting energy efficiency and energy conservation as our work focus for the government to the very basic work, and also our politic has been setting huge framework of all the different regulations and different policies, which give the detailed work, very detailed regulations. For example, we have a new law giving for regulation of the energy efficiency things. 您刚才说的那个法律上的那个条款是多少？一共？
颁布了320多项这个节能的标准。
And also for the energy efficiency issues, we have more than 300 new standards for different branches.
Yeah, that's amazing to see. If you'd like to continue, Mr. Liu.
第二点呢，就是中国有一套整个强有力的。 执行节能和提高能效的组织体系，国家发展改革委作为节能主管部门，把整个的单位 GDP 的能耗的强度这个下降指标分到各个行政区，分到各行业、各企业，然后强制的来推行节能工作。
And also we have a whole system for seeing all the different branches really putting all the work through all the standard and regulations. It doesn't mean it's just paperwork. It means very concrete because we make some figures, different figures to different branches. You have to reach this standard to this quality and quantity to this point. Yeah. So we have a whole system. Our ministry is responsible for this job.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's amazing to see how sort of like widely distributed the work is then being done. If I may ask you a next question, in China's pathway towards achieving, you know, the goals of carbon peaking and carbon neutrality, it's evident that the role of energy efficiency is like a very important and vital focus. It will probably become even more prominent. What actions will be taken and will be focused on in the future as like next steps?
他就说，对，刚才您说情况下了解到，事实上咱们的很多政策问题是坚决执行到这个落实到点去的。那么他想问您的第二个问题，就是说咱们现在中国，无论是在这个碳峰这块和碳中和这块，都确立了非常非常明确的目标。那么为了实现这些目标，在将来几年里最重要的任务是什么？
最重要的任务是，加速提高能源的绿色低碳化水平。 就加速能源的绿色化转型。
Of course, the most important thing we have to do is to accelerate all the process of green carbon reduction on the green industry in the whole boundaries.
就是大力发展可再生能源。
We have to give all our efforts in the field of developing the new energy.
中国现在去年这个可再生能源的装机，整个这个规模。相当于欧盟的7倍，相当于德国的18倍。
You see, last year we have reached a renewable energy supply 7 more than the whole European countries on the 18 multiple to the German renewable energy supply.
中国不光自己加速能源的绿色低碳转型，而且还向全世界提供能源绿色转型的装备技术，比如说中国的太阳能光伏的输出，整个占据了为全球提供这方面装备的70%。
You see, also we've been doing our homework not only limited in our own countries, and we also help the whole world with our equipment in the field of renewable energy and the green decarbonization. So we export many as a supply chain for the other countries in this field.
Yeah, for sure. The infrastructure supply of China is vital for the world, and it's a big partner to everyone.
装备就是太阳能发电的光伏板。
Yeah. For example, for solar energy, you know that we are the big producer for the equipment.
正是因为中国这个强大的工业生产能力，把太阳能发电的这个成本降低了90%，降下来了90%。就现在太阳能发电的成本只是原来的10%。
You see, with our whole production's capacity, we supply the whole world with solar in the industry, and then we reduce all the costs. You know, for several years ago, it's 10 times more than now. So it's also we contribute to the low cost on the way to at least to the solar energy.
For sure, yeah. Thank you so much, because I mean it does fundamentally underline both indeed the acceleration we need, the rate, indeed also the fact that we are gaining this affordability through all the work that is also being done from China's side, and it's really what we need to bridge the gap.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. May we have a big round of applause for Mr. Liu and Mrs. Moon. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It was lovely to have you. Thank you. And so it seems, because there's a lot of work that is going on, there's a lot of work that we, and ambitious targets that we all collectively need to meet. So it's good to see all the work that is being out there, the commitments, the collaborations that are being born and brought into existence, and hopefully a lot more to come, and hopefully a lot more that we will see being accelerated over the time to come. Now, as I've mentioned at the beginning, at every Dialogue Hub session, we also love to see what you are all saying online. As always, if there is an insight that you have, a reflection, something that you hear perhaps today that really resonates with you, or something that you may even disagree with, and you're like, you know what, I have a better perspective on that, let me just share what I think. I'm always very eager to hear it, I'm eager to see it, and you have been posting like crazy online, so thank you so much to everyone that did that. If you want to also do it and you're listening now and you're like, oh, wait a second, I also want to end up in a Dialogue Hub session, I have great ideas, don't fret, my friends, because you can make sure to use the hashtag BTD25, and then I promise that I will do my best to try and find as many of your posts today as possible, and also tomorrow. Because let's start with this one right here, which I really like to see, because it's about Germany remaining committed to the energy transformation. Right now, the renewables are around 59% of gross electricity in Germany. Investments in clean energy worldwide is almost twice as much as in fossil energy. These are again some promising signs to see. It's from the German ambassador in South Korea, and I love to see that, as I said, BTD, it sort of spans the world. We have everyone here in Berlin, but we also have everyone that is tuning in from home, maybe from their works elsewhere, and it's lovely to see that everything that we're doing these upcoming 2 days, all the conversations that we're sparking them together, and they have a worldwide reach. So I will also say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to whichever side of the world that you're watching from, and thank you for sharing this with us. Continue to do so, and I'd love to hear from more people about where you're tuning in from. Let's go to this next post that we saw, which is me just loving to see all the insights and what you're taking away from this Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Like Shambu, who is saying the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue has kicked off by expanding renewables, building reliable supply chains, including high social and environmental standards. Our security and resilience grows. And I love this last bit because it's something that has been continuously tapped into by the speakers that we've seen, right? People have repeatedly also been mentioning our messaging around this transition that we need to make. Yes, we know that there is a climate crisis. Yes, we know that there's an ecological crisis, and therefore we need to run as fast as we can to make this energy transition possible. We know that there is a moral responsibility that we have there, but at the same time, there are so many good cases, there are so many good arguments to be made about the action needed that we can frame it from many perspectives, whether we want to talk about the security that it brings to us all together, whether we want to talk about just now what Mr. Liu was saying, the affordability, how we see like the rate at which renewable energy is also cheapening in markets, whether we want to talk about the resilience that it brings, the security, everything. There are many benefits. So I would say take in all the insights that are being shared and choose whichever frame you want to use in your next sort of case argument that you can make for all the renewables out there. And to Shambu, I would say, lovely picture, amazing that you're here, and thank you so much for sharing with us. Going over to this next post that we saw online, not only here in our social media updates that we hear from you, but also through, but also through the polls, like during the green hydrogen panel in the Weltsaal, revealed as by the following post that was being done by Ronald, who said, happening now at BETD 25, an interesting panel on green hydrogen, ramping up infrastructure. And according to a quick participant survey, the lack of market demand and off-takers is the biggest showstopper for green hydrogen at the moment. Like I said, let me know online as well what you think are some of the bigger obstacles that need to be overcome collectively. This post also really showcased for me that there are many, many, many topics that we're diving into, whether it's green hydrogen, whether it's energy efficiency that we're tackling in this specific session, or like earlier on, we were talking about green guarantees, so the financing part. We spoke earlier today with Elisa about the importance of having youth voices included in the discussions around our energy systems. There are so many things that we're tapping into, and I'd love to hear from you, whether it's through social media by using the hashtag BTD25, what you think are the biggest obstacles that we need to overcome. And also, because I always love to hear solutions as well, what you think that we should do to overcome them. I mean, if we put all our collective minds together, I think there are a lot of great ideas that we can come up with that will really help us to accelerate this transition that we need to make. Ronald shared his insights, so thank you for doing that. And let's just see more of the insights that are going to come from the audience. Going over to this next one, she's been mentioned a couple of times. She's a fan favorite. Also here at BETD, Jennifer Morgan saying, at this BETD today, African ministers made clear why they are forging forward with renewable energy through the APRA partnerships and other initiatives as the focus shifts to delivery. And as she's saying that, she's retweeting a quote from Dr. Jonkela, which we heard earlier today in the Weltsaal. Dr. Jonkela from Sierra Leone was speaking in the panel earlier today on and I will quote what he said, "We've already started benefiting from the accelerated partnership for renewables in Africa. We had a rapid assessment of our renewable energy policies in Sierra Leone by Irina, and now we're looking at the next phase." Again, this again goes to show that we can, benefit and see these benefits directly. We can also see how they're bringing in sort of different things, and that's a motivation also that we can use and something to make a good case for argumentation, right? We need this energy transition. It's bringing in benefits, and it's not just words. We see concrete examples of what it's already doing, and they're being widely shared here at this BETD. So thank you so much for sharing this. Keep on sharing some good case stories. At least if you ask me, I feel like there is so much that we share with each other. There is so much that needs to be done. And even when discussing solutions, there is nothing like the effect that it has and the impact that sharing a good, successful case study, a story, a concrete example of a project that is out there, a concrete example of a country that is being a front runner when it comes to, getting that acceleration right in there in this energy transition that we need to make. So thank you for sharing this one. Thank you, Dr. Jumkelle, also for sharing it in the panel. And to all you, I would say, share them with me online, #BETD25, and then I would love to include some other successful case stories that we have from countries. Going over to this next one, because again, as I said, there is a lot happening here at BETD. I've been telling you guys constantly, but we have panels, we have dialogue hub sessions, we have the program in the Weltsaal, we have, pitches from people with great ideas here in Europazaal, networking, and as I said, also booths. And we see some posts here on the left from Timo and Indiana from Desertec, who are happy to share all their ideas on how to take advantage of the desert to provide continuous energy production. They're here at BETD 25. I would say again, if you're here at this location physically in Berlin, make sure to walk your rounds, make sure to see everything that's out there. We have a lot of interesting people here, I can say for sure, that you can talk to, but also a lot of interesting booths all over the hallway. I was going to say highway, I don't hope so in here, but we do have hallways, but some interesting booths that you can check up. I'm sure people are super excited to talk to you. As we can see here as well, because we have Saga from GRA Renewables, and she's happily representing the private sector to collaborate with governments, with civil society organizations, and academia to implement new solutions and technologies. And then it goes on, and she goes on to say a clean, secure, and just energy future is possible. And we all know that it's possible, and that's the energy that we need to embody, because yes, the gaps that we still need to bridge, they are big. Yes, we have ambitious targets that we need to reach, but if we do it all together, if we budge our heads together and take all the great knowledge that is here present at this scene, and we make sure that we collaborate and network so that we can keep in contact beyond BETD, that is the way in which we also help ramp up all the great insights that are already here and all the work that does need acceleration for it to really succeed and take place. Much more. Folks, you just keep on coming to me online, and I love to see it, because this next post that I saw was really interesting, because it also talks about the key elements of the agreement, focusing on promoting the energy transition through technology transfers and training in renewables, with a particular focus on green hydrogen and sustainable biofuels. I haven't mentioned this yet, but there are also a lot of bilaterals taking place here at BETD. So, again, these are big targets that we want to reach, and they require everything: panels, pitches, insights, booths, networking, but also bilateral meetings that are taking place. So everyone is really putting their best foot forward to make sure that we keep on talking to each other and make sure that we do have also agreements with each other. What are like some things that we can collaborate on beyond BETD? Because 2030 is coming around a lot faster than we maybe feel, and also beyond it, we need to make sure that we keep our action in acceleration to meet all the targets that we have. So that is amazing to see. Now, next post. I am searching for your insights everywhere, and I was scrolling on LinkedIn when I saw this one, which is amazing to see, from Ingrid, who shared her insight on a session that she has attended at this BETD. One topic that is prominent on the agenda, since it is pivotal whenever we discuss the climate neutral transformation, and that is the just transition and also green skills. So Ingrid is sharing more on GIZ, together with the International Renewable Energy Agency, agency, Irina, who have taken this as an opportunity to organize a panel discussion together with representatives from Kenya, Pakistan, South Africa, the European Commission, and the World Resource Institute. It was her pleasure to be there at this event together with Francesco Lacamera, who we have seen before as well in panels and pictures at this Dialogue Hub, sharing insights on how we can globally sort of cooperate to help prepare the workforce for a sustainable future. This is something that cannot be underestimated. We know that we need this next generation workforce, the current generation of workforces, to be able and skilled to sort of take up all the acceleration that we need for green skills for the new economy. And we saw earlier that Irina has made a global pledge on skilling for the energy transition. So it's really good to see that action is already being undertaken. Some key insights and key takeaways from their discussion, which she's sharing with us online, are all to do with the fact that we need to internationally cooperate with each other, which is essential. So that is something that we luckily see happening a lot. And learning from each other matters. Again, this is something that has been mentioned as well. We heard it from Chiara right now, just now, and also from Hanan, that all the work that is being out there, luckily we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. We can just learn from each other, share our best practices, because yes, we all have our individual organizations and campaigns and networks that we do, but we have one collective main aim. There is a greater good that we're all trying to get towards, and that is something that unites us all together. And because of that, any best practice that you can share with another is a best practice that you gain as well, and it's a step that we all collectively gain towards the goals that we have. So thank you so much, Ingrid, for sharing those insights. Keep them coming. Again, #BETD if you want to find me, and if you don't, I will find you for sure online, because I am notorious and dedicated and devoted to finding all your insights. Next one. The funny thing is that online, I of course also see your post on this session too, like this quoted post on what Joachim Goldbeck said in our opening Dialogue Hub this morning. We need to create long-term stability, permit attractive and flexible revenue structure, and a strong government and policy support, as well as a framework supporting different applications. And it wasn't just that one that I bumped into. Also this one on Elisa, who spoke with me about the importance of youth participation and inclusion to accelerate that energy transition. And that is, I think, an important note that we take away from her. Let's do it in a meaningful way. So whenever we include marginalized groups, right, and whether we're talking about indigenous perspectives that are still underrepresented or young voices that are still underrepresented, the most important thing is to ensure that it is meaningful participation and not tokenistic. So think about questions like, what will I do with the input after I've gathered it? Think about things like, how can I give people a structural, guaranteed seat at the table so that they're not dependent on the goodwill of third parties to have their voices included. Because whenever the goodwill then disappears, they lose their seat. And that's the most important thing that we sort of need to ensure. And also, you know, something to keep in mind, as Eliza left us with, how can we make sure that people also, you know, are included in an equitable way? And I use equitable with a purpose, because, you know, whenever we have young people, as Eliza shared with us earlier, we also want to make sure that they're able to, you know, in an equal-footed way participate with people. So perhaps there's a lot of jargon that they might not be as familiar with. Well, how can we sort of like guide them and give them the tools to then be able to participate in that? In other words, how can we make these spaces more accessible? I think that's something that we can all think about in our own sectors, in our own organizations even. Maybe even with your younger colleagues, think about that. Because again, one thing is apparent, and I will be adamant about this. This is a collective issue that we need to tackle, and thus we need to be able to take everyone along with us. Which we saw also in the keynote that was given by Menel. I will end with that one because I think it is a very important quote. Menel shared in her amazing keynote that she said, I don't want to say that the world has failed our generation and future generations, because that's not entirely true, at least not yet. And I think those final words are more important than they might seem in first instance, because there is a lot of potential left in these last years that we have before 2030. We know that we need to accelerate. We know that we're cutting it tight. We know that a lot needs to be done. So I hope that your urgency is on sharp, but I also hope that you don't lose your optimism and hopeful action. Let's stay hopeful together, but also with a certain action-orientedness that, you know, is brought on by the urgency and the relevance that we all need to feel when we still look at the gaps that need to be bridged. So, again, a lot of great insights that you've been sharing online. I will repeat, if you want to share more with me, make sure to do that by using the hashtag BETD25. And then I will hope to see many of your posts in the next Dialogue Hub sessions. And for the Dialogue Hub session, that will be tomorrow, because this is already the final Dialogue Hub session for today. But don't worry, because we have an amazing program in store for you in the Weltsaal with some inspiring keynotes that will be given just now with Minister Baerbock and Minister Habeck. So I would love to give over to the Weltsaal, and I wish you all a lot of fun and enjoyment. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Welcome, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to this plenary session with the hosts of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. And I will kindly ask the media representatives to finish up. Thank you very much. We are very grateful that the ministers could make time to join us on a very intensive day when the German parliament has been conducting a crucial vote. And without further ado, it is my great honor to hand over to Germany's Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock. The floor is yours.
Hello and good afternoon. We know that you have already started, but this is maybe also a sign for these rushy and very challenging times. But now in the afternoon, also officially as the host here, welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Sorry that Minister Habeck and I were a bit late, but we just participated in a, I would say, historic session of the German Parliament, the German Bundestag. 2/3 of parliamentarians took today for us, and maybe also for Europe, a landmark decision. We paved the way to massively invest in Germany's security, infrastructure, and by that, freedom. We will do with this decision and change of our constitution whatever is necessary for our own defense. We tabled, furthermore, a 500 billion infrastructure package, which include 100 billion for climate neutrality, which will boost investments into infrastructure and especially also to boost renewables. And we are by that, we are also enshrining climate neutrality by 2045 in our constitutions. Measures which are for those who work in the field of climate and energy for long overdue, but especially in these times of crisis, we believe more important than ever. Because we realize that in these times we need decisions which are big and bold. Because energy policy infrastructure is not an isolated issue anymore, it's part of the new geopolitical world. Some actors are pushing for a world order that is not based on rules, but based on power. Therefore, we believe it's crucial to invest in our own security. And we all know investing in renewable energy is part of investing into our security and thereby investing in our strengths. And this is why, for a couple of different dialogues, we have combined these fields already in the past here together. Climate and energy, geopolitical politics, investments, infrastructure, and security. Because we all know that these investments into green energy are investments also in global security. We see it, unfortunately, already since 3 years in our direct neighborhood in Ukraine. Energy plans, infrastructure plans are a deliberate target for airstrikes because they are the nerve of our country. By that, a freedom nerve of the whole country. We see it positively in the opposite as well. If we invest in our own energy infrastructure, we become more free and more independent. So the cut of Russian gas was also an investment in our own security, and by that we boosted, especially Minister Habeck, boosted the renewable energies. And worldwide we see that if we are not investing into a climate and green energy transition, we will also see a worsening of conflict, or put it positively again. The more we do for fighting the climate crisis together, the more secure our world will be. And therefore, at the last COP in Dubai, the COP28 was also a COP for security, because there we tripled our renewable energy. We doubled our energy efficiency, and we underlined the transition away from fossil fuels. By that, in 2024, the global investments in clean energy were nearly twice those in fossil fuels. And we know that this pathway just has to be gone like this also in the future years. But we have also seen around the world that energy transition is not everywhere happening on the same pace, because it's not everywhere equally easy. And therefore the question is not if we will make this change, but how we can achieve this global energy transition in a fair and just way. How can we set conditions on a global level that everybody benefits from our energy transition? By unlocking barriers, by mobilizing the finance for all, by navigating in geopolitical tensions, by reforming the international financial system, but also by getting better and better in hands-on solutions on the local levels, where we study here together practices and case studies, learn from each other, like in the last years, from countries which are almost there at climate neutrality, like Kenya and others. And this is why this Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, in these even more shaky times, is more important than ever. This is why we are so happy that you are here from all over Europe, but also from all over the world, to bring together our expertise, to learn from each other on this pathway, and yes, especially to learn from each other on this very special day for Germany. And therefore, it would be no better speaker for today than Germany's energy and economy and climate minister, also vice chancellor for the last remaining weeks of our government in power, Robert Habeck. I welcome you to the stage for the introductory speech. A big applause for Robert Habeck.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I was asked to speak in German, so if you don't understand German, please take on your headphones. I think it's due to the German media, so these, well, if you're familiar with the German media landscape, people are not really used to see German politicians talk in English, so I think it's therefore. Yeah, you're laughing, but You see, all the the international movies are translated. They have undertext in Germany. Therefore, everyone hears German translation in the international movies and reads the German undertext, which means that our school English is nearly forgotten after school. And smaller countries like Denmark or Netherlands, which have not 80 million people watching television in the same language or the German language, they then are better in English. So that might be the reason that we do now my speech, or I do my speech now in German. Liebe Annalena, vielen Dank für die Konferenz.
Thank you very much, Annalena, for this conference, and thank you very much to the Foreign Office for the cooperation that we've had over the past 3.5 years. This conference, and I would go as far as to say German, European and international climate policy have been thought together and designed together. This may well be the last conference for Annalena Baerbock and me, and that's why I would like to take a more fundamental note. I would like to take a look back to the past 10 years of this conference and put this into the focus of the past weeks when we've had to recalibrate things. So behind many of the conflicts that we are seeing in the world, behind the many crises that we are trying to resolve in a diplomatic way, and behind the many crises and conflicts and wars, there is one main line of confrontation. So we all live in different countries, we have our own political culture, we all have our own history. So it would be wrong to say that history of one country is the same for other countries, and the same is true for Germany and for Europe. So the history of Germany, the mentality of Germans, is very much shaped by the 2 world wars that Germany started, that it waged on Europe and the world, and the many people who lost their lives. So this has then given rise to stable democracy, and there's a learned reticence against anything that is military. And that is right, because if you're too passionate about the military, if you think that wars can resolve conflicts, well, that is the kind of belief that waged a lot of war. But other countries won these wars and said their military is the guarantor of their freedom. This is true in Europe, and it will be the same internationally. So there are many diverse approaches to this. So what I will be saying is not to be misconstrued. Of course, I'm adopting a German perspective, but I don't want to tell you that we are right and that everything should be the way that we see it. Nevertheless, I think there is one line of confrontation that is not neutral, and that has increasingly come under pressure. It's the line of confrontation between freedom and force, violence. So we used to live in a world where we hoped that after the end of the rivalry between the West and the East, the world should be regarded as one, that we would have an international system of rules, that we would regard the world as one community. So we had a World Trade Organization, global climate agreements, global aid agreements within the umbrella of the UN, that we would diplomatically resolve conflicts between peoples. And we thought if we traded together, if we talked to each other, then we would all benefit. So that used to be the mindset after 1990. And I think today we have to see that this order that used to be called globalization, that this global world, this global family is, well, that it is a broken family. We're now seeing that geopolitics is guided by interests and spheres of influences. And sometimes the global thinking has already been pushed back. And often interests are being pursued using military force or violence. So this breaks the very root of what used to be our thinking, namely that peoples, nations could decide about their own fate in freedom, and that force and violence are now taking over. And there's an even deeper misunderstanding, namely that freedom does not mean the freedom to do anything, and that freedom does not mean the absence of rules. That's true in our private lives. So in the name of freedom, I will not do my housework, I will not look after my family, my partner. Well, then that's not a free relationship, it's an asocial relationship, and this is even more true within society. Of course, there are majorities, but minorities have the right to protection, and these should be guaranteed by government institutions, by the rule of law. So freedom does not mean that everyone is free to do whatever they want. Freedom means that you can freely decide about the rules at the national level, at the private level, and at international level. And this is an understanding that has broken, that has gone lost. So you can't just do anything. You need rules. And the freedom to change rules, to talk about others, this is something that has been lost. And in this way, the different attacks on freedom have one thing in common. Interests of a party are no longer being pursued within rules, discussions, conferences, and so forth, but using force. This may be easier for the one pursuing the violence, but nobody who is actually exercising power can be sure that they won't lose out sometime in the future. And once they lose out, they will no longer be interested in this system. And this actually means that there is an arms race going on. And history tells us that nothing will pursue, that empires will collapse, and that even the most powerful will be overcome. So the history of mankind or of humankind tells us that resolving conflicts via violence has only ever begot more violence and unhappiness. So what does anything that I've just said have to do with energy and climate policy? Well, everything from my point of view. I've said many times at this conference that Germany has learned the hard way that power is also something that is exercised in the field of energy and trade. This may be different among different countries, and again we have oil-producing, oil-exporting countries, and Germany and Europe are importing countries, so we buy oil and gas, but even for exporters it's not good to be dependent on one buyer. It's always good to diversify, both as an importer and also as an exporter. So this is what is needed. And diversification, building various trade relations, well, this means trading with one another. This idea of restoring security, reliability in our trading systems is different from actually forcing others into dependency. So Germany must not forget the high price that we've paid for our dependency. And other countries that have not been dependent should learn from Germany's bad example. And also oil exporting countries should rethink their trade relations and should diversify. And this will perhaps bring us a bit closer to justice in the World Trade Organization and beyond. Second point, fossil fuels are often drivers of conflict, international conflicts as well. And in order to minimize these, there is one answer, and that is to wave fossil fuels goodbye, to electrify, because electricity, and especially electricity from renewables, that is not coal-based or oil-based, but sun or geothermal energy-based, create security and resilience. This is how Germany was able to act within the past 3 years. So we've increased the share of renewables by around 40% to 60%, and it's allowed us to actually reduce our dependency on oil and gas imports. If you then look at the sectors that are not decarbonized yet, so heat transport, then you see that the production, the generation of renewables also increases security and stability within society. This also builds fresh revenue, because you're not losing the revenue to other countries, to exports. Countries that are building their energy systems should really look at this way, and I think this is the way forward. So it would be wrong to actually use fossil fuels in sun-rich countries, in Africa, for instance. So we should use our experience. So we used to benefit, well, the West used to benefit from fossil fuels, and it would be wrong to actually learn by that example. So in the past 3 years, we've really managed to do something that is incredible, and nobody would have believed this possible. If you look at the electricity grids, you find that we approved around 300 kilometers of electricity grids per year. We've reached 2,000 kilometers. If we look at onshore wind energy, we've increased our capacity from 1.5 to 10 gigawatts. And, well, for solar energy, demand is incredibly, it's going through the roof. And people are using low-cost electricity for their own use. So it really isn't all too difficult in a densely populated industrial country, but it is hard work. I won't deny that. And it also means living, tolerating conflict and resolving conflict. Apart from energy security and the price for renewables, and renewables are much cheaper than fossil fuels and also cheaper than new nuclear power plants, I would like to mention a third point, the main point of this conference, climate action. Of course, we need to resolve all these acute problems that we have at the moment, all these crises that you may be confronted with in your own countries and in your neighboring countries, things that make us lose sleep at night. But at the same time, we must not forget that we have one historic task. This political generation has the task of actually mitigating climate change. And if we look back 30 to 40 years, when we look back to this time, then the question for us will be, have you made a contribution to lowering greenhouse gas emissions? That's the question that will be put to us, and this has to do with freedom. And this is why our energy policy is a policy for freedom, not only in terms of trade or energy, but also in terms of climate action. 6 years ago, the German Federal Constitutional Court made a judgment that actually ordered every German government to make sure that future generations would still have the right to determine their own future, and that means protecting their future, mitigating climate change. This was 6 years ago. We are no longer talking about a distant future. We are not only talking about our children or grandchildren, we are talking about our own lives, about the present. We are seeing the catastrophic weather events, droughts. We are seeing wildfires. We are seeing all this at present. You know this from your own countries. We are seeing this in Germany. We are seeing events that should only have happened around every 100 years. They are now happening twice a year, and the speed is accelerating. Now, these are not events that are very interesting to nature. We are talking about natural disaster, and when we talk about climate action, we are not really talking about protecting the climate, as we say in German, but it's about protecting human lives. So if we want people to be able to self-determine, if we want the world to resolve conflict together, if we want to make self-determination something that is at the heart of politics and policies, well, whoever says yes to all these things has to do this beyond just one legislative term. Climate action policy is a basis, if not a guarantor, for a future in which people can take their own free decisions. So thank you very much on that note, and every fortune for the future.
Better turn around. I was going to say it later, but I'll say it now. Clearly, from all that you have both said, the mission of this event is more urgent than ever. And over the past 3.5 years, you have worked together to expand the breadth and the depth of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue in a way that is commensurate with that mission. And I do think probably I speak for everyone in this room to express my gratitude. So, indeed. And the mission goes on. And the mission goes on, as both of you have said. So you both emphasized a theme that we've had here all day long, which is geopolitics. I think even in 2022, we did not discuss it with the fervor and intensity that we discussed it here today. And I'd like to pick up on some of those messages that you both have shared now in a keynote talk with two very special guests. I'll ask Minister Baerbock also to return to the stage, and let us welcome, and I'm going to keep the introductions very short in the interest of time, let us welcome the Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate Change and Green Growth at the African Development Bank, Kevin Karayuki. Welcome to you. Please join me on stage. Also, that will be your seat right here, please. That one, whatever they told you. I think that's Minister Baerbock's seat, actually. Whatever. And the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, is also with us. Francesco La Camera, please. Thank you. And Minister, please return. So you talked about geopolitics and the idea that some countries want to return to a world where it's power that rules, the power of the strongest. And in fact, energy is often seen as that power. And certainly energy has always been at the very center of geopolitics, now more than ever. We're hearing drill, baby, drill. Coming from the US. We're also seeing the US roll back both its global development cooperation efforts and its participation in global decarbonization. How concerned are you that this golden era of renewable energy that we thought we were in is suddenly coming to an end?
Actually, not at all. Because there are tipping points in climate which are horrible, like melting or ice, which will never be returning at the polar circles, but there are also tipping points in investment. And we have invested globally so much into renewable energy. Also actually, and we had that also in our election campaigns here in Germany, companies invested so much into carbon neutral technologies that if we would turn everything back, there were stranded investments of trillions around the world. So obviously we are not safe 100%. I mean, we know in these times nothing is obviously safe for 100% anymore. But I would say, especially for Europeans, but also for Africans and many different regions in the world, this is also a time when others say we are shying away, that we are saying then we double our investments, not only for climate reasons, for doing good in the world, but also for economic reasons. And our goal as a European Union is to now even become faster the first climate neutral continent in the world, because we believe that the future growth is heavily depending on that. And if we see the examples from around the world, also in my own country, 15 years ago, we discussed also here in more rural areas where actually I live, further down in the south of Berlin, there was an old lignite mining sites. And people were discussing, can we really do it? What does it mean for social welfare? What does it mean for job employment? And we have seen if we are doing these investments on the other side of Berlin, it's the same state, we call it Brandenburg there. We have now one of the biggest wind power companies also for all over Europe, Enatrag. It's the European champion in wind power. They invested 4 billion in renewable energy over 25 years. In the beginning, everybody was saying these are the green dreamers, but now they are securing our energy, especially when we were phasing out of Russian oil and gas. And they are supplying 1 million households with renewable energy. They have a workforce of 1,200, but also from there, they are kind of controlling many wind parks all around Europe. And there are thousands of these kind of examples all around the world. And because you named also the US, also in the US, and I wonder what, for example, Texas will do. I mean, it has been one of the biggest oil and gas producers since 1940, but now it has become also the front runner of green energy. I've been there in September 2023, but I look at the numbers that I tell them correctly. Since 2019, Texas energy firms have boosted solar generation capacity by 800%. Doubled wind capacity. And the question, if they will all just put that aside, with all these stranded investments, I really have my doubts. So therefore, the question of combining green investments, and if they don't call them green investment anymore, but somehow other investments, but really seeing the economic benefit of these sites, my answer was this clear yes in the beginning. Yes, I think we have reached a good tipping point in these times that the only way forward is green and therefore clean energy.
Let's hear whether that resonates with Irina. I know, Francesco, that Irina presented some new figures today, figures that reflect data. It's on. Data that you have put together for the upcoming G20+. So tell us what they say to us about the era of renewable energy.
are just preliminary number because we are talking about the last year. But again, we have a new record of renewable installed capacity, 585 gigawatts, more or less. Last year were 473 gigawatts. So it's clear where we are going. Though we have seen also amazing progress also in the US. The US have installed 50% more in 1 year than the previous year. Germany, 15–20% more than the previous year. So I think there is no reason to be afraid. As Angelina said very clearly, we have reached a tipping point where it is not possible to go back. And these numbers say also that, unfortunately, this progress is unequal, mainly China, European Union, US. I think good results also in India. India is more than double the renewable installed capacity at year base compared to the previous year. So all the numbers are going in a certain direction, but we have Africa, Southeast Asia that has been left behind. And this is very dangerous things because these are took place in the previous one. It takes more than 100 years, and still there is people that is lacking electricity. So the problem is that we have to understand that there is no doubt where we are going. We will have a new energy system, largely based on renewables, complemented by the sustainable use of biomass and hydrogen, mainly green hydrogen. The problem is that we are facing the climate change menace. So the question is the speed. The most important variable that we have to confront is time. So if there is no doubt where we are going, the data say that we are half of what we needed, and next year, towards 2030, will be more difficult. Was something around 1,050 this year. Next year, we need to go for 1,100 gigawatts. So time is there, and naturally, what has been said about the geopolitics question, it cannot revert the path, but unfortunately, there is the possibility of a slowdown. So it's important everyone work to make things happening faster and faster and faster.
And of course, that is why IRENA has started numerous initiatives, including the Energy Transition Accelerator Finance Platform and APRA as well. And APRA, actually, the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables in Africa, was our very first topic today at the beginning of our day, Kevin Karayuki. And we concluded, and again, this is something that has repeatedly been documented by your bank as well as by IRENA, that far too low a share of global financial flows, which in fact are surging into renewables, but far too little is going to Africa. So if we look at Africa in the context of this, let's say, rising multipolar system, if we can even still call it a system or an order, what would you say, where is Africa today?
Thank you very much. I think in order to contextualize this correctly, I want to reiterate what we all know, that first of all, Africa has abundant renewable energy sources. I think the estimates are that Africa accounts for 60% of the base solar potential globally, estimated about 10 terawatts, that's 10,000 gigawatts. And then you have huge hydro, huge wind, and so on and so forth. But the biggest challenge, and as La Camera just said, Africa accounts for very little in terms of investments. In renewables alone, just to be precise and to quote IRENA numbers, I don't know that these are still accurate, Africa accounted for only 2% of global energy investments, renewable energy investments, which is a tragedy. Because we see that Africa can actually become a significant player in the global world as far as renewable energy is concerned. Whether it is a question of exporting molecules in terms of ammonia or green hydrogen, or even exporting electrons. I am aware of a number of very important interconnectors that are being considered by the private sector. There are 2 interconnectors from Algeria and Tunisia connecting to Italy, and I'm also aware of an interconnector between Morocco and the UK and Spain. And all these are made from renewables. But the challenge is today is that there is this issue about perceived risk. So first of all, although the resources, as La Camera says, Africa accounts for only a very small percentage, even that money that comes in, is the capital cost is at least 3 times what obtains elsewhere. And that's why, as a bank, we have we are making strenuous efforts to ensure that we are able to bring in bankable projects that are able to reduce the cost of financing. And here I must thank Germany. We have what we call the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa. Germany has supported us in kickstarting that process. And that particular effort, just to give you an idea, will be able to mobilize about $500 million of project preparation and project development capital in order to mobilize about $10 billion of investments. But I think the biggest effort that we are doing right now with the World Bank is what we call Mission 300. And Mission 300 seeks to provide new electricity access to 300 million people by 2030. But the significant thing from a renewable investment perspective is the fact that what we are saying is that in order to be able to mobilize this kind of resources, we want reforms. And one of the key pillars of these reforms is to ensure that we have a private sector oriented sort of reforms so that we are able to attract investments at the quantities and at the speed that is required in order to meet, first of all, to meet the demand growth in the first instance, and also to encourage investments on the continent, even if it is for purposes of exporting power, for example, to Europe. Let me stop there for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do a quick second round to talk a little bit about best practices, because we agreed here today in one of our panels that nothing succeeds like success. Showing what can be done is a way of stimulating more. So let me ask all of you if you can share a couple of standout examples, and I'll start, if I may, with Francesco. Irina does host the Partnership Secretariat for APRA, for the Accelerated Partnership for Renewables. So perhaps it's an APRA example about how we can mobilize more capital for investment in renewables in Africa, but maybe it lies somewhere else in how we bring down capital costs and boost investment. So whatever strikes your mind as a good example.
So when we talk about the cost of capital, the capital is the fever. When you got a fever, it's a symptom of something else. So we have not to look at the symptom, we have to look at the cause of it. So why is it so difficult to invest in Africa, first of all? Naturally, there is this de-risking that is very important. But there is one element that must be clear. It would be impossible to proceed at the speed and the scale needed in Africa if we don't invest in the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is the main barrier to go faster in renewables in Africa. This has to be clear. We have sent this message now from a few years. We have been hurt concerning the tripling, and this is enough for the time being. But I think that we have called it that we need the multilateral financial institutions to put in their reform process not only the fact that the decision-making process should be more inclusive, is okay. More concessional loans and grants is okay. But focus on what they have to do. And we think that building the infrastructure for the new energy system should be the first task of the multilateral financial institutions. Also them, they don't have the resources for doing that. But if there is a clear plan, it will be much easier to attract the interest of the private utilities and invest together. So I think this is, I hope that before or later, in the spring meetings this year, perhaps this argument, because everyone now is speaking about the grids, everyone. It was not so 3-4 years ago where Arena was a lonely voice. But now it's evident that this is there and has to be solved. This means that APRA is a very interesting initiative, but should be also, see what APRA can do. APRA can do to enhance, send first a message, because 7 countries in the beginning started to say that they want to go for renewables. Now there are 11. First there will be 15. So we have been able to change through APRA the narrative in Africa. And this is important. Do you remember that a couple of years ago that we are talking about transitional fuel, et cetera, et cetera. Now they are talking about renewables. And this, I think, is important to do. APRA could be a very important element of the Mission 300. But again, and I close because I've been too long. I've been also today, I've been provocative in the other occasion. But you really think that you can solve the problem of access to energy to people, providing a small grid when the people has not the money to pay the few cents for the electricity? There's no stand. So if you are not able to link the idea of development with the building of the new energy system, we will fail. So we have to find a way to get the people the revenue for paying the tariff, and the work will be different. And I close with the usual example that I do. After the Second World War, Europe was like Africa. Without the investment in the infrastructure, coming from the friends from the Western world, now we are not having 4 European countries in the G7. This has to be done for Africa. This has to be done for Southeast Asia. If we don't do that, we are going to fail.
In fact, we heard an Assistant Secretary General from the UN and leader in UNDP tell us today we have to link the energy transition not only with development, but with fighting inequality. Yeah. And let me go to the Minister to ask what role collaboration plays in that. You talked about the tripling up and doubling down goals that we signed up to at COP28. And one of the things we agreed on here again and again today is that even in the face of a geopolitical context that seems to be all about competition, we must continue to collaborate to reach those pledges. So how do you see that, and how do you see Germany's role going forward?
To be an enabler. I mean, we don't have to convince anybody anymore to say, let's go green. But I think the most important questions being raised at the last climate conferences were those from countries, ministers, heads of state saying, well, don't preach to us, provide us the grids, provide us the capabilities. And I think this is really important, especially for those who are anyhow convinced to understand that, especially from countries which cannot just mobilize like we did, 500 billion in our constitution, they told me we cannot go home and promise to triple renewable energy, even though we know if we're not doing it, our island will die, because people also in our country asked us, so how do you deliver? So if we do not give everybody the tools, the technical tools, but also the money in their hand, all the partners we are having, and there are more than 160 countries, they will sign whatever climate treaty there is because they know that the climate crisis is about the future of their own country. But if they do not have the capability, even the most convinced are not capable, especially in democracies, to deliver. And therefore, all these projects, like Kevin mentioned the one, APRA, where Germany is really active, they are also projects we are doing not only for green energy, not only for energy security, but also for strengthening societies, strengthening democracies. And in this understanding, I'm also with Francesco. This is my second point where Germany is engaging. We are heavily engaging, and this is also my call to the new government, in the reform of the World Bank and the IMF. The money is there, but it has to go to the countries which really need it, and it has to go to the green investments. And I would like to say something also again for reflecting ourselves. I mean, it's not about if green energies are into grids or infrastructure, these are not capable of being corrupt. Or if it's not about a money or power game, because we have seen also from investments, and for example from China, if they have debts with these countries, you can also tell a country, now I paid for your whole national grid, and now you owe me something for something else when we talk about security and peace in the world. So the question of the infrastructure and mobilizing money for the infrastructure, again, is also a major role for international institutions, because otherwise we will have new dependencies. And understanding this, I think, is so important for this geopolitical connection. And this is why we are lobbying so much of bringing down the interest rates, of bringing down the project's cost. And because it hasn't been named yet on the panel, and you asked for a good example, there is this Green Guarantee Group. Germany is sharing it together with Nigeria. Again, very important to have this European-African co-chair, which is exactly pointed at this, bringing down the capital costs. And if I may, a last example from the local level again, because you have to also engage people and not from Germany. Again, I'm jumping to the US and jumping especially to the state of Texas. There is a county, it's called Oldham County. It has only 1,700 inhabitants, and they had a huge problem with school finance, talking about Texas and everything else, but this is their issue in the United States. But because they invested into a new wind farm, and they did a similar thing what we are also doing in Germany since a couple of years, saying to really convince the local community they have to benefit from this renewable energy project. So they did in Texas the same as we are doing now also here in Eastern Germany. They said 3/4 of the revenue will provide the new school funding. So they build windmills, and by that also a new school, especially for those who cannot afford normally private schools. And combining these two things, again, I think would be a great example, also especially for regions in the world where it's not only poverty, but speaking about Africa, it has the best sites for solar, but it's also the continent where 600 million people do not have access at the moment for any kind of electricity. So bringing the two together, I think, would be the best projects we could invest in.
Thank you very much. And by the way, green guarantees did come up a number of times in today's discussions, for a lot of praise as well. Kevin Kariuki, pick up on the point that we just heard from the minister, if you would, in regard to multilateral development partners, agility and flexibility. What reforms do you think would help, especially multilateral development banks, to be more able to get money into project organizers and governments' hands when it comes to financing the green energy transition? We've heard lots of calls here today for blended and concessional finance. And as Annalena Baerbock said, the money is there, but it doesn't always flow and it doesn't always get absorbed. What do we need to change?
I think one of the things I want to say here is that in the course of our involvement with the World Bank in Mission 300, one of the things that is a must is that the governments and the minister has just mentioned here that there is not, there are 600 million people who don't have access to electricity. It is also important that the resources of the World Bank, the resources of the African Development Bank is actually their resources. So they must be able to commit in their policies that to prioritize electricity access or energy access in order to be able to develop those projects. I always say until a government considers it important that there is we need to prioritize energy and therefore earmark the resources that have been made available by the World Bank, by the Africa Development Bank, then there will be no translation of the need for energy into projects. So that's that number one. But number two, I think what the minister is talking about is real. And what this is saying, we need to find creative ways of being able to use the resources that are available to expand, to be able to reach more people. And one of the things that this is one area that the African Development Bank has done extremely well. When it comes to hybrid capital, we were the first people to do hybrid capital sort of amongst the MDBs. And that is huge. And the second other area is the issue of what we call the special drawing rights. I know there are challenges, but we've worked with the Inter-American Development Bank, and we found a solution that could actually be able to enable that the special drawing rights to be channeled through MDBs and therefore increase the path for the resources. And in so doing, for example, if we had X amount of special drawing rights, using the mechanisms that are there within us, we can be able to sort of multiply by 4 times and therefore probably increase more resources. But at the end of the day, what you are interested in are the development outcomes. And I wanted just to highlight this Mission 300 effort because there are very important aspects of it that I wanted to share because I do believe here we have German investors and other people who would be interested in the energy transition. And I wanted to highlight the 5 key pillars of the Mission 300. Number 1, we talk about least cost power expansion plan of all the countries that are part of Mission 300. And in so doing, what we are saying is that we look at all the resources of energy, and as I said, Africa had huge renewable energy sources, and therefore come up with an energy plan for the country. Number 2, as La Camera also mentioned, the issue of transmission assets. We talk about generation, but we always forget that you need transmission assets, and we also want interconnectors. And number 3, we keep on saying that, by virtue, for example, of Africa's population distribution, it's very fairly interspersed. And therefore, we need to understand that there are people who will never be, for a long time, will not be able to access the grid, and therefore you have distributed renewable energies. And what we are saying here, I think we found that almost 50% of new electricity access by 2030 will have to be through distributed renewable energies. So it's a sector that we cannot ignore. And again, what are we using? Renewable energy, and also the private sector. I've said all these huge projects that I spoke about that are meant for export of power from Africa to Europe, they are all by the private sector. And what we are saying, as part of the reforms, we must ensure that the reforms actually enable private sector participation. But finally, we must have utilities that are bankable, because without bankable utilities, then you cannot be able to have people contracting to provide power, and so on and so forth. So I think those are the 5 pillars, and I do believe that what we are doing in Mission 300 will ensure that we have reforms that will enable us to address the energy poverty on the continent in a definitive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in fact, we learned today that if Mission 300 is successful, by 2030, that will cut in half the number of people in Africa who don't have access to power. We have just about 1 minute left on the clock. Let me go back to the minister and ask you, if you look ahead to BETD in 2029, so right before we get to that 2030 landmark date, what would you want to be the top priority that this forum should achieve by then?
Because I'm having all my foreign ministers ahead here as well, I have to connect it to the peace in Europe, if I'm thinking of 2029. So Ukraine, which is at the edge of entering the European Union in 2029, being connected to a European electricity grid, which is at well, I reach now high, yeah, 80% renewable energy, so Germany has to be almost at 100% by then. And why I'm quite positive in the thinking is, if I can look back, in 2015, we had this historic climate conference in Paris. And we have a joke here in the foreign ministry, at which page was renewable energy mentioned in this treaty. And we have two documents here, and I'm always wrong with the document. It was only mentioned once, renewable energy, and only related to Africa. And now we are 10 years later, yeah, and the world has decided 2 years ago that the future is renewable for everybody. So in 10 years, we have achieved together a revolution. So in 4 years' time, in 5 years' time, we have to achieve half of a revolution. And this means we are way ahead on this goal of making Europe the first climate neutral continent, and then also in a Europe of peace for everybody.
Minister, thank you very much for that optimistic closing message here. And thank you very much to Kevin Kariuki, to Francesco La Camera for joining this discussion. And
Can I say what?
Of course.
What I want for 29 to happen here?
Yes.
I want to have Abek and Babuk here with us.
In whichever capacity you may join. Thank you very, very much to all three of you for this wonderful discussion. And just before we do close today, let me say once again that we are very, very grateful to both ministers for all that you have done over the last 3.5 years to expand this as a forum for such powerful and important exchange. Many thanks to all of our speakers from today for sharing your insights and perspectives. We have had very, very rich and helpful discussions throughout the day. Many thanks to everyone in the audience for your attention and participation, also in all of our various audience polls. Now, if you've been with us before, dear audience, you will know that the end of day one is the beginning of one of the highlights of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. You told us this morning you love our networking. Well, it's just about to start. Our sparkling evening reception will allow you to continue the conversations on all the important topics that we have had today. You can also attend our Startup Energy Transition Award, and it all takes place at the WECC Westhafen Event Center. Shuttle buses will take you there from the Federal Foreign Office, and they will be leaving starting in about 15 minutes, and the reception begins at 7 p.m. So have a wonderful time, and see you here bright and early tomorrow for day 2 of the BETD. Thank you.